Orpheum. Gods of Music and Madness, Book 1. By D.S. Murphy. I've died and gone to heaven, Duke thought, watching the girls dance and spin around the campfire, slowly peeling off layers of clothing. He was in Sofia with friends for a gap year. They'd passed through Paris, Barcelona, and Rome, but were looking for something a little more exotic, so they pushed into Eastern Europe. He'd heard Bulgaria had hot women who loved Americans, and he hadn't been disappointed. On his second night, he went to a bar and met a gorgeous girl with black hair and light skin. Her fur-lined coat revealed a lot of skin. Her dark eyeliner made her light green eyes pop. "What's your name?" he asked. "What would you like to call me?" she said coyly, running her fingers up his arm. "You look like a dream," he said. It was the best he could come up with after 3 beers. "I like that. You can call me Dream." He shrugged. Her real name didn't matter anyway. It's not like he was sticking around. He tried to get her to come back to his hotel room, but she'd refused playfully, before inviting him on a camping trip over the weekend. He'd gone out every night that week looking for anything better, but couldn't keep his mind off her. Something about her got under his skin. On Friday, Dream picked him up in a white Fiat and they drove up into the mountains, on a snake-like road that cut through the thick pine trees. They pulled off down a dirt road and came to a stop in a clearing overlooking the city. 2 of her friends were already there, both girls, he noted with satisfaction, and as good-looking, or better, than his date. Thin arms and waists, large breasts, long necks, and big eyes. Any one of them could have been on the cover of Maxime, but they looked completely comfortable out here in the woods, in tight jeans and t-shirts. One of them chopped wood while the other built a fire. "I love Eastern Europe," he thought to himself. Dream pulled off his jacket and pushed him down next to the fire, rubbing his shoulders before passing him a dark brown bottle. "Medicinal wine," she said, her breath hot on his cheek. "An ancient recipe, wine mixed with local herbs and poppy flowers." He grinned and took a deep sip. It was sweet and bitter at the same time. He could smell sap from the nearby pine trees, and something both musty and floral at once, like a bouquet of dying irises. It was getting dark, and the city lights below were framed by the skeletal outlines of the tall, dark trees. A light mist seemed to reveal, rather than obscure, the panoramic view. The fire was going strongly now, casting a flickering yellow glow over the immediate area. His vision blurred, and he blinked a few times. His skin tingled. His sweat felt like chunks of ice melting in the fire's heat, and a feeling of euphoria bubbled up from his stomach and flooded his body with laughter. Whatever was in that wine, it was good shit. He watched the fire climb in a semi-stupor. It cast a flickering orange glow over the immediate surrounding. The lights and darks were fighting with each other, swallowing each other up and trading blows. 2 of the girls started dancing slowly, shooting him wicked looks and teasing smiles. Dream knelt in front of him and ran her hand up his chest. She put a finger on his lips, before leaning in to kiss him. Her mouth was soft and wet. Then she raised the corner of her lips and stripped off her shirt. He noticed she had a tattoo of a fawn above her heart. The other 2 girls tugged off their tops and threw them to the side, then stripped off their jeans as well. They clasped hands and spun in a circle, their laughter tinkling like bells in the small meadow. Dream tugged his hand playfully and pulled him up to dance. She took off his shirt and pressed her smooth upper body against his bare skin. With her arms around his neck, she swayed in front of him hypnotically, looking up at him with her mesmerizing green eyes. It was impossible to break her gaze. The other 2 girls approached on both sides, wrapping their petite hands around his biceps and leaned in to kiss his neck and shoulders. Best first date ever, he thought, grinning. Then he felt a sharp tug, followed by a searing pain on his left side. He looked over in confusion at the space his arm should have been, but saw only a bloody stump. His eyes widened in shock and horror. He was about to scream when Dream reached up and placed her hands over his ears. Then she ripped his head off, With his very last second of life, he watched his own body slump to the ground as Dream brought his head up to her mouth and kissed him one last time. Chapter 1. I always knew music was powerful, even though I rebelled against the marathon forced practice sessions that turned my adolescence into a prison camp. There were moments, even in the mechanical repetition of practice, where I stopped being a robot and felt a kind of transcendence, a connection to something deeper. I wasn't raised to be religious, but in those fleeting spaces, often between beats in the tempo, my body seemed to go on playing by itself, while my awareness shifted to something greater, almost like I was outside my body, sitting in the audience, feeling the music wash over me like a pounding surf, telling me to let go. But that was before I learned what music really was, and that it was capable of more than just pretty feelings and a mystical connection with a transcendental other. That it was a weapon, which could cause pain and destruction. That it was deeper and older than humanity, and that there were forces in the world that wanted to reclaim it for themselves. But that stuff comes later. Let me tell you how it started. My senior year of high school, working at a shitty job, and saving money for school so I could finally get the hell out of Mississippi and start my real life. "Welcome to Burger Joint," I said, mustering as much fake enthusiasm as I could. "How can I help?" My voice caught as I looked up and saw Trent Taylor and his entourage laughing and shoving each other behind the counter. Trent was the star of my high school basketball team. I'd gone to school with him since first grade, but he still didn't know who I was. Hanging off his arm was Tracy Peters, a redhead with too much eyeshadow and jean shorts so tiny I could see her ass cheeks. "Hey, you go to Meridian, right?" Tracy asked. I blushed, surprised she recognized me. Even though we did just have math class together this morning, I didn't think she or anybody in her social cast had ever noticed me. "Yep," I said. "I think maybe we have a class together." "Sue, right?" she said, looking at the menu and twirling her hair. "Sam," I corrected. "Oh, right. Did you catch the game tonight? We crushed Lincoln High." She slapped Trent on the shoulder and my stomach twisted as he smiled. He threw a glance in my direction, and for a second it seemed like he was smiling at me. Then he turned back to his friends. "Sorry, I missed it. Working." I tugged at my unflattering brown uniform for emphasis. My black hair was tied up in a tight bun behind the visor I had to wear, part of the uniform, and also so hair wouldn't get in the French fries. At least not as much hair. "Are you ready to order?" I prompted, trying to speed this up. I'd been on shift for a few hours already and smelled like sweat and grease. Trent hadn't paid me any attention in the last decade, not since first grade, when he stole some cookies out of my desk and I'd cried and the teacher stopped the class to resolve the issue. In my free time, of which I had very little, I would daydream about the day when Trent suddenly noticed me again, and we laughed about that incident. And then he pulled me against him and kissed me, as I ran my fingers through his blonde hair. Hello?" Tracy said, snapping her manicured fingers in front of my face. "Sorry, can you repeat that?" I asked, turning red. Tracy frowned and rolled her eyes before listing off all the things they wanted. I got through it on impulse and reflex, typing in the orders, pouring soft drinks, and using the metal funnel to fill little paper bags with fries. Then I went to make the shakes. The nozzle had been falling off for weeks. I kept complaining to the manger, but he hadn't fixed it yet. You had to hold the nozzle a certain way while you pulled down on the lever. Of course, feeling the eyes of the most popular boys in my school, not to mention Tracy and Trent, the perfect couple who I heard recently were renting a stretch Hummer limo for prom. I forgot all about it. As the nozzle started to fall, I grabbed at it reflexively, pushing it back up against the stream of milkshake pouring out of the machine. The sticky, frozen beverage sprayed up into my face. I'd like to say I was secure enough with my identity not to get embarrassed by the laughter and squeals behind me, as my peers realized half my face and most of my shirt was covered in milkshake. I tried to keep my back to the counter and shuffle over to the paper towels so they couldn't see my cheeks turning red, or my eyes filling with tears. I bet Trent would remember me now. "Go get yourself cleaned up," said my coworker Jason, handing me a wet rag and guiding me away from the counter. "Then grab a mop." When my shift ended 3 hours later, I biked through the park so I could vent my frustrations in the darkness. I screamed, letting the noise rip out of my throat with feral rage. Then, as I did at the end of most shifts, I listed the reasons I hated my life. For one, I was the only senior without a car. 2, I needed a part-time job. Trent and Tracy would probably get into Ivy League universities and have their tuition fully covered by their parents. My mother had been working and saving for the past decade, and it still wasn't nearly enough for college. 3, for some reason, music wasn't as cool as sports. I was the best damn violin player in Mississippi. I knew this because I'd won every statewide orchestra competition in the last 4 years, but nobody gave a shit about classical music. If anybody on the basketball team bothered to come to one of my performances, they'd see me all dressed up, looking elegant, playing with the masterful precision that came from over 10,000 hours of practice. 3 hours after school every day since I was 5 years old. But nobody came to my performances except other music geeks like me. Even the marching band, far geekier than us, got to play Eye of the Tiger at sporting events. People knew who they were. We string musicians were invisible. But none of that mattered. I was graduating soon, and I'd finally be free. I just needed to go somewhere far away, somewhere musical talent was appreciated, and try to forget all about high school. I threw my bike into the backyard, unlatching the chain-link fence. We lived in a 2-story house that was taller than it was wide. It was an investment property that went south when an upcoming urban development project the realtor promised moved to the other side of town. When I was growing up, Mom made me rake the leaves that fell from our neighbors' well-sculpted dogwood trees. Now the grass grew to my ankles, and we were both too busy to worry about the lawn. "I'm home," I shouted, tossing my bag on the counter. My mom came downstairs, a basket of laundry in her arms. She was still wearing her work clothes, black pants and a fuchsia top, but had changed into slippers to do chores. Unlike me, she wore bright colors and cared about her appearance. She said it made her feel good to look good. "Any mail?" I asked, eyeing the ever-growing pile of junk mail dangerously stacked on the coffee table. Mom didn't like to throw them out until she'd collected all the coupons. She nodded to the kitchen table, a sparkle in her eye. It came. My feet felt glued to the floor, but somehow I made it over to the kitchen counter and pulled out a stool. I felt my breath catch as I picked up the envelope and read the return address. The Julliard School, 60 Lincoln Center Plaza, New York, NY 123, United States. "Should we wait for Tom?" Mom asked, putting a hand on my shoulder. I nodded, part of me relieved to postpone a few hours. Tom usually got home at 9 or 10. He wasn't my real father, but he might as well have been. He and my mom got married when I was 7. He could be annoying, but he never complained about the constant noise emitting from my bedroom, even though I played badly for the first month after he moved in just to drive him crazy. I figured he'd earned his place. Now that I was older, I liked that my mother wasn't alone. It took an hour every night to wash the smell of grilled meat and fried potatoes out of my hair and skin. That night, it took longer. I scrubbed my skin raw, trying to get rid of the sickly sweet stench of sour milk and artificial sweetener. As I let the steaming water wash over my skin, I thought about Schrödinger's cat, something we'd discussed in math class recently. Even though part of me was desperate to tear open that letter, the one I'd been waiting for since I started middle school, I was also terrified. Maybe I was both accepted and not accepted until I opened it. By opening it, I would have caused whatever the result was, cementing my future down one unalterable path of certainty. This was my last moment to be who I was right now. After opening the letter, I'd be someone else, either a Julliard musician or not. After changing into sweats and a black t-shirt, I pulled out my violin. Mom had bought me a new one. new to me, secondhand on eBay, when I started high school. It was a fairly decent instrument for the $250 she spent on it. I did some warm-ups and scales, then launched into Mozart's Violin Concerto No. 5. I'd been practicing it for 2 years, and played it a couple weeks ago for a concert, so it came easily. I barely needed the music anymore. It was advanced music. Few high school students would have dared committing to it. But I found the notes light and enthusiastic. My fingers flew across the fingerboard, the bow zipping back and forth across the strings. Sometimes I'd hold out the long notes with a subtle vibrato that filled my body with longing. An hour later, Tom still hadn't come home and I was too restless to practice. I grabbed a black pen and traced over the lines of the treble clef on my wrist. I'd started drawing it on one day in social studies, and repeated the habit nearly every day. Mom would never let me get a real tattoo, but something about drawing the clean loops of the musical symbol on my skin felt restorative, like meditation. And I was just filling in the bottom scroll with black ink when I heard the door open downstairs. Tom was home. I put the violin back in the case and ran downstairs, my heart racing. I could hardly wait for Tom to grab a beer and join us. He still had on a red hat and the flannel shirt he wore to work. Mom sat next to me at the kitchen table and squeezed my hand. I tried to keep my fingers from trembling as I opened the envelope. "Thank you for your application to the Julliard School Department of Music," I read aloud. "Applications were especially competitive this year." I skimmed down the letter until I hit the phrase I was looking for. "We regret to inform you." I swallowed hard and exhaled a breath. A moment later, I had to force myself to inhale again. My lungs burned, like I'd forgotten how to breathe. I put down the letter and placed my fingers flat on the table to keep from shaking. I noticed a mark in the countertop, from a crafts project I'd made on a rainy weekend years ago. Then I looked up and realized they were still waiting for the verdict. "I didn't get in," I said. The words tasted sour in my mouth, like fruit gone bad. I tried to keep the crushing disappointment off my face, but I saw it reflected in my mom's eyes. "Looks like it's Mississippi State," I said, forcing a smile that didn't remove the panic from my eyes. "Well, at least you'll be closer to your mom and I," Tom said, "and it'll be a heck of a lot cheaper. Maybe you can even keep living here, save some money." I gave him a thin smile. I knew he was just trying to make me feel better. My mom wasn't as good at pretending. She knew what I knew, that my life was over, that everything we'd done in the last decade had been a waste. If I went to state school, I'd never become a professional violinist, which meant I'd spent my whole life developing a skill I could never make any money with. I'd be working at Burger Joint until I was old and shriveled. I couldn't stand to look at my mom's stricken face anymore. The kitchen was suddenly too small for the three of us, and the mustiness from the old furniture in the living room made my eyes water. I shoved away from the table and ran upstairs, my eyes filling with tears for the second time that day. Chapter 2. That night I thought about playing all the depressing violin solos I knew. There was no other instrument as capable of expressing pain and loss, whose voice sounded so similar to the wails of a distressed woman. But part of me couldn't bear to be that melodramatic. Instead, I left my violin in its case, punishing it for encouraging me towards an impossible dream, letting the disappointment burn and fester inside of me. I was angry. Tom was a nice guy, but he never really got why I practiced so hard. What I was working towards. Go out, have some fun, get in trouble, be a normal teen, he'd tell me. These are the best years of your life, you need to enjoy them. He'd partied in high school and ended up a mechanic. I thought I could do better. My practice room was the spare bedroom upstairs. When I was little, it had been Tom's office. When I was 10, my mom got pregnant and told me she and Tom were having a baby. They'd cleaned out the room and put a crib in, but then my mom miscarried. They kept trying for a few years, but eventually the unused room just reminded everyone of a hope that never arrived. That's about the time Mom got serious about my musical future. She was a school counselor, helping other students pick their dream schools. When I was in 7th grade, she sat me down and told me she didn't have the money to send me to a good college, but if I worked hard at my music, I could get a scholarship and go anywhere I wanted. We thought I was sacrificing my high school years for a better future. But Tom was right, all along. This was the only time I had, and I'd wasted it. I stood in the doorframe for a few minutes, looking over the stacks of music I'd mastered and the bookshelf full of musical theory textbooks. Then I turned off the light and retreated to my own room. My bedroom was so small it barely contained my mattress. It was just so unfair, I sniffled, punching my pillow. Why did vapid beauties like Tracy Peters get to date and party her way through school, and then get into the college of her choosing anyway? Julliard had been my ticket out, my final triumph. I may have squandered every opportunity to be a normal teenage girl, but I knew my classmates would recognize my genius at graduation when it was announced I'd be going to the finest music school in the country. So I worked and saved money and practiced, and it had all turned out to be a total joke. I fell asleep surrounded by tissues and broken dreams. For the first time in my life, my mom didn't wake me up early the next morning to make sure I got to school on time. I woke up at 9:37 a.m., already late to first period. I threw on a pair of dark jeans and a black sweater that fit me like a pillowcase. Today, I wanted to disappear. When I finally arrived, stressed out and undergroomed, my face puffy and my hair in a tangled mess, several kids looked up and actually laughed at me. I'd never attracted this much attention before. So this is what it feels like to be late for class. One of the boys who'd been at Burger Joint last night, Dan Nelson, smiled at me. I smiled back, reflexively. I should have known better. "Morning, milkshake," he said loudly. The classroom erupted in laughter. I sank into my chair, holding my backpack tightly in my lap, my cheeks burning in shame and anger. I'd finally earned myself a nickname, after 4 years of being invisible, and now I'd be going to Mississippi State, which would be pretty much exactly like this. The nickname would probably even follow me there. My lungs constricted and my palms were sweaty. I clenched my fists and forced myself to take a deep breath. Thankfully, after first period was music. The music room was the only place in the whole building I felt normal, like I belonged. The first year was tough. As a freshman, they'd bumped me up to first chair in the advanced orchestra. Some of the other violinists were pissed to be beaten by a younger player, but nobody could deny I was better than they were. For them, orchestra was an elective, a hobby. Good for the resume, but not really a priority. For me, violin was everything. I had good grades, but that's not why I went to school. I wasn't planning on becoming a lawyer or a psychiatrist or a manager. I wanted to be a violinist. There was an exceptionally narrow margin for success. Getting into Julliard had always been the first step in my plan. Years ago, my mother had taken me to a concert in New Orleans. A beautiful young woman stood on stage, the sequins on her navy blue dress sparkling in the spotlights, her red lips an exotic fruit against her pale skin. The entire orchestra was there just to support her. She was obviously the star performer. I remember how the voice of the violin had manipulated the audience's emotions like magic. I could see it in the faces of the people around me. They were joyful, smiling, then dark, anxious, then sniffing back tears. She'd taken the entire audience on a journey. I couldn't imagine having that much power over others, to control what they were feeling, the expressions on their faces. When I got home, I read through the brochure and learned that she studied at Julliard. And so I vowed to myself that I would get in too, no matter what. I'd been a fool. I got through practice like a robot. I played my part dutifully, flawlessly even, but without emotion. After class, I reached for my sheet music and started packing my case. The plastic had a crack from the time I'd fell off my bike and landed on a curb. "Samantha, can I have a word?" Mr. Lowell asked. He'd been my teacher for the past 4 years, and I knew he was eager to hear about my application, just as eager as I was not to talk about it. I followed him into his office, dragging my feet. "I didn't get in," I said immediately, slumping down in the chair in front of his desk. The finality of it hit me again, and I felt nauseous. I wouldn't be going to Julliard. I wasn't a triumphant hero. I was just a loser, a high school nerd people made fun of. I couldn't afford to go to a decent college, which meant I'd never become a musical great. I'd go to state school and get a degree in something banal but practical, like accounting. And I'd end up with a mid-level desk job, and eat takeout dinners for one, and feed bits to my cats as I sat on the couch of my small apartment, regretting my wasted potential. Mr. Lowell sat behind the desk and regarded me with sympathetic eyes. He had curly hair that didn't match his mustache, and wore round glasses he thought were cool. Today he was wearing a white shirt and a blue tie, and had a stain on his collar I couldn't pull my eyes away from. I thought that might be it, but I was hoping it was just boy trouble, he said, trying to joke and lighten the situation. Well, they're idiots for not accepting you. You're the best damn violinist I know, and I can't imagine how good you're going to be in a few more years. I know we've talked about this before, but lots of amazing musicians didn't get into their first choice. There are plenty of other programs and departments who would be happy to have you. I can, of course, put in a good word with some of my peers. My family doesn't have the money to send me anywhere other than state school, unless I get a huge scholarship, I said, sitting on my hands and resigning myself to the inevitable. Well, in that case, Mr. Lowell said, reaching into his desk, I have something to tell you. A little surprise I've been saving. He pulled out a manila envelope and a sheet of paper. Of course I wasn't expecting you to get rejected, but I thought it would be better to wait and see what happened with Julliard before giving you this. Plus, this situation has been irregular, which is why I didn't tell you about it earlier. I didn't want to get your hopes up unfairly. What situation? What was he talking about? As you know, I sometimes post videos of our performances and concerts on YouTube. I nodded, pulling the sleeves of my sweater over my wrists. The treble clef had already faded, and part of me wanted to reach for a pen and retrace it. About a month ago, I got an email from a Mr. Dobreva. He runs the Pipkov School of Music in Sofia. Sofia? I asked. It sounded vaguely familiar. The capital of Bulgaria, he said. He saw one of our videos and asked for your address so he could extend a formal invitation to come study with him. I told him we couldn't give out student addresses, but he could mail a letter to me here at school, and I could pass it on to you. The letter came today. He passed the envelope and the piece of paper to me. It was a printout of the email. Dear Mr. Lowell, this is Professor Jenny Dobreva from the Lyubomir Pipkov National School of Music in Sofia. While browsing YouTube for talented violinists, I came across one of your videos, featuring a quite accomplished young woman playing number 11 in D major by G.P. Telemann. We have recently received funding for the support of international students at Pipkov, and I wanted to offer her a space at our school, where she will be in a small class of extremely dedicated musicians and some of Europe's finest teachers. I would like to request her address so that I can send her a formal invitation letter with more details. Sincerely, Jenny Dobreva. I looked up at Mr. Lowell with a blank expression, holding the letter in my lap. Bulgaria? I asked. I knew it was somewhere in Eastern Europe, but I doubt I could have found it on a map. I tried to think of any famous landmarks or people from Bulgaria. Nothing. I had 0 points of familiarity. It was a blank slate. Do you know anything about this guy, or the school? I'd never heard of either one before I got that email, but I'm not exactly a scholar of European music. I Googled him and the school, however, and found out a few things. There's not much information about Jenny directly. He seems to be kind of a recluse. He rarely performs in public, he rarely travels, he was born in Bulgaria and has lived there all of his life. But then I discovered something interesting. Dozens of the world's best musicians, I mean the truly best, have spent some time with Jenny, or at Pipkov. Sometimes it's cited on their biographies, though in a few cases it seems intentionally missing. Jenny also organizes something called the Young Virtuoso competition every year. The winners often go on to have very successful and distinguished musical careers. I frowned. Something about this wasn't adding up. So you're saying this guy found me on a YouTube video and wants me to go to his school? Doesn't that seem kind of creepy? I asked. I was really good, for an American high school violin player, but the odds of me being singled out seemed incredible. Do you remember the performance he mentions? Mr. Lowell asked. It was particularly impressive. I did, of course. It was the night it happened, that thing I couldn't talk about, to anybody. Because they would think I was crazy, because sometimes I thought I was going crazy. I was anxious to read the letter, but lunch had started and I didn't want to keep Mr. Lowell any longer than I had to. I'll think about it, I said. Thanks. I stuffed the papers into my backpack and left the office with my head spinning. At lunch, I grabbed a bowl of white rice and covered it in ranch dressing, just about the cheapest, most filling thing I could eat, and headed outside. I sat in my usual spot, behind the cafeteria under a big oak tree, and opened the letter. Dear Miss Samantha Lewis, we've recently been made aware of your talent, which is unquestionably above average. We feel there is an untapped reserve of potential in you, that we are in a unique position to help you realize. We hope you'll consider attending our school. Tuition will be waived during the duration of your program, and I've also arranged for a stipend from the Ministry of Cultural Affairs in the amount of $500 USD a circus month, which shall cover basic expenses. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact me anytime. Sincerely, Professor Jenny Dobreva, Director, Pipkov National School of Music. I didn't notice my best friend Becky reading over my shoulder until she squealed into my ear. $500 a month? That's more than you make at Burger Joint. Becky was wearing yellow tights and jean shorts. She said her style was eclectic, but sometimes I wondered if she tried to wear as many clashing colors as possible. What is that anyway? She asked, twirling a beaded necklace I'm sure she made herself. I'm not sure, I said. A weird letter from this school in Bulgaria. But you're going to Julliard, she said. She was holding a slice of pizza in one hand. The smell of the pepperoni made my mouth water. My face fell, and I bit my lip. Oh my God, she said when she saw my expression. You didn't get in. I'm so sorry. She reached across to give me a hug, her long red hair tickling my nose. Where were you a few hours ago? I could have used some sympathy then, I said. Yeah, I heard. Milkshake? She raised an eyebrow. Occupational incident, I said, with Tracy and Trent as witnesses. And then the rejection letter, Becky said, frowning. That's more than a string of bad luck. That's a karmic kick in the ass. I rolled my eyes. Becky knew I didn't buy into that astrology and spiritualism stuff. Bad shit doesn't need a reason to happen, I said. It just happens. Sure, but a beating like that? It's got to have a purpose, she said. Maybe this is yours. And he called it a stipend, not a student loan, which meant it's basically free money. That's like winning the lottery. I'd die for an opportunity like that. I hadn't thought of that. There were no conditions listed, no work-study program, no obligatory period of teaching after graduation. I'd never have to pay it back. People don't just hand out money like that to teenage girls, do they? Sure they do. Happens all the time. And you're not just a teenage girl, you're a fantastic musician, and they'd be lucky to have you. Becky was nice for trying to cheer me up, but I was still skeptical. The invitation seemed too good to be true, and I wondered if it was an elaborate prank of some kind. That night, I watched the performance Professor Dobreva mentioned in the email. It gave me chills just thinking about the concert. I'd looked for an explanation for weeks after it happened, before deciding to just try and forget about it. I'd been playing a lot of G.P. Telemann. He had a set of 12 fantasias for violin solo that weren't too difficult, but sounded complex and displayed my range. Plus, they worked well as standalone solos, without the whole orchestra backing me up. It was pleasant, simple music. Lots of high-pitched notes bouncing around back and forth like a bird chirping, but without sounding as frivolous or cheesy as Spring from Vivaldi's Four Seasons. And it had just a hint of something darker, like an old man telling a happy story of his youth, which becomes tragic because everyone he knew was dead, and he's all alone. The concert was just before Christmas, on December 21st. Mentally speaking, I hadn't been at my finest. I was wearing a purple top with a black skirt. Just before the show, a trumpet player named Brian came up to me with a wrapped package. We joked around in class but weren't close friends. I'd suspected he had a crush on me for a while, but I didn't have any feelings for him. "Merry Christmas, Sam," he said, holding out the present. "Oh, I don't have anything for you," I said. "That's fine," he said. "It's no big deal, I just wanted to get you something, you know, for luck. Not that you need it." He smiled. "Go ahead. Open it." I opened the wrapping carefully and put it down next to my chair. Inside was a small black box. Jewelry? Crap. This was way too intimate. Inside the box was a silver necklace with a little violin charm. It was nice, something you might expect to get from a grandparent. Maybe someone you were dating, but not a guy in your class who was barely even a friend. Thanks," I said lamely. "It's really nice." He leaned forward, and my heart started pounding. What does he expect from me? I turned my head and gave him an awkward hug and pat on the back. Then I stuffed the necklace into the pocket of my violin case. I think Brian was disappointed I didn't put it on right away. I took out my violin to warm up, trying to focus on the music, but now I was distracted. I didn't have much experience with boys, though in middle school I'd had a couple of relationships consisting of sloppy makeout sessions and hand-holding that lasted a week or two at most. Did Brian think we were going out now? Would others start seeing me as his girlfriend? My thoughts were still swirling through the first two pieces. Then it was time for my solo. I stood up and began to play. I hit every note flawlessly, as I always did. I'd practiced this piece 1,000 times, and my fingers knew what to do. But I felt it more. The anxiety I was feeling, over stupid non-issues of the unwanted relationship that had just been forced on me, gave a sharpness to the music. How can a guy just give me a present like that? He could have at least asked me out, or flirted with me, and seen if I had any interest in him. I could have let him down quickly, without him needing to spend money or make a grand gesture. I was almost rushing my piece. I had to deliberately slow down, glancing at the conductor to match his pace. Sure, the attention was nice, and Brian wasn't bad-looking, for a band geek. He was fun to hang out with. He just didn't make me feel the way Trent made me feel whenever he was nearby. Weak-kneed, tongue-tied, warm and tingly all over. Why couldn't someone who made me feel like that notice me? The music built, leading into a crescendo, and I hit it with more enthusiasm than usual, almost like a rebuff against Brian. Against the bullshit of high school drama. I let the anger pool in my fingers and resonate down the strings. It sounded the same to me, as it always had in practice. I was sure I was playing the same notes. But it was also somehow different. Not something detectable, just some heightened quality, an extra resonance. I could see it on the faces of the audience. They were moved. Then things started getting weird. The auditorium seemed brighter, more defined. My skin felt hot and sweaty. I thought someone must have turned the spotlights up too high. Everything took on a warm glow. It was almost like being tipsy off wine coolers, but I was still in total control of myself. The sheet music was shining so brightly I could barely read the notes, and then I saw the edges of the paper start to flutter. I glanced at the exits, thinking somebody had opened a door, but there was no wind. The top page leaped into the air, followed by the others underneath it. About 10 sheets of music flew up over my head, spinning around me in an invisible funnel. Luckily, I had the piece memorized. I could play it with my eyes closed. So I continued. I didn't falter or slow down, even when the conductor's hand froze for a second, surprised by the spectacle. I hit the last note of my solo perfectly. When I stopped, the auditorium was silent, except for the sound of fluttering paper as the sheet music fell down around my feet, page by page. Then came the applause. I'd watched the video before, searching for supernatural clues or explanations, but it just looked like a sudden gust of wind had blown my music off its stand. The music was impressive, for a high school student, but not extraordinary. The YouTube comments cheered me on for maintaining focus and not letting the distraction fluster me. There was nothing in the video to suggest what I'd been feeling, that my music seemed to be reaching out from me and moving the pages. I'd convinced myself that it was just a case of nerves or anxiety, or something. But now I couldn't help wondering what this Professor Dobreva had seen in the video that caught his attention. Maybe he was impressed I'd memorized the music. It had to be something more. In his letter, Jenny mentioned my untapped reserve of potential. To be honest, after Julliard's rejection, it felt flattering just to have someone believe in me, to think I might be worth something. And he was offering free tuition, plus a living stipend? The thought of moving halfway across the world scared and thrilled me in equal measure. But the alternative, staying at home with my mother and Tom, and going to state school with kids from Meridian High who called me Milkshake, was my worst nightmare. What choice did I have? Chapter 3. 3 weeks later, I was on an international flight, my first, to Sofia. My mom had been skeptical and started an email correspondence with Professor Dobreva. He won her over after telling her about all the successful musicians he'd worked with. She was even letting me skip graduation, which was kind of a big deal. I hadn't been looking forward to it anyway, dressing up in a shiny robe and standing on stage as my name was called. Jenny wanted me to come as soon as possible. The Pipkov school was so small it didn't even have semesters because students and professors usually worked one-on-one or in group classes. Flexible enrollment, he'd called it. Part of me was sad about leaving my mom, but I knew Tom would take care of her. And Becky would be fine without me. She had lots of friends. It was me I was worried about. Would I be able to handle living abroad? Would I get homesick? What if I hated the food, or if nobody spoke English? But these concerns were superficial. Inside, I was thrilled. My life had gone from tedious monotony to epic adventure, practically overnight. It wasn't Julliard, but at least I'd still be playing the violin, which meant I didn't need to give up my dream of becoming a professional musician. At least not yet. I couldn't sleep on the 12-hour flight to Sofia, so I watched the in-flight movies and ate all the peanuts and pretzels they would give me. Dobreva had sent a welcome package with arrival information. He'd also given me a number to call and said he could send a private car for me. But I wanted to assert my independence early, so I took a public bus from the airport. It wasn't that hard. They were selling SIM cards right in the airport. I bought one for $15 and they put it in my Samsung Galaxy. I had internet in minutes. I used Google Map for directions, and it told me which bus to get on. The bus took me all over the city, and I marveled at the ornate buildings and churches we passed. Sofia was practically spilling over with statues and monuments. When we crossed the river over a bridge, I could see the panorama view of the city for the first time. I tried to take pictures through the window, but they came out blurry. I got off the bus about 10 blocks from the school and navigated the narrow streets with my suitcase and phone, trying to get a sense of bearing. I was also carrying my violin case, but I had a strap for it so it hung from my shoulder like a bag. When I finally found the address, I thought I must have made a mistake. There was no sign, just an ancient wooden door with a weathered coat of green paint. I couldn't even find a bell. I pulled up the emergency phone number I'd been given. Allo, Docevani? Hi, this is Samantha Lewis. I'm outside the school, but I can't get in. Wait a second, I'll be right down, the voice said, switching to English. I waited for the door to open, hoping I was in the right place. I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard footsteps approaching, and then the door groaned open, revealing a little man in a blue suit with a yellow bow tie. Milka Yotsov, he said with a small bow. After me, please. I followed him inside, and he led me through a corridor with a low ceiling. With the front door closed behind us, it was so dark I could hardly see my own feet. We stopped in a small room on the right, with wide windows and tall bookshelves. He grabbed an envelope off the solid oak desk. "This is the main office," he said, nodding at the room. "Not that we use it much. Haven't had a new student in some time. Sorry if my arrival is a bother," I said. "It isn't. Jenny told me you'd be coming today. I was just upstairs practicing." "You're a student?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. "Professor," he said, smiling. "But everybody always needs practice. You'll find the roles of student and professor at Pipkov are somewhat fluid." He slid a set of brass skeleton keys out of the envelope and continued forward. I gasped as the dim corridor opened into an enormous room with a double staircase. It looked like a 5-star hotel, or at least what I'd seen of them from movies. The red carpet gave the room a feeling of opulence and luxury. Oil paintings in golden frames covered so much of the walls that I could hardly see the wallpaper behind it. Marble busts were bathed in warm yellow light from the standing lamps, although most of the light came from the skylight built into the ceiling. On the second floor of the room, to the sides of each stairway, were a set of Romanesque pillars. Even the ceiling was decorated with ornate filigree molding. "The school is in this building?" I asked. "The Pipkov School owns the entire building, actually." Milka chuckled as I dragged my suitcase up the stairs after him, made possible by the generous donations of alumni and our patrons and supporters. At the top of the stairs, the main room split off into hallways leading in all directions. We took the first on the left and then turned right at the next corner. I tried to memorize the artwork along the way so I wouldn't get lost on my own. This place is a palace. "How many people actually live here?" I asked. "Including you." 12. I clenched my teeth to keep my jaw from dropping. We passed through another large room with red velvet chairs and several long couches. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and everything was decorated with gilded gold filigree. Natural light came through the large windows, which looked out over a square. "Common room," Milka said. "A lot of students like to come here and read." I felt like we were going in circles, but then I realized Milka was giving me a full tour. "These 3 rooms are for classes," he said, pointing to 2 doors and opening the third. It was small, and much simpler than what I'd seen so far. The wooden chairs were still antique, but had straight, hard backs. There were music stands, heavy curtains and tapestries, and thick carpet. "Excellent acoustics," he said, "and mostly soundproof. We begin lessons in this room at 10 a.m. We'll warm up and have announcements, then generally split up into private lessons or small groups, and practice until 5 p.m. After that, you're free. You can practice in your own room, or in these rooms when they aren't being used. You must never interrupt anyone's practice while they're still playing. Always wait until they finish and knock before entering." We rounded another corner, and he stopped in front of a small door. Milka held up the set of keys, pointing them out to me in turn. "This key is for the main outside door, and this key is for the secondary door to get into the school. This one," he held up the third key, "is for your room, though whether or not you lock it is up to you." He turned the key and pushed the door open. My jaw dropped as we entered. It was easily 4 times as big as my bedroom in Meridian. The ceiling was much higher than it had been outside in the hallway, and hanging from the center was a crystal chandelier. On one side of the room was an ornate 4-post canopy bed with gold floral curtains. The bed came up to my waist. Next to the bed was a bookshelf, then a large window, with a chair and small reading table, and a standing lamp. On the other side of the room, opposite the bed, was an antique writing desk. "Well, I'll just leave you to get settled in then," Milka said. "See you in class tomorrow." "Do you live here as well?" I asked. "All the teachers live off campus. You know how musicians are, shared spaces and all. We like to keep to ourselves. But don't worry. While the building may feel spacious at first, you're never completely alone." "Is there anybody else here now?" I asked. I'm not sure, actually. Students come and go, but you'll run into them later. If you aren't too tired from your trip, I recommend taking a walk and seeing some of the city. And get some sleep. Starting tomorrow, you will be expected to work hard. You'll never feel quite as relaxed as you do today. I wasn't afraid of hard work, and if it meant I got to stay here, I felt like a match girl who was suddenly told she got to live in the castle. After Milka left, I let myself sink down into the bed. It felt like a giant marshmallow. I couldn't resist taking some selfies and posting them on Facebook. My new room? Can you believe I get to live here? I unpacked my laptop and put away some of my clothes and things. Then I pulled out my violin and tuned it. My window overlooked a cobblestone alley with street lamps out of a Sherlock movie. It was still early afternoon, and the light coming in through the windows was golden and cheery. The blue sky was practically begging me to go outside and explore. But first, a shower. After drying my hair, I put on a new pair of jeans, a rock band tank top, and my Taylor Swift Keds. I got them for my birthday 2 years ago and had nearly worn through the soles. I'd drawn tiny musical notes inside the white polka dots. As I brushed my hair, I could see hints of auburn in the afternoon light, which made my hazel green eyes stand out. Most people thought my hair and eyes were both a boring, dull brown. They just didn't look closely enough. It took me a while to find my way back to the center of the school, the room with the double staircase, and from there down the hallway to the main entrance. Once outside, I turned around to marvel at the building. It was just a plain rectangle. There was no way to tell what it looked like on the inside. I wondered if that said anything about the Bulgarian people. They liked luxury, but didn't want to be ostentatious about it. I opened the tourist brochure I'd grabbed at the airport and started reading. Rows of Soviet-era buildings, many in a state of disrepair, pepper the fringes of the city. Yet at the center, Ottoman mosques sit side by side with grand Stalinist architecture, and artists find spaces in the cracks in between. This is a proud city that has been sculpted over more than 2 millennia by Thracian, Roman, Ottoman, and Russian influences. Using my phone, I marked the Pipkov School on the map with a pin. It was between 2 parks, Zymov and Doktorska Gradina, which explained why I could see so many trees nearby. I was right in the historical district, surrounded by schools and museums. The National Library was just a block away, a massive square building with a pillared facade. Next to it was Sofia University, a sprawling Baroque edifice with copper roofs that held a beautiful bright green patina. I turned right at the nearest metro stop and walked straight for several blocks before hitting the National Theater, a white building covered in neoclassical sculptures and accentuated with gold gilding. In front of the theater was a large pool with teal-blue water and fountains. There were benches all around the pool, and a small market on the edge of the open square. Tented booths sold souvenirs, local produce, and handicrafts. It was bright, so I bought a pair of cheap red sunglasses. Then I bought a coffee and sat on a bench, taking it all in. I could hardly believe I was here. Everyone looked so happy. It was like something out of a movie. Kids with balloons, girls eating ice cream, sons on their father's shoulders. I couldn't remember ever being somewhere so perfect. That's when I heard the music. It was so light at first I thought it was just a bird chirping, but then I realized it had order, design. I looked around until I saw the player. A young man stood in the center of the square playing a simple instrument. When he turned around, I could see it was an antique wooden flute with copper and brass keys. I didn't know much about flutes, but I guessed it was late 18th century. He was good, in a way that contrasted with his appearance. At first glance, he looked like a bum. He had long blonde hair that fell in heavy tangles around his face, and a soft golden beard that hung like an inversed halo around his chin. He was wearing a light jean shirt, unbuttoned enough to show a single black leather necklace hanging against his chest, and a thick knitted cardigan. He looked like he'd been backpacking through Europe for several months, but his music hinted otherwise. I'd heard buskers play before. A lot of music students performed in public for practice, hoping to earn a little extra money. But this music, I'd never heard music like this. It seemed tangible. I could almost sense the notes flitting around me, playing in the breeze, dancing with the laughter from a nearby couple, charging the square with an ethereal quality of joy. I felt it bubble up inside of me, tickling me deep inside, until I was wearing a stupid grin on my face. Others were noticing too and had started to form a circle around him. He danced around, interacting with the crowd, making the music playful and fun. But I knew better. This wasn't a hobbyist. I watched his fingers flutter over the keys, picking up speed until the tempo thumped like the hooves of a galloping horse. This was hard music, and he made it look effortless. When he stopped, I clapped along with the crowd. He did a little bow, then snapped up, pushed the hair away from his face, and looked right at me. I felt my breath catch. His light green eyes were as clear as the pool behind him. "And this one goes out to the adorable girl in the red sunglasses," he said. I looked around before realizing he was talking about me. He did not just say that. I was tempted to leave, but he was playing this song just for me, and the music was really good. He came closer and sank onto his knees, playing his flute up at me. Then he stood and spun in a circle around me. People clapped and laughed at the show. After the song, he picked up a hat and held it out to the crowd. "Music to lift your spirits, money to brighten mine." People went up to him, filling the hat with cash and coins. I hadn't figured out the Bulgarian money yet, the lev, so I pulled out a few extra euros and tossed them in the hat. I was about to beat a quick retreat when he caught my eye and winked. "Thanks for your help with that," he grinned. "I didn't do anything besides stand there," I said, taking off my sunglasses. "Without a pretty girl like you to inspire the music, I wouldn't have made half this much money. I think it's only fair that we use it to buy some drinks and get to know each other." He pushed up his sleeves and a patch of green on his forearm caught my eye. He had tattoos on each arm, a vine of ivy crawling up his wrists to his elbows. "It's a little early for drinking," I said. "Not to mention I'm only 17. Give me books, French wine, fruit, fine weather, and a little music played out of doors by somebody I do not know," he said. I stared at him blankly. "Don't like Keats? How about this one? One should always be drunk. That's all that matters. But with what? With wine, with poetry, or with virtue, as you chose. But get drunk." I laughed at the quote. "You memorized a bunch of poetry about alcohol so you can convince girls to drink with you in the afternoon? Does that usually work?" To be honest, I don't usually have to work this hard. The corners of his lips turned up in a smug expression. Underneath his beard and long hair, his face was young and beautiful. And he was asking me out. My pulse raced at this realization. But I was here for music, not boys. Plus, he probably thought I was just a tourist and wanted a quick fling. He'd lose interest once he learned I'd be living here for a while. "Maybe some other time," I said. "If you change your mind, there's a great little piano bar around the corner called Jazz Beats. Ask for Denzi. If I'm not there, you can leave me message and I'll get it." I walked away grinning to myself. I'd had more luck with the opposite sex on my first day here than I'd had my whole life in America. I think I was going to like Bulgaria. I explored a little more, and stopped to eat at a restaurant near the school. I got a kebabche, which was kind of like a hot dog, but with black pepper and cumin, and a salad with diced tomatoes, cucumbers, onions, and peppers, with grated cheese and parsley on top. Then I bought a Kit Kat bar and a Diet Coke for later, and headed home as the sun was setting. As I was going through the common room on the second floor, I heard the sound of music and laughter and followed it to the opposite side of the building. I entered a long room I hadn't been in before with floor-to-ceiling windows. On one side was a small kitchen with a built-in bar and bar stools. In the far back there was a pool table and some dartboards. In the middle, a round table with 8 chairs, then a set of leather couches. On these sat 3 people playing cards. One of them looked up and squealed, throwing down her cards. "Samantha!" She greeted me, pulling me into a hug. She had short, curly hair and amber eyes flecked with yellow. Her body was curvy, and she had a cute little nose like a pixie. I'm so excited you're here. We haven't had a new student for ages, and you're the first from America ever. Did you know that? I mean the first real student. We've had guests and short-term students, but I heard you got chosen by Dobreva himself. That never happens. You must be amazing. She said all this without taking a breath, and then waited for me to respond. Boje gospodi, you have no idea who I am, she said, holding a hand to her mouth. Sorry, no. Iskra Georgieva, she said, linking her arm in mine. And let me introduce you to the other violinists at Pipkov. Petrov Zlatev, she said, pointing to the boy with dark hair, and Stolina Savova. They looked up and nodded, but neither of them smiled. Petrov was wearing a black dress shirt, rolled up to the elbows, and dark jeans. His hair was cropped short and combed to one side. His lips were full and brooding. With the dark stubble on his chin, it made him look like he was pouting. He was gorgeous, but he looked like the kind of guy who knew it. Stolina was a knockout as well. Her face and skin were so flawless I wanted to believe it had been photoshopped. And I don't think she was even wearing makeup. Her skin just glowed with a youthful radiance. Iskra ushered me down onto the sofa and then ran back to the kitchen for a glass, which she held up to Petrov. He filled it with a bottle he grabbed from a small table behind the couch. What is it? I asked. Mastika, he said in a low, drawling voice. He had more of an accent than Iskra did. He must not be as comfortable speaking in English. Maybe that's why Stolina and him were so quiet. It's anise-flavored, like ouzo, Iskra said, holding up her glass. She raised her eyebrows at Petrov and Stolina, and they grudgingly lifted their glasses as well. Na zdrave. In Bulgaria, you must make eye contact when the glasses touch, she told me. One by one, I looked my new classmates in the eyes. Stolina's were jade green and matched her sandy brown hair. Her eyelashes were long and graceful, and I noticed that her eyebrows were a little too full for her face. Like they needed plucking, but she just didn't give a damn. Petrov's eyes were gray, so dark I couldn't see his pupils. He looked at me with a smirk that was almost a sneer. Compared to their American counterparts, they seemed so polished and refined, so sophisticated. For the first time, I felt out of my depth. At least Iskra seemed nice. I shot back the liqueur and grimaced as it burned down my throat. I tasted cucumber, pine, and anise. Petrov said something in Bulgarian, and Stolina burst out laughing. From the look Iskra shot them, I guessed it wasn't a friendly comment. So, should we keep playing? Iskra asked, trying to turn the conversation back to English. She picked up her cards and fanned them out so I could see them. It will take too long to explain it to her, Petrov said, putting down his cards and pouring himself another drink. I can learn, I said defiantly. I'm afraid not, he said. This is a challenging game, of risk and chance, and you will just make us all lose. He gave me an intense look, his eyes burning into mine, and I knew he wasn't just talking about the cards. Chapter 4. In the morning, I found a simple breakfast in the room we were in last night, with orange juice, some pastries, and strong coffee. The room was even more impressive in the daylight. It looked like a fancy New York bar, with polished wood and leather sofas. But I was too nervous to eat much. I clung to my cheap violin case, feeling self-conscious. I got to the classroom 10 minutes early, but Iskra, Petrov, and Stolina were already inside warming up their instruments. I wished I'd asked Iskra what to wear. Not that it would have mattered. I brought a couple performance gowns with me, but I would look silly wearing them every day. Stolina and Petrov's idea of casual meant designer brands that were sleek and elegant. I had a feeling their underwear cost more than my whole wardrobe. I felt underdressed in black pants and a baggy yellow sweater, and after last night, I was more worried than ever about fitting in. Although I still didn't know why Professor Dobreva had invited me here, it seemed like not everybody was happy about it. Precisely at 10, someone else came in the room. Someone with long blonde hair and a golden beard. I froze in place, watching Denzi's expression go from surprise to embarrassment. He composed himself quickly and reached out a hand. "Well, isn't this a surprise?" he said. "You're a student here?" I whispered. Stelina snorted, and I saw Petrov conceal a smirk. "Associate Professor Denzi Balus at your service," he said loudly, cutting off our private conversation and turning toward the other students. "You're the teacher?" I asked. "You don't have to look so shocked about it," he said, grinning. My cheeks burned and I knew I was turning red. I wasn't sure why I was so embarrassed. He couldn't be much older than 20, 25 tops. How was he already an associate professor? "Have you had a chance to meet Iskra, Petrov, and Stelina?" he asked. I nodded. Iskra beamed at me while the other two ignored me completely. "We warm up together in the mornings," he said. "I thought it'd be fun to play a violin quartet. It's been some time since there were 4 of us." Denzi trailed off, and I saw a flash of anger cross Petrov's face. There was a story there. I wondered what happened to the other violinist and whose shoes I would be trying to fill. The piece was difficult but manageable. I played the sheet music in front of me, sight reading it for the first time. There were a couple tricky bits where I got the tempo wrong, but I felt pretty good about it. They couldn't expect me to be perfect on my first day, could they? When we finished, Petrov darted out right away, but I lingered, packing up my case slowly. I was hoping I'd get a chance to speak with Denzi alone, but Stolina stayed after and chatted with him in Bulgarian. When she laughed and put her hand on his arm, my stomach turned sour. I'd assumed she was with Petrov, but I may have jumped to that conclusion prematurely. Denzi and Stolina seemed way too intimate for a normal student-teacher relationship. I don't know why it bothered me so much. Yesterday had just been some harmless flirting. Denzi probably said similar things to all the tourists. Maybe it increased his earnings. And against Stolina, I didn't stand a chance. He'd have to be insane or blind to pick me over her. I grabbed my case and was outside before I realized I had no idea where I was going next. I stood there stupidly for a minute before Iskra came out behind me. "You're with Professor Paleva," she said. "2 doors down." "Thanks," I said, shooting her a grateful look. Milena Paleva wore a black dress, pearl earrings, and bright red lipstick. She had the elegance of a classic movie star, with the body of a pinup girl. What was with all the attractive people around here? Living at Pipkov was going to destroy my self-esteem. For the next 3 hours, Professor Paleva put down piece after piece in front of me. At first I played well. I was familiar with a lot of the music, at least in the beginning. But then she began throwing obscure pieces at me with irregular notes and pacing. My fingers began to ache, and my legs fell asleep from sitting so long without moving. I expected us to break for lunch, but we didn't, even when I heard the other students laughing in the hall. In the afternoon, I heard them playing together again. Why did they get to practice together while I was stuck in here? I played a wrong note and it clashed harshly. The noise felt like sandpaper on my skin. I corrected quickly and glanced up at Professor Paleva just in time to see the corners of her mouth lift in a tight smile. She wanted me to screw up. I started sweating and got more and more flustered until I was hitting a wrong note every few minutes. But I kept playing until I was practically butchering the music. My eyes stinging and dry, my fingers raw. "That's enough," she said finally with a satisfied smile. "Now that I know what you're capable of, tomorrow we'll start practicing for real." I clenched my mouth shut so I wouldn't say something I regretted. "You may take a break. Professor Dobreva wants to see you in his office in an hour." Petrov was leaning up against the wall outside, eating an apple. "I haven't heard music that bad since we hosted the elementary school orchestra," he said with a smirk, fixing me with his dark eyes. "Nobody forced you to listen." I snapped back at him, heading down the hall. But I knew what he was getting at. I didn't belong here. And part of me suspected he was right. I'd always been so far ahead of everybody else in America. I felt special. Gifted, even. But after the pummeling I took from Professor Paleva, my confidence was undermined. Maybe that was her intention all along. She hadn't been teaching me how to play. She was showing me how much I had to learn. Petrov, for some reason, seemed eager to get rid of me. But there was no way I was going back to America, back to working at Burger Joint and being ridiculed. Not unless they threw me out. I needed some fresh air, so I left school and went down the street for an iced tea and a slice of raspberry cheesecake at a small cafe. It made me feel a little better. An hour later, I knocked on the door to Professor Dobriva's office. We'd had a brief telephone conversation before I came, but this was our first face-to-face meeting. He stood up when I came in. He was wearing slim, wire-rimmed glasses with oval frames, a white shirt and tie, a green sweater, and a wool jacket. I noticed his gray hair and goatee were well-trimmed. "Welcome, Samantha. I can't tell you how much it pleases me to see you here." I realized my palms were sweating. I wiped them on my jeans. "Thanks," I said. "Everything is amazing. The school, my room, it's unbelievable." The office smelled like old books, dried orange peels, and cloves. "And your classmates?" he asked. I faltered. "Well, that's to be expected," he said. "It's a very close group. They've known each other for some time. The events we play can be very competitive. They're worried that you'll let them down." "And you aren't?" I asked, wondering again why he'd brought me here. "Professor Paleva tells me you're a very competent player." He saw the skepticism on my face and laughed. "Don't worry. The first day is always like that. She feels personally disappointed if she can't make new students crack under pressure. But it's necessary, you know. You'll soon realize that the methods at this school are unusual. You may not always understand what the teachers are asking of you. It may feel like, at times, the things we do here stretch credibility. But I want you to trust that all of your teachers and even your classmates have only one purpose: to make you a stronger, more masterful musician." "I'll do my best," I promised. I only hoped it would be enough. Iskra had said something about dinner earlier, but I didn't feel like seeing anyone else today, and my fingers were aching so much I could hardly hold a fork. I went out and grabbed a sandwich instead, then retreated into my room to check email. I fell asleep watching funny cat videos and loving my new bed. It wasn't until the next morning that I discovered the knife under my pillow. The cold metal against my bare arm jolted me awake. My heart raced when I saw the antique dagger. It had a jade hilt and gold filigree set into the curved blade. Underneath the knife was a note, with 3 handwritten lines. "All is not what it seems. Carry this with you for protection. Trust no one." Chapter 5. I tucked the dagger in the bottom of my bag as I got ready for my second day. I didn't know what to do about the note, but it was probably just a prank anyway. How could I be in danger? I was a violin player, not a spy or a drug smuggler. The biggest danger I could imagine was one of my strings breaking. I considered asking Iskra about it, but the note said I couldn't trust anybody. Becky would just freak out over it, and Mom would probably want me home on the next flight. There's no way I was going to let that happen. I decided I just needed to be a little cautious. I was up early, so I went into the lounge. That's what Iskra called the large room with the kitchen where the food usually was, and poured myself a strong black coffee. I sat in an antique leather chair gazing out the window, nibbling on a peach pastry and feeling again like I'd won some kind of lottery. Sofia was quiet in the morning, and I watched the sun reach between the buildings, creeping up doorsteps and coaxing people outside. I was determined to enjoy every moment, just in case it didn't work out and I got sent home. Stolina came in, looking like a supermodel in a dress I could never pull off, and ankle boots that drew attention to her long, perfect legs. Her eyes widened when she saw me, but she gave a small nod before heading into the kitchen. I felt like taking my breakfast and hiding in my room. Would she feel forced to join me? Did I really want her to? There were so few of us sharing the space, it felt awkward acting like strangers. But we were strangers. "You can sit here if you want," I called out as Stolina left the kitchen. She responded with a smile and sat down at my table. On her plate was a simple slice of meat, so rare it was sitting in a pool of blood. She must have seen my expression because she grinned at me. "Want to try?" she asked. "Don't tell me you're actually going to eat that," I said. "I don't think it's even dead yet." "I'm on a special diet," she said. "Like paleo. But before the cavemen had fire." Of course she was. She'd have to be with her figure. "Eating raw meat can't be good for you," I said, wrinkling my nose. "You'd be surprised. Look at what you're eating. That's all flour and sugar. It's not even real food. It'll rot your stomach from the inside out." Her English was flawless, with just a hint of an accent. "You're probably right," I said, taking a big bite of my pastry. "But it tastes so good," I mumbled with my mouth full. She laughed. Maybe this wouldn't be so hard. I just had to win them over one by one. Then Petrov came in. He saw the two of us sitting together and scowled. He fixed a plate for himself and sat at the far end of the room, pulling out a newspaper. A shadow crossed Stolina's expression. Was she in trouble for sitting with me? I didn't want to cause problems for her. "See you later," I said, scarfing down my breakfast. I grabbed my stuff and went straight into class, thinking I'd have it all to myself until the other students arrived. I was wrong. Denzi was already there, writing something in a journal. He was dressed in slacks and a tailored shirt. "I didn't know anybody was in here," I said quickly. "I can come back later." "Don't go," he said. "We should talk." He motioned to the chair next to him and I sat down. It was the first time I'd been alone with him since our first meeting. My chest tightened with anxiety. What did he want to talk about? "Listen, about the other day," Denzi said, leaning closer to me. He smelled of musk and bark, like he'd spent the afternoon rolling around in a pine forest. "Forget it, it's cool. You don't date students," I blurted. "Actually, that's not entirely true. But you and we just couldn't work." "Wait, what?" He wasn't even going to lie and say it was against the rules or make up an excuse. "But also, as a new student, you have a lot of catching up to do. I'm here to help you learn. I need to stay focused, and so do you. We can't afford to get distracted." I quirked an eyebrow in surprise. I couldn't help being distracted by Denzi's supernatural good looks, but I doubted he'd have any trouble ignoring me. "I get it. Strictly professional," I said. "It has to be this way," he said. His eyes were compassionate, like he was trying not to hurt my feelings. It made me feel like a little kid. "Say no more. Seriously. Please shut up already." I busied myself with pulling out my violin, keeping my face down so he wouldn't see my red cheeks. "Teach me something useful, or was that all you wanted to talk about?" He smiled with relief and leaned back in his chair. "No, there's more. Actually, Jenny, Professor Dobreva, wanted me to explain our culture to you." "Of what? Bulgaria?" "No, the Lyubomir Pipkov National School of Music." He stood up and started pacing. "You might say that the musicians of this school have a certain shared set of beliefs, common values, that are assumed but unspoken. You're an outsider, but Professor Dobreva wants you settled as quickly as possible. For us to play together really, really well, it has to be about more than the music." I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. "I'm not sure I understand, but this is starting to sound a little cultish. Besides the music, what else is there?" I asked. "Yes, precisely, that's what I wanted to tell you." Denzi grabbed the arms of my chair and leaned in way too close. It was like he was trying to communicate something with his gorgeous green eyes, but I wasn't sure what it was. "There is nothing else but the music. You know how to play. What you don't know is why to play. I'm supposed to help you find your why, which makes me a little bit like Freud, and you a little bit like a patient on my couch." I pictured myself lying on a leather couch giving Denzi access to my deepest secrets. The image quickened my pulse and I felt my blush spreading. What was wrong with me? He'd just told me he wasn't interested and I wasn't here for romance anyway. "But finding your why, that's something nobody can tell you. It's something you have to discover for yourself. So today we're just going to talk about Pythagoras. The math guy? Triangles? I guessed. That's how most people know him, yes, Denzi said, standing up again. But he also developed what may be the first mathematically based scale by considering intervals of the octave, the same scale we use in music today. Denzi tore a sheet of paper from his journal and sketched out a musical scale, adding in the notes. But he also taught that each of the planets produced a particular note as it moved through the sky, according to its distance from the Earth. This was called musica mundana, which is usually translated as the music of the spheres. Next to each note, he wrote in a planetary symbol. I recognized a few of them from what little I knew of astrology. Becky tried to get me interested a few years ago and mapped out my whole star chart. The sun and the moon aren't planets, I pointed out. We know that now, but back then they counted the sun and moon, plus Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The heavenly spheres visible to the naked eye. Including Earth, that's 8 planets, to match the 8 notes in a scale. I couldn't imagine where he was going with this, but Professor Dobreva had warned me that my classes would be unorthodox. I decided to play along. So each of the planets has a note, and together they're making music? According to Pythagoras, yes. Only the sound produced is so exquisite and rarefied that our ordinary ears are unable to hear it. This music is present everywhere and governs all temporal events, such as the seasons, biological cycles, and the rhythms of nature. Together with its underlying mathematical laws of proportion, it is the sound of the harmonious universe. So, what exactly are you saying? I played with the latch on my violin case, wondering how this was supposed to improve my performance. Music is more than the notes on the page, Denzi said, brushing his golden hair out of his face. And it's more than just your fingers hitting the right notes. Music is the language of the universe. It's an invisible power, moving the planets. It's the cosmic energy, the order behind all things. It is always there, always playing, even when we can't hear it or sense it. The greatest musicians don't learn how to play music. They learn to listen to the music that is all around us, inside of us. They listen, and they let it out. That was a pretty idea. Total bull, in my opinion, but lovely. I can see how it might be inspiring to new students. I tried not to let the skepticism reach my face. Your homework, Denzi said, is to find a quiet place to sit and listen for 15 minutes a day. Like meditation? I asked. Kind of. You can think of it that way if it helps. Or don't, if it doesn't. I nodded. Sitting still and doing nothing? That was definitely something I could handle. Oh, and one more thing, he said. For the Pythagoreans, different musical modes have different effects on the person who hears them. Pythagoras once cured a youth of his drunkenness by prescribing a melody in the hypophrean modi and spondaic rhythm. At the healing centers of Asclepion, at Pergamum and Epidaurus in Greece, patients underwent therapy accompanied by music. The other students came in and we warmed up together, but I couldn't get Denzi's last comment out of my mind. Then I wondered if the whole weird conversation was just a trick to distract me on purpose, so I concentrated on the music in front of me until lunch. I didn't miss a single note. Iskra grabbed me after class and invited me out to eat. We went down the street to a cozy Italian restaurant. I ordered fettuccine with spinach and goat cheese. The food was good, rich and creamy, but my mind was elsewhere. You got Denzi's Music of the Spheres speech today, didn't you? Iskra asked. What gave me away? I smiled. Probably the dazed look. Although that could have more to do with the way Denzi looks than what he talked about. I took a bite of garlic bread, letting my dark hair fall in a veil to hide my red cheeks. Aha, I thought so. I can see the way you've been looking at him, she teased. Do you believe all that stuff? I said, changing the subject. Invisible music? Prescribing a melody to cure someone? Doesn't it all sound crazy? I asked. Want to hear something really creepy? she asked, leaning forward with a sparkle in her amber eyes. When people have near-death experiences, they often hear music, choirs, orchestras, bells, the most beautiful music they've ever heard. Go online, there are hundreds of cases. They call it a symphony of angels, or celestial music. It's like, when you die, the veil is removed, and you can see and hear reality for the first time. Or at least that's how St. Augustine talked about it. Or it's just something weird our brains do before turning off forever, I said. Maybe. Still pretty strange that it happens to so many people. It's not even like the tunnel of light thing. Most people expect to see something like that, so maybe that's why they see it. But few people know about the music thing. And as for the healing, you know that music is mostly vibration and energy, right? And you know that music can have a powerful impact on mood and emotion. And there have been studies that show laughter or happiness helps patients heal faster. So it could just be that certain melodies change our moods and help us heal. Okay, I'll buy that, I said, taking a sip of orange soda. You're a skeptic. I get it, Iskra said, laughing. But let me say one more thing. Using quantum theory, it's been proven that what we perceive as reality is only vibration and energy. There's no such thing as solid matter. So this table, she said, knocking on the hard surface, is no more real than a B-flat. There is no spoon, I said with a smirk. Iskra had obviously drunk the Kool-Aid. It almost made sense, in the same way that the History Channel's Ancient Aliens show almost sounded convincing if you watched it long enough. Musical frequencies are tied to underlying vibrations that hold the universe together? Maybe. People can be healed with music? That's not totally impossible. I've read studies about how classical music can help plants grow faster. My mom was into this stuff when I was younger. Positive thinking, visualization. She filled a bookshelf with titles promising to manifest your dreams quickly and easily, and she believed. But we never had any more money. I'd never seen any results. Instead, I saw her struggle, work too hard, and worry about my future. People who believed stuff like that weirded me out, especially when they tried to get others to believe it too. Both Denzi and Iskra had a look in their eyes that put me on edge. Hopefulness that I would believe them, fear that I wouldn't. I had a feeling they'd be stretching my credibility even more. But so what? Just because they believed in the music of the spheres or whatever, didn't mean I had to. I came here to study music, not philosophy or the meaning of life. Milka had set up a bank account in my name and already deposited this month's stipend. I planned to treat Iskra to lunch, but she got up to use the bathroom, and when she came back, the bill was already taken care of. Next time you have to let me pay, I said. Otherwise, what am I going to spend all my stipend money on? Don't worry about it, she said with a wink, and I'm sure you'll think of something. I spent the evening unpacking. After I finished folding my clothes into neat piles in the dresser drawers, I'd only used a third of the storage space. I stuffed my suitcase under my bed, then tuned my violin to make sure it was ready for tomorrow. I had butterflies in my stomach thinking about class in the morning, but for the first time in a long time, I felt excited, not anxious. Late that night, I woke up to music. It was after midnight, and the full moon cast a pale glow through the window. I grabbed a sweater and a silver candlestick holder, lighting the candles with a box of matches I'd found in my desk. I'm not sure why I was so curious. It was probably just one of the other students practicing in their room. But Milka had told me the rooms were mostly soundproof, and it was the first time I'd heard music like this. The hallway was dark when I stepped out of my room. The stone floor felt icy against my bare feet. I shivered as the chill crept up to my spine. I walked downstairs, following the faint notes. They seemed to grow more distant as I approached, teasing me forward. Something scurried across the floor in front of me. I bit my lip to keep from screaming, hoping it wasn't a rat. I held out the candle and saw a gray cat with beautiful blue eyes. He seemed to be waiting for me. I passed the office with the cat on my heels and turned down a hall I'd never been to before, until I came to a small room with a large iron door. It seemed like the music was coming from just behind it. I tried the handle, but the door was locked. I pressed my ear against the cold metal, but I could no longer hear anything. That's when I noticed the dark figure sitting in a chair behind me. I whirled around, my blood pounding in my ears. "Trouble sleeping?" Professor Dobreva said, turning on a lamp next to him. I put a hand over my chest, trying to slow down my racing heart, and bent over, breathing deeply. "You scared the crap out of me," I said. "Well, we can't have that," he said with humor in his voice. "More work for the maids and all." He bent down to pet the cat. It purred and jumped into his lap. "I see you've already met Max?" "He escorted me here," I said. "If you give him some tuna from time to time, he'll be your best friend." I felt self-conscious, standing in front of my professor with my K-pop pajamas. I'm such a geek. Well, good night," I said. "Before you go, may I ask why you're so very interested in that particular door?" Dobreva asked, scratching Max under his chin. "I thought I heard something. Music." His eyes widened, but then he controlled his expression and shook his head. "That's impossible. I've been sitting here for some time and haven't heard anything. There's no way I could have heard it from my room upstairs if he couldn't hear it from here. Was he lying? Was this some kind of initiation prank cooked up by Petrov and Stolina? If it was, I didn't think Professor Dobreva was in on the joke. What was he even doing here, anyway? Milka said the professors didn't live in the building. On the way back to my room, I decided there was something very weird going on at the Pipkov School of Music, and I was going to find out what it was. Chapter 6. The week flew by without further incident. Most days I was so exhausted I started taking naps during lunch. I spent mornings with Professor Paleva learning new music, and then practiced until my fingers ached to the bone. I knew I'd be expected to play it flawlessly the next day. But no matter how hard I tried, I felt like I was always behind, swirling down the drain, about to be flushed. When I ran into Jenny, he smiled, but there was a worried look behind his eyes. I figured it was disappointment, and he was already thinking about how to send me back home. Petrov still barely acknowledged me, except for the occasional eye roll. Stolina had a habit of stiffening her shoulders when I played a sour note, like it caused her physical pain. Iskra continued being friendly, but I wondered if she was regretting the decision. I don't think it was just the cultural differences. It was like there was a big secret I wasn't in on. Conversations seemed to dry up when I came into the room. It wasn't much worse than being in high school, but I thought things would be different here. "Professor Paleva is out of town," Denzi said on Friday morning when I came in to warm up. "So you'll be here with us all morning. We're going to play a game. It's difficult, but we hope you're ready to join in." Great. Another test. Iskra, Petrov, and Stolina stood with their instruments and made a half-moon shape. Denzi and I filled in the remaining space until we made a small circle. "This is a little bit like a dance battle," Iskra explained. "It's mostly improv. One player plays until another player can steal the tune. The new player has to hit the identical note that the first player was about to play, and then change the music. Kind of like passing a ball around. But you don't want anyone to steal your music, so try to keep it unpredictable." Denzi nodded to the group, then started playing. Within seconds, Petrov jumped in, grabbing the note Denzi was about to play and then running off with the music, a fast-paced violin jingle that got my blood pumping. Petrov played so quickly my brain was 5 notes behind him, but Stolina took over before long, and then frowned as Iskra stole it from her. Iskra brought the tempo way down, trying to make it easier for me, but Petrov grabbed it immediately and gave us both a smirk. They weren't going to make this easy. I tightened the grip on my bow and squared my chin. When I was fairly confident of the next note, I played it, but Petrov changed it from underneath me, hitting a C sharp that made my C clash harshly. Petrov's eyes were sparkling with humor, and I even saw Denzi smile a little. I clenched my teeth and tried again. But each time I was sure I knew what note was coming next, it shifted. Petrov was baiting me deliberately. I closed my eyes so I could concentrate on the music. With my eyes closed, it was easier to distinguish between the players. Petrov's music was dark and stormy, like thunder and lightning. Stolina's was sexy and tempting. It stirred my bones and even brought a blush to my cheeks. Iskra's was bright and cheery, like hummingbirds and daffodils. And Denzi's music was otherworldly, haunting, like the sound of a tree reflecting over the many decades of its life. Every time it was his turn to play, it was like the music was scrubbing the thoughts out of my brain, forcing me to experience the sweet bliss of existence. Once I figured out the flavor of their music, it was easier to predict it. On my 7th try, I hit the right note at the right time. I was so surprised I stopped playing and smiled in triumph. But I'd been so focused on catching the tune, I forgot I was also supposed to keep it going. I started playing again lamely, and Iskra took the melody from me. On my 13th try, I got it back again, and this time kept it going for half a minute before Denzi took it back. "Not bad," Petrov said after class, "for an American." At first I thought it was an insult, but when I looked up he gave me a sly grin, and his dark eyes were without malice. I smiled back at him. It was the nicest he'd been to me since I got here. "Samantha, a word?" Denzi said. I stayed behind while my classmates filed out. "You need to be careful with Petrov," Denzi said when we were alone. He leaned against his desk with his arms folded. My mouth dropped open for a second before I found my tongue. "I don't think I've ever gotten dating advice from my music instructor before," I said stiffly. "And we won't start now, but there's history you're not aware of. I just don't want to see you get hurt." He put his hand on my arm and squeezed gently. I pulled away and picked up my instrument. "I'm working my ass off to fit in here, but I can't control every time someone smiles at me, and I don't see how it's any of your business." I grabbed my case and practically ran out of the room. I didn't slow down until I'd pushed through the main door of the building and was walking down the street. I knew I was being childish, but something about Denzi got me riled up. I hadn't seen a trace of that nice guy I'd met in the square, the one that had flirted with me and asked me out. And now he was acting possessive, after being cold all week. I doubted that Petrov liked me, but if he was finally warming up to me, I wasn't going to dissuade him. Denzi made it clear he wasn't interested in me. So why was he warning me about Petrov? I'd been going to a spot in the park every day to do Denzi's homework. It was less meditating and more sitting until my legs fell asleep, watching everything around me. It wasn't unpleasant, but it did feel like a waste of time. I sat until I calmed down, then wondered if I'd overreacted. Maybe Denzi was the one who gave me the dagger. Maybe he was trying to warn me about something serious, and I'd blown him off for no reason. The note said I needed protection, and now Denzi had just warned me not to get hurt. None of it made any sense, but it made my skin crawl. Was I really in some kind of danger? "Hey there," a voice said behind me. I jumped and whirled around to find a boy with blonde hair, wearing cargo shorts, flip-flops, and Jansport backpack. He was about my age, maybe a little older. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to startle you. You're American, right?" "Canadian," I said. For some reason, I didn't want to tell him the truth. You always hear dangerous things about being an American abroad, like girls getting abducted and sold into prostitution. My mom even wanted me to sew a Canadian flag on my backpack, but I preferred to be anonymous. I didn't want to project the fact that I was a tourist, which I wasn't anyway. I was here to study, and I wanted to assimilate as quickly as possible. "Me too. Calgary. You?" "Vancouver," I said, naming the one place in Canada I'd been to. "Ryan," he said with a sheepish smile, sticking out a hand. I shook it loosely. "Samantha," I said. "Can I join you?" he asked, pointing at the bench next to me. I glanced around, wondering if this was some kind of setup, but Ryan seemed harmless, and his blue eyes were disarmingly friendly. I wasn't in the mood for company, but I shrugged it anyway. I'd just excuse myself in a few minutes and say I needed to get back to class. Ryan asked how I liked it here and went on a rant about the weirdness of Bulgarian culture, like how they shook their heads for yes and nod for no. I laughed at his impressions, and surprised myself by engaging in the conversation. I'd felt like an outsider since I arrived, but talking with Ryan felt comfortable and familiar. It soothed a piece of me that was more homesick than I realized. "Have you been clubbing yet?" Ryan asked, changing the subject. "Like dancing?" I asked. "You haven't really experienced Bulgaria until you've been to a club. Let's see, it's Friday. Yalta is only a few blocks from here. It should be good tonight. Want to go?" Part of me realized Ryan was asking me out, but he said it so casually, I wasn't entirely sure if he meant it like a date. Maybe he was just being nice and wanted to show me around. I was already thinking up excuses, but then I remembered Denzi's grip on my arm in class. He would hate it if I went out with some strange guy. Something about that gave me a twisted sense of satisfaction. Plus, he wasn't bad looking, in a guy next door kind of way. "What time?" I asked. "Want to meet back here around 10 p.m.? Ryan said. "Isn't that a little late?" I asked. "That's early," he said, flashing a smile. "Most people won't show up until after midnight." I thought about walking around Sofia at night in the dark. Then I remembered the dagger and the warning. All is not what it seems. Trust no one. "Can I invite a friend?" I asked. You could never be too careful. Chapter 7. "Relax, it's not like it's against the rules," Iskra said, the heels of her boots clicking smartly against the cobblestone street. "Then why do I feel like I'm sneaking out?" I muttered. The alleyways around the school were an unfamiliar landscape at night. Yellow street lamps cast light at sharp angles. I'd begged Iskra to come with me, and she invited Stolina to make it a girls' night out. I felt like if I showed up alone, it would officially be a real date with a guy I'd just met today, which was a loser move no matter what country you were from. Even though Ryan seemed like a nice guy, I didn't want to send the wrong message. For the same reason, I'd wanted to dress conservatively in jeans and a sweater, but Iskra told me they'd never let me in the club like that. So, in the afternoon, she escorted me to a few of the secondhand stores in the city and picked out a navy blue top for me to wear. I also found a pair of leather stiletto ankle boots, the kind I'd always loved but would never have bought myself. They were way too impractical. "Get them," Iskra said. "They suit you." I'd never bought myself something so extravagant before. I was always saving up for school, being frugal, but I'd been killing myself for the past week, and although I still had a long way to go, surviving the game in class felt like a minor victory. Plus, I'd barely spent any of my monthly allowance. I gave myself permission to splurge. Stolina gave me a black skirt. On her, it was a mini, but it almost reached my knees. And Iskra loaned me a black leather jacket. After they finished putting eyeliner and lipstick on me, I barely recognized myself. Stolina stood back and nodded. "That'll do," she said. "At least now we can be seen in public with you." I was getting to know her well enough that this time I caught the flash of humor in her eyes. Ryan was waiting for us outside the club. I was surprised to see him in slacks and dark shoes, instead of the casual outfit he'd been wearing earlier. He cleaned up well. "Are they going to let me in?" I asked, when I saw bouncers checking IDs at the door. I was still 17, and I knew the legal drinking age here was 18. Iskra and Stolina said they hadn't been to Yalta in years. I wondered how young they'd been when they started dressing like this and going to clubs. "Follow my lead," Stolina said. She went up to one of the bouncers, leaned towards him on one foot, and whispered into his ear. Her fingers pressed lightly against his chest. He waved us in. "What did you say to him?" I asked. "Just that I brought some friends who were looking for a good time." She smiled wickedly. The darkness of the club hid my blush. Inside, it was throbbing with music and lights. My jaw dropped as we went in deeper. The club was built in a bombed-out shell of a building, and the main dance floor had no ceiling at all. Massive roots were crawling up the crumbling brick walls, holding the structure together. I could see clouds and stars through the wisps of white smoke coming from a fog machine. A scattering of refurbished furniture and antiques decorated the walls, and mismatched lounge couches offered private groups the luxury of a seat. From the bottles of champagne and whiskey on the tables, those seats weren't cheap. The bass-heavy techno music pounded against my skin as we pushed through the crowd. It smelled like cigarettes, and the sickly sweet smell of cocktails and perfume, but it wasn't unbearable. Without a roof, the air was cool and fresh. Heads spun as we headed to the bar. Stolina and Iskra looked amazing. They held their chins up like royalty, and the crowd melted away like butter under a hot knife. I was too curious to do that. As I looked around, several guys smiled or nodded at me. I guess my makeover had done the trick. Though maybe I couldn't compare to my friends, at least I didn't look like an awkward American. There was something authentic about Bulgarians. I could hear it in the laughter and raised conversations. They weren't afraid to be themselves. So Ryan bought a round of drinks and leaned in close to talk, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Vodka, white creme de cacao, pineapple juice, and cream," he said. "It's kind of a classic here. You've got to try it." At first, Ryan mostly talked with Iskra and Stolina, asking them questions and laughing at their responses. I wondered if maybe he was interested in one of them, but then they went to dance and he stayed with me. I've never been much of a dancer. I just felt too self-conscious. I didn't know what to do with my body, but I enjoyed watching others. Iskra and Stolina looked like they were born to the music. It was almost like their movements were directing it. Then I realized it was no different from the game we played earlier. They could predict what notes were coming next. My drink tasted like liquid candy, and Ryan got me another one when I finished the first. After the second drink, I started to feel pretty good. I moved my body to the music and closed my eyes. Iskra came back and grabbed my hand, pulling me out to the dance floor. Ryan followed. Apart from some awkward school dances, I hadn't done much dancing. But fueled by alcohol and the loud music, not to mention the flashing lights and darkness, which made it hard to see anything, I relaxed and lost myself in the thumping beats. I don't know how much time passed, but eventually I felt a change in the music. Previously it had just been house and techno, but it warped into something with a more mystical feeling. I felt like I was connecting to something much older, something full of power. That's when I saw her, cutting through the crowd towards me. At first, I wasn't sure she was really even there. She looked completely out of place. Even in a club where every girl was wearing makeup and skimpy outfits, this chick stood out. She had a long, graceful neck, and her large, vivid eyes shone like burning emeralds against dark pockets of eyeshadow. Even with my new boots, she was about a foot taller than me. She was wearing a bikini top that barely concealed her large breasts and a hip-hugging skirt. Around her neck was a long gold chain, with a pendant that hung against her smooth, flat stomach. A white fur wrap hid her slender shoulders. She was like a Barbie doll come to life, with proportions so flawless they seemed impossible. While Stolina was painfully beautiful, in a fragile way, this girl exuded confidence and sexuality. When she passed me, her fingertips brushed my shoulder blades, and I felt my skin tremble at her touch. She reached the stage in the middle of the club, and two guys helped lift her up. That's when I first noticed the poles, one in the middle of the stage on the side of the room, and a couple more at each end, where I saw two more girls being elevated. When she started dancing, I couldn't tear my eyes away. Her arms and legs wrapped around the pole, caressing and stroking it like a lover. The display was elegant and almost pornographic at the same time. The fog machine spewed thick clouds of white smoke that made the show even more dramatic. Then I started seeing things. My vision was already a little blurry from the alcohol, but what I was seeing now couldn't be real. The girls shed their fashionably modern clothes and were wearing furs and deer skins. The long poles became beams of polishedwood with pinacones on top, and their heads were wrapped in thorned crowns that twisted like centipedes. I shook my head and the vision vanished. In the flickering lights, the dancers' arms weaved and turned exotically. It was almost like one big snake was wrapping around their bodies, and their arms were interacting with it. I didn't realize I'd stopped dancing to stare until the one in the middle, the one that had walked past me, met my eyes and lifted one eyebrow. Her intense gaze made my skin burn. "I need another drink," I yelled to Ryan, rushing off the dance floor. From the darkness of the back of the room, I watched the girl finish her dance and get off stage. Ryan came back and pulled out his wallet, but I demanded to pay for the next round. I nursed my drink, taking small sips through the plastic straw and sneaking glances at the mysterious dancer. I'm not sure what fascinated me about her. Granted, I was a little tipsy, but what I'd seen before felt like a hallucination of some kind. I'd never experienced anything so vivid and clear. Either I was losing my mind, or there was something off about her. I watched her talking with a bald guy with a black t-shirt that showed off his muscled torso. She grabbed the thick gold chain around his neck and pulled him playfully towards the bathrooms. "Be right back," I said. "Hold this for me?" I handed Ryan my drink. I didn't have a plan as I cut through the crowd. I just wanted to get a closer look. But when I entered the bathroom, I heard moaning and grunting, and my cheeks burned as I realized what I just walked into. The door banged shut behind me and I froze, afraid to make any more noise that would alert them to my presence. The guy made a final grunt, the girl a moan that was almost a howl. I stood by the mirror, pretending to fix my hair. When the girl came out of the stall, I could see the slumped figure of the man behind her. She looked at me and smiled. Red lipstick was smeared all around her mouth. She wiped it off with a paper towel. "Men are pigs," she said, giving me a knowing look. "Always wanting to make sex, yes? But then they pass out when they're done and sleep like babies." She nodded towards the stall. I had no answer to that. "I'm Karina. And you?" She put her arms around my shoulders and pulled me closer. "Are new here." Her proximity made my heart throb. I could feel her warmth against my chest and my skin flushed. Yeah, I'm Sam. I'm studying music at the Pipkov school." "Of course you are," she said, practically purring. "I knew there was something magical about you." "Magical?" "I just started this week. I'm not that good." I trailed off. Karina grabbed my chin and lifted it up until I met her eyes. "You are powerful and special. You are more than you realize. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Then she leaned in and kissed me. Her lips were soft and wet. I'd never kissed a girl before, and I was so surprised I didn't flinch, not even when she flicked her tongue out to lick my upper lip. Instead, I felt uncomfortable, and my skin prickled. "Now, I've got to finish up with my friend over there," she said, nodding at the stall. "So be a good girl and give us some privacy. Oh, and tell Denzi that Karina says hi." I left the bathroom in a daze. Ryan was chatting with Iskra, and Stolina was dancing with a ring of cute guys at once. The false confidence from the alcohol was being replaced by a heightened insecurity. Suddenly I felt obscenely out of place. What was I doing here anyway? Playing dress-up in somebody else's clothes? I didn't know what I interrupted in the bathroom, but it was obviously way out of my comfort zone. And how did that girl know Denzi? Was he comfortable with what went on in places like this? I pictured him and Karina in a bathroom stall together, which made me feel nauseous. Karina's kiss left a melancholy aching and emptiness that confused me. I'm pretty sure I wasn't into girls, but that kiss. I felt my lips with my fingers. Ryan and Iskra looked like they were having fun. I didn't blame Ryan if he liked Iskra more than me. I wasn't really interested in him anyway. The noise and crowd suddenly felt overwhelming, and my skin was crawling. All I wanted now was to cuddle up in my comfortable bed and disappear under the covers. I pushed my way through the people and stumbled outside for some fresh air. I made it to the corner before throwing up. The world was spinning, so I sank down on the curb with my head between my legs. "What do we have here?" a gruff voice said a few minutes later. "You don't look so good," said another voice. Dark, polished shoes, the ash of a cigarette. "Why don't you come home with us? It's cold out here." I looked up at the one speaking. He had dark hair and was wearing a small silver hoop in his left ear. The other one had a ponytail and a leather vest. Both needed a good shave. "Yeah, we'll warm you up," he said. Their laughter didn't sound friendly. I realized I was half a block away from the entrance on a dark street, and I'd left all my friends inside the club. Shit. I'm just waiting for my friends. They'll be here any second, I said. I stood up, aiming to show them that I was fine, but my new boots betrayed me, and I tripped forward into one of the men. He smelt like tobacco and gin. We'll just keep you company until they get here, he said, running a hand through my hair. I tried to push him away, but he put a hand around my waist and pressed my body against his. His face was rough against my palm when I slapped him, and his face contorted in anger. He grabbed my wrists and held them behind me, grinding his hips against mine while leaning forward to kiss me. I was about to knee him in the groin when he flew backwards, hitting the wall with a loud smack. Someone had pulled him off me. Denzi. I saw the flash of a knife as the other man slashed forward. Denzi dodged, then punched the man in the stomach. He curled up in a ball, gasping for breath. Denzi wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me quickly down the street. "What are you doing here?" I asked, slurring my words. "I'm taking you home," Denzi said. There was a hard edge to his voice I hadn't heard before. I was relieved he was here, but also confused. "Did you follow me here? Are you watching me?" I'd meant that to sound like an accusation, but it came across like I was flirting. The idea of Denzi watching me kind of turned me on. "I asked Petrov where you guys were. Stelina told him you'd be here, so I came to check up on you. Good thing I did. You're a tourist in a new city. You can't just go around dressed like that here. It projects the wrong kind of message." "You don't like it?" I said, pulling at the hem of my skirt and smiling up at him coyly. "That's not the point," he said, looking away. "So wait. You're saying it's unsafe to dress this way because it will make guys want me? Isn't that their problem?" "No, it's your problem if you're stupid enough to stand all alone on a dark corner at 1 a.m, and my problem if I have to fight the guys off you." Did he just call me stupid? "I can take care of myself," I said, pushing past him. "Clearly," he said, catching up to me. I don't know why I was arguing. Denzi had saved me, and leaving the club by myself had been reckless. Who knows what would have happened if he hadn't shown up, but that just pissed me off even more. It wasn't my fault that I needed protection. I'd never thought of myself as a damsel in distress, and I wasn't about to start now. When we reached Pipkov, Denzi pulled out a set of keys and opened the main door. I realized suddenly that he smelled amazing. He was wearing a black t-shirt, a jean jacket, and a pair of polished leather shoes. Had he really come out looking for me? Or was he just going to the club to hook up with someone? I couldn't help thinking about the unnaturally hot girl I'd met in the bathroom. "I don't see why I can't go out and have a little fun," I said. "It's not like you don't do it." "What's that supposed to mean?" Denzi said with an exasperated expression. "I met Karina tonight. She said to say hi. Ex-girlfriend?" Denzi's face turned red and his eyes flashed with anger. The muscles in his arms rippled as he clenched his hands into fists. It made his tattoos look alive, like the ivy was climbing up his arms. "Not exactly," he said finally, running a hand through his hair. "But she is dangerous. Stay away from her." "I didn't realize I was under house arrest," I said defiantly. Then I threw up all over Denzi's shoes. Chapter 8. I woke up to a pounding headache that seemed to fill the room with noise. Then I realized it was the sound of knocking. I groaned and rolled out of bed, pushing the hair out of my face as I opened the door. Iskra burst in, handed me a latte, and settled into the seat by the window. "I am so sorry about last night," she said. "I didn't even see you go outside. Then Denzi texted me that he'd found you and was taking you home. We came home soon after that." "It's fine," I said. "I just needed some air and then met Denzi outside the club. No big deal." I reeked of smoke and vomit. I desperately needed a shower. I blamed Ryan for getting me loaded. What was in those drinks? "So, anything happen with you two?" Me and Ryan? I asked, giving her a blank look. You and Denzi, she said, rolling her eyes. I mean, you did kind of go home together. I scoffed. Oh yeah, we had a great time. He lectured me about what a child I was, and then I threw up on him. Please shoot me. Iskra laughed. Don't worry about it. I'm sure Denzi has seen a drunk girl before. You just didn't know your limit. Next time, don't drink so much. How about you and Ryan? I asked. I saw you guys talking when I went outside. Well, he couldn't stop asking questions about you. When Denzi texted, he walked me home. That was it. Didn't seem very interested in me. She shrugged. Anyway, he's a bit too much of a Boy Scout. Any plans for today? I was trying to make conversation, but I was also getting restless. I really needed my room back so I could clean myself up. You've got a bathing suit, right? She said. Yeah, why? Saturday is spa day. An hour later, after I'd showered, Stolina joined us and we took a walk through the Central Park. The spa was a massive complex on the other side of the park, surrounded by tall trees. I read the sign on the way in. It was designed in 1908 to look like a Byzantine church, with 3 egg-shaped domes and Art Nouveau tiles, and built over the remains of a Turkish bath. Actually, Iskra said, people have been using the hot springs around Sofia since pre-Roman times. It was settled by a Thracian tribe called the Serdi, around 2000 BC, mainly for the natural hot springs in the area. They built a fortress we call the Serdica. It was taken over by the Romans in 29 BC, then the Ottomans in 1443. After that, it was liberated by the Russians in December of 1878. 7 mosques were destroyed in one night, during a thunderstorm that masked the sound of the explosions. The snow on the ground was painted red with blood. I shuddered at the scene Iskra described. Only one mosque remains, the Banya Bashi. She nodded to a small building nearby. It survived because it was so close to this spa. The Russians didn't want to risk damaging it and filling in the pools. We each got our own private dressing room and a key we could wear around our wrists. I felt self-conscious walking around with my one-piece bathing suit on, especially next to Stolina's supermodel figure. Inside it was all white marble with different pools at varying temperatures, some warm to the touch and some almost scalding hot. The rooms were filled with steam, which billowed in the white light streaming down from the skylights. The walls held mosaics and frescoes. I sighed as I let myself sink into one of the pools. It was co-ed, and the women were mostly older. The men had giant bellies protruding from the top of their Speedos, and hairy chests with large gold chains that they apparently never took off. After a while, we got up and headed outside. The spa was built in a horseshoe shape, around a large modern outdoor pool that looked almost like a water park. There was a snack shop and even a bar. Younger Bulgarians were enjoying beer and cocktails, their bronze skin gleaming in the sun. Want a drink? Iskra asked. The mojitos are pretty awesome. The thought of alcohol made my stomach turn. Maybe just a water? I asked. I'll meet up with you soon. I want to finish exploring. The spa was so big I felt like I hadn't seen half of it yet. I walked from one end to the other, checking out the exercise and massage rooms, the smaller pools, the art and the architecture. Then I followed a flight of stairs downwards and discovered a whole new level, what must have been part of the Turkish baths. The ceilings were low and curved, like the inside of a mud hut. Geometric shapes and patterns had been produced with elaborately arranged bits of broken tile. At the end of the hall, I walked into a large room that looked like an ancient underground cave. On the wall was a mosaic of a man playing a lyre, surrounded by all types of animals, and what looked like Greek letters. I tried to sound it out but failed. His big dark eyes made me wonder what kind of music he was playing. I realized this was the oldest part of the spa, one of the earlier Greek or Roman baths. The idea that different cultures had bathed here for thousands of years filled me with awe. The room was mostly empty except for one woman, so I decided to try and do my concentration homework. I found a spot by myself and shut my ease, surrounded by solid bedrock, listening to the profound calmness, a silence so complete it almost hummed. Condensation formed on the walls and fell in a rhythmic drip, drip, drip. Soon it matched my heartbeat. I kept waiting for something to happen, but it never did. I just got bored and antsy. When I opened my eyes again, I wasn't alone. I hadn't heard the woman move, but now she was sitting right across from me. I was so surprised I jumped a little. At first I thought she was staring at me, but then I noticed her eyes were completely white. She had markings on her forehead and hands, tattoos of some kind. "You like them?" she asked suddenly, her smile deepening the wrinkles around her mouth. I looked around. Was she talking to me? "Just like you, I can feel when someone is staring at me," she said. "I'm so sorry," I blushed. "I can leave. Or we can just talk openly like old friends," she said, waving one of her hands in a gesture that looked like a formal bow. "Yes, I suppose that might work too," I laughed. "Most people are afraid to talk with the Romani," she said, raising an eyebrow. I realized suddenly she'd started talking to me in English, before I'd even said a word. "Oh, I'm not from around here." "Better for me," she said. "It gets lonely when people ignore you for too long. Sure, they'll come to hear their fortunes, or maybe buy a lucky charm or two as a souvenir. But they don't want us here, even though we've been here the longest. We've been strangers in our own country since before it was a country." "I'm sorry," I said. And I meant it. I didn't know much about the politics in Bulgaria, but I knew what it was to feel like you didn't belong, even in your own home. "And for that, my dear, I'm going to give you a gift." "You don't need to do that," I said. "I insist," she said. "Now slide over here and let me feel your palm. I'm going to give you the gift of knowledge." I hesitated, but she held out her hand to me, and it felt rude to ignore her. I moved closer to her and gave her my hand warily. She seized it in a tight grip and flipped it over, spreading my fingers out with her thumb. Then she traced the lines of my palm with the fingers of her other hand. I was curious, despite myself. The gift of knowledge? Was she going to tell my future? I wasn't sure how much I wanted to know. "I see two paths before you," she said slowly, as if in a trance. Her voice echoed off the rock walls and sounded strangely like prophecy. With the steam rising around us and the ancient setting, I felt like I could be sitting with a priestess of Delphi. I held my breath as she continued. "One path will bring you power, but the other will end in death. Neither will you survive, and no matter what choice you make, the one you love will be lost to you." I tried to pull my hand back, but her grip tightened and her brow furrowed. "There is a darkness in you, child, a darkness that makes me fear. Be careful you do not let the darkness out, for you will not be able to constrain it once leaked, nor will anyone else." She let go of my hand and I reeled away from her. What the hell was that? I thought fortune tellers were supposed to say nice things, like I'd find happiness in love or get a new job and a raise. I watched her face for some sign that she was teasing me, having a little fun with a gullible foreigner, but there was no hint of humor. Instead, her face looked grave and sad. Thanks," I said, standing up to leave. "A bitter truth is always better than a friendly lie," she said. I had my hand on the door when she called out after me. "One more thing, dear. When you first came in, I thought you were a stranger to these lands, a visitor from far away. This I no longer believe to be true. You are from here. You belong here. You are simply returning for the first time." I left the room trembling, with her words ringing in my ear. I hadn't realized how warm and stuffy it had been, almost like a sauna, until I stumbled back upstairs and the cool air raised goosebumps on my skin. The one I love? What did that even mean? A few faces flashed through my mind. My mother, of course. My friends. I turned a corner too quickly and almost ran into Denzi. He was wearing tight swim trunks, and water dripped down his muscular chest and flat stomach. Without a shirt, I could see that his ivy tattoos crept from his wrist to his collarbone. The one I love. I felt exposed and vulnerable, as if he could read my thoughts. I blushed and pushed past him. I could not talk to him right now. "How are you feeling?" he asked, following me. A fortune teller just basically told me I was going to die, so not great. But I couldn't tell him that without telling him about the other part of the prophecy. And that, for just a second, I'd pictured his face. And I couldn't possibly love Denzi, we'd just met. And he was my teacher, and he wasn't interested in me. "I'm sorry about last night," I said, hoping it was what he wanted to hear and that he'd leave me alone afterwards. "Thanks for saving me." "You're my student. I've got to look out for you." His words hurt more than I was expecting them to. He was acting so distant and weird. I felt stupid for letting it get to me. But it was like he was trying to erase that first magical day when he'd made me feel special and wanted. It was, I realized now, one of the best days of my life, and he was pretending like it never even happened. "Just a student?" I asked, turning back to face him. I looked up at him through my wet eyelashes, biting my lip. He'd been attracted to me before he knew who I was. Maybe I could remind him. Maybe he did like me but was worried about getting in trouble for dating a student or something. Denzi's gaze moved over my body hungrily, but then he clenched his fists and took a deep breath. I could see he wanted me, but there was something else in his eyes. Fear, or maybe shame. Was he already with someone? "I'm sorry, but nothing can happen between us. You and I were not good for each other, and I'm not looking for a relationship." "Oh." I backed away from him. So it wasn't just a matter of me being a student and him being a teacher. He'd already told me as much already. I just hadn't wanted to believe him. He didn't like me. Or maybe he didn't think I was relationship material. I felt stupid that I'd forced him to spell it out for me. Whatever. I was a big girl. My lip was trembling, so instead of responding, I just spun on my heel and walked off. I couldn't find Stolina or Iskra outside by the main pool, so I searched the building until I heard Stolina's voice. I followed it to a smaller pool in one of the extremities of the spa. Stolina was singing something, in a language I didn't recognize, and Iskra was humming along. When I stepped inside the room, a drop of water hit me directly underneath my chin. It was falling upwards. I looked around and saw several other drops falling towards the ceiling. The girls stopped singing as soon as they saw me, and the drips changed direction, falling to the ground with a soft patter. Guilty expressions crossed their faces. They'd been doing it somehow. I was sure of it, but they didn't want to tell me about it. Fine. I was bursting to tell them about the old woman I'd met, but if they were going to keep secrets, so would I. That afternoon, I called my mother on Skype. I was feeling lonely and isolated. At first, everything here had been exciting and exotic, but the honeymoon phase was over. Now I found myself missing little things about home. Tom's Sunday night spaghetti, the one thing he knew how to cook. Becky and I sharing lunch outside. I even missed my cheap rice and ranch. Bulgaria was amazing, but it just didn't feel like home. But there was another reason for calling. That fortune teller told me I was from here. That didn't make any sense. My mom's dad was Taiwanese. My last name, Lewis, was just a translation from my mom's surname, Lee. My dad was from Michigan, at least that's what my mother had always told me. Blake Kokies. Some kind of salesman. He'd moved to Mississippi for a while, and she met him in college when she was working at a temp agency. When she got pregnant, he left. She didn't talk about him and I didn't ask, though I got the impression he was an asshole. But now I was curious. Did any of my family have history in Bulgaria? Could that be what the old woman was talking about? Tom and my mother answered the video call together, and a pang of nostalgia hit me when I saw their faces in the living room. "Hey, hope I didn't wake you. What time is it there?" 9 a.m., my mom said. "We were up, just making some coffee. How is everything? I thought you'd call sooner." "Yeah, it's been kind of crazy." How's school? A lot of work? Are you practicing? You have no idea. I held up my fingers. The teachers here are strict. They push me hard. It's so much harder than high school. Well, I should hope so. Glad to hear they're really challenging you. And the other students? There are only a few other violin players. They are way better than me. But I think I'm catching up. You just got there, Tom said. They can't expect you to be perfect. That's exactly what they expect. And what's Sofia like? The weather? The food? We chatted for a few minutes and I told them all the interesting things I'd experienced in Bulgaria. Well, not the really interesting things, of course, but the simple stuff. Listen, I said when the conversation lulled. I wanted to ask you something about Dad's family. I mean, Blake's family. I hadn't said his name in years. My mom blanched, but I continued quickly. You said he was from Michigan, but do you know anything about his parents? Where they came from? Why do you want to know, sweetheart? She asked, her face perfectly composed. I guess I'm just feeling out of place. It'd be nice to know where I came from. Family history, you know. It doesn't matter where you're from. That's not who you are. All that matters are the choices you make. She'd used this line before. I remember hearing it when I was younger, but I realized now she was deflecting, avoiding the question on purpose. But he was from Michigan, right? She shot a worried glance toward Tom, and he gave a very slight nod, a nod that said you should tell her. A gasp escaped my lips when I realized they'd been keeping something from me. Please, Mom. It's important to me. Where was Blake from? What about his parents? Michigan, she said. His whole family was from Michigan. I'd never pressed my mom like this before, and I was shocked by the expression on her face. She was lying to me, I was certain. Either she didn't know who my real father was, or she didn't want to tell me the truth. She looked nervous, and I'm pretty sure she knew her secret was out. I promise we'll talk about it when you're home next summer, she said finally. Right now, honey, you just need to concentrate on your studies. You've been very lucky to get this chance. The stipend and the scholarship. Don't get in any trouble. Just focus on the music and earn your place there. Show them what you can really do. I knew my mom was right. I was getting distracted. I was here for one reason only. It was practically my job. I should be practicing, not mooning over Denzi or going out dancing or relaxing in a spa. But it would be hard to concentrate now that I knew my mom had been lying to me my whole life. Whoever my real dad was, I was pretty sure he wasn't a traveling salesman from Michigan. I wasn't sure if Blakey was even his real name. Late that night, I heard the music again. A high-pitched note cut through my dreams. So sharp at first, I mistook it for a scream. This time, I brought the dagger downstairs with me. I wasn't sure that I was really in any danger, but it made me feel safer as I crept through the dark corridors following the sound. I stopped when I saw the light under the office door downstairs and blew out my candle. The music had disappeared, but as I approached the door, I could hear muffled voices. She's not ready. We can't risk it. That was Denzi's voice. Were they talking about me? What do you think, Milena? I heard Professor Dobreva say. She may never be ready, Professor Paleva answered. She's a fine musician, but I haven't seen anything remarkable about her yet. If she does have the gift, it may not materialize until forced. No, Denzi said. She's already suspecting something, I can tell. We need to go slowly. If we push her too fast, she might run, or worse. Don't forget what happened with David. That would be my preference too, Professor Dobreva said. Unfortunately, we don't have time for that. Now that she's been discovered, we have to assume that she's in danger, that we're all in danger. She's the last one left. They'll stop at nothing to claim her. So what exactly are you suggesting? Said Professor Paleva. Light the fire. Do whatever it takes. There was a little more, a few sentences I couldn't catch. Then I heard footsteps. I jumped back and pressed myself into the shadows just as the door opened. Only one who has raised the lyre. Already, among the shades, may sense how to return. The unending praise. Only one who with the dead ate. Of the poppy, theirs from them, will not lose the slightest. Note ever again. Wish even the image in the pond. That blurs for us often. Know the reflection. Only within the double sphere will the voices become kind and eternal. Rilke, Sonnets to Orpheus, 1922. Chapter 9. The next morning, after warm-ups, I was back with Professor Paleva. I wanted to ask her about the conversation I'd heard last night, but that would be admitting to eavesdropping, and Milena didn't seem to be the forgiving type. Whoever they'd been talking about, they'd said she was the last one left. The last of what? I didn't see how that could fit me. I wanted to tell Iskra what I'd heard over breakfast, but Petrov was there too, and I didn't want to bring it up in front of him. At least, I noticed, we all sat at the same table this time. Do whatever it takes. I wondered what that would mean for me. More homework? I was ready. I felt like I'd embarrassed myself this weekend and was ready to get to work. Whatever happened today, I needed to show that I could handle it. You don't need more drills, Professor Paleva said. Your fingerwork is good, but your music is immature. You need more heartbreak, more emotion, the sadness of the world, tragedy, suffering, death. You need to bleed into your strings. So this week we'll be working with one of the most emblematic pieces of the Bulgarian classical music, Sevdana for violin and piano, composed in 1944 by Georgy Zlatev-Cherkin. I resisted the urge to defend myself. I certainly wasn't immature, at least for my age anyway. But I kept my mouth shut. The music was slow, but full of movement. Parts of it grew larger or sped up quickly. It had a touch of flats and sharps that reminded me of music from the fiddler on the roof, or something Middle Eastern. I was desperate to get some small bit of encouragement or approval from Professor Paleva, but it never came. Not even a nod. After we'd finally gotten through it without errors, she let me go. It was already afternoon, and I'd missed lunch. And when I came out of the room, I saw Milka carrying a stack of boxes. Let me help, I said. Please, it'll make me feel useful. Stelina was lounging on a couch reading a magazine as I passed her with my arms full. You could help too, you know, I said. In Bulgaria, we let men carry the heavy stuff, she said. These aren't that heavy. I'd carried much worse at Burger Joint. Boxes of frozen meat patties and fries were much heavier than this. It keeps them big and strong, Stolina said with a shrug. And the women here thin and slender. That's the way it's supposed to be. In America, men and women all do the same things, which is why your girls are too muscled and your men are weak and feminine. My jaw dropped open. I couldn't argue with her logic, but it sounded like heresy to me. Girls are just as capable as boys. We can do anything they can do. Of course we can, Stolina said. But that doesn't mean we should. Which is more attractive? A tough woman who can help carry boxes, or a beautiful woman who makes a man feel strong? I set down the boxes on a chair. Okay, firstly, I think that depends on the guy. Bulgarian men might need to feel manly, but isn't that a sign of weakness? American guys won't feel threatened or less masculine if a girl chips in and does her fair share of the work. In fact, I think they'll respect us more for it. Secondly, why should we give a shit about what a man finds attractive? Stolina sighed. All that girl power rhetoric, what has it gotten you? Are you happier? Healthier? Do you have better sex or more love? Do you feel like you belong? Physical attraction works a certain way. Chemistry. It's a natural law. Your big ideas can't circumvent a million years of natural programming. Your body responds to a tough guy with muscles, just as a man's body responds to feminine qualities. You're spending all this effort fighting against nature to prove yourselves equal. And for what? I'm just swimming with the current. Sex is a form of power, better than physical strength or muscles. I was about to argue when Iskra showed up and grabbed my arm. Cultural differences are fun, aren't they? She smiled. But Denzi just called us back to class. He said it was a pop quiz. Ready? We didn't usually have classes in the afternoon. I wondered what was going on as I entered the classroom behind Iskra and Stolina. Petrov was already there, leaning back with his feet up on a chair. We've done this before, but not with Sam here, Denzi said. This is your assignment. It's 3 p.m. now. You've each got to go out and raise 100 euros by 5 p.m., and you must be within 1 kilometer of the school. Raise money? How? I asked. Music, Iskra said. We can play anything we want. It's easy, you just put a hat out. 100 euros in 2 hours. I'd watched buskers play before. They were lucky if they made $10 an hour. See you losers later, Petrov said, grabbing his case and leaving the room. What do we do with the money? I asked, stalling. We'll discuss that later, Denzi said. See you out there, Stolina said over her shoulder as she followed Petrov out. Why 1 kilometer? I asked. It's harder if we're all close together, Iskra explained. People might give money to the first or second street musician they see, but they won't give money to all of us, even if we're really good. So it's a competition? Great. It was going to be hard enough without the added pressure. Don't worry, Iskra said. It's really not that hard. It's more about performing in public and being aware of how people are responding to your music, Denzi said. It's confidence boosting. Unless I fail, I said. Right. So don't fail, Denzi said, a smirk on his face. Stolina will probably be at the metro stop, Iskra said, as we walked down the street towards city center. Or even inside it. Lots of foot traffic. Great sound. She'll make a killing. Petrov is probably already in front of the National Theater. That's his favorite spot. That's where I saw Denzi playing. The park is good, but too spread out. You need to draw people in close to you. It helps to be somewhere crowded. We'll go to Vitosha Boulevard. It's a big shopping street. It won't be too crowded on Monday, but still pretty good. It was farther than I expected, almost twice as far as the National Theater. Can we go this far? I asked, as we crossed over into a wide pedestrian area lined with shops. It's just within 1 kilometer, Iskra said. This street continues on for blocks. You can stay here at the entrance. I'll go down another block or two, okay? But what should I play? I asked. Anything you want. Anything the crowd likes. Don't think of it as asking for money, she said. You're giving them a gift. The experience of listening to your music. It will probably be the greatest thing they hear all month. You give them a gift, then you allow them to repay you if they feel like it. Don't overthink it. She tossed down her violin case and left it open, then started playing a lively piece of music I didn't recognize. For some reason, it reminded me of squirrels chasing each other up a tree. People started slowing down almost immediately, and soon there were a handful of people around her. After a few minutes, she stopped and made a deep bow, then smiled and gestured toward the violin case. A few people tossed in change. I even saw a 2 euro coin. See? Easy. She bent down and pocketed the money, then picked up her case. If you get stuck, play something they know. Something popular. Good luck. And then she left me, standing in the middle of the street. A few people who had been watching Iskra's performance stayed, waiting for me to begin playing, so I pulled my violin out. I felt like an idiot. I don't know why. I'd performed in public before, on stage or in small groups. But here I was completely exposed. I wished I'd thought to dress appropriately. Most street performers wore something eye-catching to stand out. I was wearing dark skinny jeans, a white tank top, and sneakers. Becky gave me a beaded bracelet before I left. It was too distracting to wear, but I pulled it out of my bag now for a flash of color. I started playing Bach's Chaconne, then Beethoven's Kreutzer Sonata. The first was slow and dramatic. The second picked up speed. They were difficult pieces I'd memorized years ago, pieces I'd won contests for playing. For a girl my age, they were damn impressive. But people didn't stop like they had for Iskra. A few dropped coins as they passed by, but I never got more than 2 or 3 people listening to me. I played the song I'd practiced this morning, what I could remember of it, and went through bits of everything else I could remember. After nearly an hour, I had less than €20 in my case. What am I doing wrong? I took a break and grabbed an orange soda from a machine nearby. I thought about how Denzi won the crowd the day I met him. The music grabbed my attention, but he held it. He looked at me and smiled. He made me feel special. Iskra did that too, throwing sly looks and grins at the people around her, moving her body with grand flourishes. In contrast, I realized I played with my head down. I didn't make eye contact with people or smile. It was almost like I didn't want anyone to notice me. I'd always thought it should be about the music, not about me. I wanted to let people experience the music by itself. But maybe that wasn't enough. Professor Paleva said I needed more emotion in my music. I was playing the right notes, but I wasn't putting enough of myself into it. Maybe that's why I couldn't get a response out of anybody else. People were hearing my music, but they weren't feeling it. 45 minutes left. This time I focused less on the music and more on connecting with the people walking past me. I sent notes out like arrows, targeting people and trying to get them to turn their head to look at me. Then I smiled at them. It was that simple. I did that a dozen times and soon had a small circle of people around me. Then other people saw my audience and came to see what was going on. The circle doubled, then tripled. My music was good. But nobody had stopped long enough to appreciate it, until they saw it was already being appreciated by others. People were so silly. I continued with the smiles, trying to make a personal connection with each listener. After each song finished, hands reached out to put more money in my case. I didn't stop to count, but when I glanced down, I could see several 5 and 10 euro bills. I was probably close to 80 euros now, or past it. I was going to make it. With the pressure off, I finally started to relax and have some fun. I played some Swift and Bieber remixes, songs I'd played around with in America. They weren't nearly as hard as the classical music I'd been trying to impress people with, but the crowd loved it. I actually got applause. By now, there were probably 100 people around me, and I had a big grin on my face. At 4:52 p.m., I was sure I had enough money, and I needed to get back to school, so I gave a deep bow and mock curtsy, then started packing up. I was picking the last coins out of the case when a 20-euro note fluttered in. I looked up to thank the generous benefactor and found Ryan smiling down at me. I hadn't seen him since the club. He'd sent a text to make sure I was okay, but I realized now I never wrote back. "You don't have to give me this," I said, handing the note back to him. "It's way too much." "That music was incredible," he said. "I've been sitting across the street listening for the last hour, so I think 20 euros is about right. I thought you said you were a music student, but that was really good. I've been to violin concerts in town, but I've never heard music like that before." "Thanks. Listen, I'm sorry about not texting you back. I felt like shit all day yesterday." "No surprise there. I'm glad you got home safe and sound, though. I was worried." "Yeah. Listen, I can't talk now. I'm actually late for school. Maybe coffee sometime this week." "Sure, it's a date." He smiled. I wanted to correct him, but the teasing look in his eyes changed my mind. It was just coffee. Besides, I really was late. I liked hanging out with Ryan, and it was important for me to have some friends outside of school. I didn't want to make things weird if I didn't have to. I was the last one back to school. With Ryan's help, I had 114.50 euros. I felt a little conflicted. Was it cheating to have a friend pitch in? Had I really earned the money with my music? But I didn't say anything. I probably would have made it anyway, even without his help. Iskra earned 197 euros, Stolina 349, and Petrov 524. How is that even possible? I asked. I secretly suspected he'd just put in some of his own money. He had enough of it, after all. It's not really about the music, Denzi said. Think of the music as a link between you and another person. You're producing a set of vibrations that can influence another person's awareness, even their mood. Imagine if you could influence specific aspects of their personality, enough to alter their behavior. What, like mind control? Not exactly, Iskra said quickly. Like I said before, you're giving them a gift. Imagine your gift is wrapped up in a nice box with a bow, and there's a note inside. And the note says, "Thank you so much for appreciating my music and for your support and generosity." The gift, the packaging, the note, even the handwriting of the note, the quality of it, all together, will influence their response. Done right, it will make them feel like being generous and giving more money. It's nothing more than any waitress does. An extra smile, a pat on the shoulder, Stolina added. I looked at her form-fitting clothes, and my stomach turned. I didn't like music being compared to a waitress flirting for tips. But that can't be the point of music. I always loved music because it wasn't like that, because it didn't depend on what you looked like or what you wore, because people could enjoy the music without caring how beautiful you were or weren't. Otherwise, it's just a popularity contest. The most attractive musician wins the most money and is the best player? That's ridiculous. I came to this school to get away from all that. I understand it's confusing, and you're right. It shouldn't matter what a musician looks like, Denzi said. But think about it this way. You've probably always been taught that the best music has measurable qualities, separate from the act of hearing. That's not true. Music is a subjective experience. 20 million people love a simple and boring pop song, and it sells a ton of singles and makes a fortune. It makes them feel good, and they want to support it. Do you believe that music isn't powerful just because it's not technically difficult? Power is in the reception of a musical piece, at least earning power. And the other kind of power, the kind music has on nature or inanimate objects, is also not inherent in the music or notes. The notes are just the transmitter of the player's intention. It's like perfume. The majority is just alcohol or some base oils that have no scent. They are there, but they aren't the point. The real value is in those few drops of precious essential oils. This conversation was getting out of control, fast. Music has power over inanimate objects? Was everybody at Pipkov crazy? I already knew they believed in something like that, but now it seemed like they were trying to get me to believe it too. Whatever, I said finally. I dug all the money out of my pocket and put it on the table. I passed your little test. I think I've earned a break. What's the matter, Milkshake? Petrov said with a smirk. Is this too hard for you? My jaw dropped in surprise and the color drained from my face. What did you call me? I asked. Isn't that your nickname? Your friends back home called you that, right? He pulled out a small notebook from his bag. My diary. You bastard. Did you steal that from my room? I snatched it away from him and shoved him backwards. I was just protecting the school. There's nothing in it anyway, apart from some very inappropriate feelings towards a certain teacher. I felt violated and betrayed. Denzi warned me about Petrov, but I hadn't listened. Going into another student's room should have been way out of bounds. I glanced at Denzi, certain that he'd be angry or punish Petrov somehow. He was the voice of authority here, after all. If you don't want people in your room, Denzi said quietly, you need to lock your door. I was crying in the bathroom when Iskra came in. It's so unfair, I sniffed. I can't believe Denzi took Petrov's side. Maybe Petrov didn't know that name was hurtful, Iskra suggested. I glared at her. Petrov knew exactly what he was doing, and Denzi didn't stand up for me at all. Is that what you want? Iskra said, putting her hand on my shoulder. To be stood up for, defended? Maybe Denzi was respecting you by staying out of it, trusting you to solve your own problems, or be able to handle a little teasing without being coddled. Her words stung, but she was right. I was being a baby. Petrov was an asshole, but he was my problem to deal with. I wasn't in kindergarten. I shouldn't ask my teachers to solve personal problems. I dried my eyes and splashed water on my face. When we came out of the bathroom, 2 men were waiting for us. I could tell by their uniforms that they were police. "Samantha Lewis?" the first man said. He had a wide, handlebar mustache and was holding a notepad. "Yes," I said. "I'm Detective Kostadin. You were at Yalta last Friday with your friends, right?" he asked. I glanced at Iskra. What was this about? "I was there," I said. "Why?" 3 men disappeared Friday night. They never came home and missing person reports were filed. Do you recognize any of them? Before you answer, we have a witness that saw you talking to 2 of them outside. Then he showed me the photographs. The first 2 were the men who stopped me outside, the one with the earring and the one with the ponytail. The other was the bald man I'd seen going into the bathroom with Karina. I shook my head. I was pretty tipsy. Some guys harassed me outside for a minute, but then left me alone. I didn't see their faces. I didn't mention Denzi. I wasn't sure how much he'd already told the police. Denzi brought me back to school, and those guys were fine when we left them. Even if he'd gone back later to teach them a lesson, they wouldn't have gone missing. I thought about telling the police I'd seen the other guy with Karina getting it on in the bathroom, but I wasn't sure if public fornication was a crime. I remembered the grunts and moans, the red smudge around Karina's mouth, and the stiff, unmoving body in the bathroom stall. My skin prickled, and my palms started to sweat. I assumed they'd been getting it on in there, but Denzi specifically told me she was dangerous. But there was no way she'd actually murdered that guy right in front of me. Right? The cops were staring at me, waiting for more information. I saw Denzi watching us from down the hall, his face a mask. He hadn't offered any information when I'd lied about the 2 men, so he knew I was covering for him, which made everything worse. It was almost like he was guilty of something, and I still hadn't figured out the relationship between him and Karina. I could have put the cops on her trail, but I didn't really know whether she'd done anything wrong, and she'd kissed me. How would I explain that to the police or to Denzi? Like I said, really tipsy. I shrugged. Sorry, I can't be more helpful. The detective handed me a card and told him to call me if I remembered anything else. I promised I would, even though I hoped I'd never see him again. Chapter 10. We're taking a field trip, Denzi said when I came downstairs on Tuesday morning. He led me out to the parking lot behind the school and pulled a helmet off a large black motorcycle. You can't be serious, I said as he handed it to me. Instead of responding, he just strapped on his own helmet and straddled the bike. Hop on. It's important. You might even have fun. He gave me the smallest of smiles, daring me with his green eyes. Then he put on sunglasses and revved the engine. I'd had trouble sleeping after yesterday's brush with the police, and I'd been dreading class. I wasn't sure I could focus on music with everything else that was going on. Not 1, but 3 missing people, and I might have been the last person to see them. How was that even possible? I'd been planning to ask Denzi about it this morning, after class or when we had a moment alone. Now he wanted to take me somewhere alone, just the 2 of us. My mom would have said that getting on the back of a motorcycle was dangerous, and going off alone with someone who could possibly be responsible for 2 missing men was suicidal. But I was pretty sure Denzi wouldn't hurt me. A tiny sliver of doubt made my pulse race, but I pushed through it and climbed on the bike behind Denzi. I grabbed his waist, wiping my palms against his jacket. He smelled like leather and fresh earth after a rainstorm. We cut through the city towards the mountains. After 30 minutes of riding, mostly uphill, we pulled off onto a dirt road, which led into a small valley between 2 hills. In the valley was an assortment of makeshift huts, pop-up tents, and lean-tos. There was even an old-fashioned covered wagon with wheels. 2 young girls were washing laundry in a nearby creek, scrubbing colorful garments against a washboard by hand. "Welcome," said a booming voice from behind us. "It's been a while, my friend." The man embraced Denzi and thumped him firmly on the back. He was wearing suspenders, wool pants, and a feather in his cap, and had a thick black mustache that curled at the ends. "I'm Kamosicus," he announced proudly, giving me a little bow. "Gypsy King extraordinaire." "Sam," I said, unsure whether I should bow or curtsy in return. "I don't like you using that term," Denzi said. "It's derogatory, a racial slur against the Romani people." "It used to be," Kamosicus grinned, "but the Americans have reclaimed it to refer to a wandering spirit or free soul, like this one here." A little girl ran up and jumped into Denzi's arms. She was wearing a patchwork dress of bright colors and patterns. He swung her around before placing her gently on her feet again. "My daughter Aisha," Kamosicus said, "Princess of the Romani." "I've never met a real princess before," I said, kneeling down to her. "It's a rare privilege," she said with her dark, serious eyes. "You're lucky to have been so fortunate." Her sass made me laugh. "Why don't you show our guests around?" Kamosicus said. Aisha grabbed my hand and led me forward, with Denzi trailing behind us. Aish pointed out the garden, which was just behind the kitchen, an open area where 2 women were slicing up vegetables. An enormous slab of raw meat was hanging nearby, and a black dog was chewing on a bone. Then she brought us to the school, which was a tent with a handful of books and a broken chalkboard. The bathroom was a hole in the ground with a wooden covering, a sheet hung on a line for privacy. "And this," she said with great gusto, waving her hand like a showgirl, "is my home. Please take off your shoes as you enter." I ducked my head to enter the tent. Inside it was sparsely furnished with 2 cots. The smaller one was filled with crude, handmade dolls made of fabric scraps. Aish was so proud of them, my throat constricted. The poverty was heartbreaking. We went back outside and Aish left to get us drinks. "People choose to live like this?" I asked when Denzi and I were alone. "It looks like a temporary shelter for political refugees." "They are in a way," Denzi said. "They refuse politics. The cost is modern comforts, but the reward is a freedom unlike any you've ever known." I looked around the little village again. I couldn't imagine myself living here. I wouldn't last a day. "Why did you bring me here?" I asked. "In class, you've been learning control. But you learned yesterday. There is more to music than the notes. Here I want you to let loose. Romani music is powerful in its freedom." "That's it?" "That's it. I want you to relax and have some fun. I think school has been hard on you. Too much pressure." "It's not just school," I said. "It's everything. And I can't just relax and pretend like none of it is happening. The police yesterday, those missing men, what was that all about? You know something, don't you?" Denzi scowled and ran a hand through his hair. You didn't—" "What? Kill them? No, of course not." "But you know what happened to them?" "Look, I can't explain everything right now. I will, I promise. But not today, not here. There are some things that can't be explained. They can only be experienced." "What about Karina? You said she was dangerous." "She is. She seemed friendly to me when I talked with her. Her friendship comes at a great cost. Make sure you know the price." I nodded. I liked that he was giving me a choice rather than a command. I could make my own decisions. "There's one more thing I need to show you." He led me back behind the tents, where the hill rose sharply. Parts of the cliff face were exposed, and large chunks of concrete rubble lay around the base. Wait, not rubble. Ruins. I gasped as I realized we were standing on a stone platform, looking at the remains of some kind of ancient temple. I could see engravings on some of the stones, broken bits of wings or chipped faces. Looking around again, I saw that the ruins spread throughout the settlement, but were mostly concealed. A stone archway, with shacks leaned against it and clothes hanging from the edges. A row of pillars, nearly hidden behind a pile of corrugated metal and rusting traffic signs. This place was a dump, built on a fortress. "Why isn't anybody taking care of it?" I asked. "Why would they let the gypsies live here?" "It's too remote to turn into a tourist attraction," Denzi said. "There are much better archaeological sites, more preserved. This one is small and almost completely destroyed. They used to send police or officials out to chase the Romani away, but they just kept coming back and setting up again. Eventually, everybody gave up. Nobody cares enough, and the Romani are hard to get rid of. Plus, they belong here. Kamozakis and his family are descendants of the people who settled here originally." "Greeks?" I asked. "Thracians. In 168 BC, after the Third Macedonian War, Thrace lost its independence and became a tributary to Rome. They've been virtually homeless ever since." Denzi played soccer with the children, and I helped some of the women prepare the food. When dusk set in, some men built a campfire, and we cooked the meal in wrapped tinfoil and covered pots in the open flames. The meat was earthy and cooked with cumin. The vegetables were spiced with pepper, oregano, and rosemary. "Wild boar," Denzi said, chewing on a rib. "And all the herbs and vegetable are grown here." "The only thing we don't make is wine," Kamosakis said, "but don't think I haven't tried. Mine always tastes like piss." He passed out a variety of mugs, with different slogans or logos on them, and filled them from a jug. I took a sip to be polite, but soon dumped my cup and filled it with water instead. I wanted to keep my head clear. A heavy man with a thick beard had an accordion and kept the music flowing as the sun set behind the hills. Denzi finished his mug and refilled it. After a while, his cheeks were glowing, and his face lit up with a smile. In the firelight, he was beautiful. I realized I hadn't seen him smile, not really, since that first day. Since then, he'd always been reserved around me. This was the real Denzi, the one radiating energy and happiness. Kamosakis got out a fiddle and began to play. It was joyful, lively music. Aish took my hand and we joined a circle of people, spinning around the campfire. There were kicks and steps involved, but it was too quick. It was all I could do not to trip over my own feet. The stars were out now, and the sparks from the fire rose up like fireflies. Someone had placed torches throughout the camp, and they lit up the ancient stones, spotlighting the archaeological ruins around us. Then the music turned darker. Kamosakis pulled his bow across the strings slowly, letting out haunting, painful music. It warbled, and sometimes sped up, without losing its tragic quality. It sounded Arabic to me. I pictured Bedouins in the desert. The wail of a bereaved lover or widow. The death of a child. Hunger and famine. Disease and death. I could feel all of these things in the music, almost as if Kamosakis was painting images directly into my mind. I was already captivated when Denzi brought out his flute. When the two instruments merged, the music became magical. The wood flute was rough and breathy. It sounded like a bamboo pipe. Denzi played faster and faster, until I was out of breath with him, panting along with the music as my heart raced. I felt like I was doing cartwheels at the edge of a cliff, and if I took one false step, I would plunge to my doom. Together, the fiddle and the flute filled the air with palpable notes. They bounced around the meadow, darting off tents and the canyon walls. Then they returned to the center and spun around the fire, whipping the flames into a fury. I could see this happening. First, the flames of the fire started spinning slowly, like water in a drain. But then the fire doubled in size, roaring as if it were feeding directly on the music. The heat on my face and skin made me sweat. I stood up and took a couple steps back, and that's when I saw the figures in the fire. Faces peering out at Yus, arms reaching up towards the ski. This can't be happening. Aish took my hand and pulled me down to her. "Don't be afraid," she whispered. "They can't hurt us." Who are they? I asked, mesmerized by the images. The lost, the fallen, the remembered. I felt a chill go down my spine, despite the raging fire. I looked over at Denzi and froze. For a fraction of a second, it looked like he had a pair of pointy ears and curved horns framing his head like a crown. I stumbled backwards and ran away from the fire, sucking in the cool, crisp air. I'd seen things at Yalta, but I'd blown it off because I'd been drinking. This was different. Now I was hallucinating sober. Away from the smoke and the fire, I caught my breath. Maybe they put something in the food? But I seemed fine now. I waved my hand in front of my face. Then I tried climbing up one of the fallen pillars and jumping off. My balance was fine. I heard footsteps and saw Denzi approaching. I scanned his hair, but it was totally normal. He looked the same as always. Maybe it was just smoke before, or his hair sticking out in a weird way. He handed me a cup of water. Our fingers touched briefly when I grabbed it. I shivered, and he grabbed a blanket from a nearby tent and put it over my shoulders. His face was lit by cool blue moonlight on one side and orange-red from the fire on the other. What happened? He asked, rubbing my shoulders to warm me up. I saw people in the fire. Aisha saw them too. Are they real? Define real, Denzi said with a half-smile. They could be loved ones we've lost, spirits, ancestors, although they might just be our own projections and memories, displaying back to us. How is that even possible? I asked. Fire is inherently unstable. It's the energetic combination of various substances with oxygen to release light and heat. The vibrations of music are real too. Audible mechanical waves of pressure and displacement. They move through a medium of variable viscosity like air or water. Talking like the Science Channel doesn't make it more believable, I said, finishing the cup and handing it back to him. You don't have to believe in it. You don't even have to understand it. You just have to accept it. Is that why you brought me here? I brought you here to experience it. Let's pretend for now that it's all in your head. That music distorted your perception of reality. Is that easier to accept? No. My first instinct was that you drugged the wine, or the food. That food was probably the purest you've ever eaten, and the wine was just wine. But you saw something tonight, right? The only other factor was the music. Don't tell me it wasn't special, that it didn't make you feel something you've never felt before. Denzi was standing so close to me I could feel the energy between us. It felt like a gas leak waiting for a spark to explode. Music wasn't the only other factor. I blushed, but didn't want to admit the way Denzi made me feel. Okay, I nodded. So the music made me see stuff. I'll pretend to accept that for a minute. Please continue, Associate Professor. For now, just hold on to this idea, that through music you can alter the reality and experiences of other people. Is that what happened? I asked. Maybe. Or maybe the music shaped the fire. It doesn't matter what you believe, actually, but the possibilities need to be considered, without being discarded. I wondered what possibility included Denzi having horns, but shrugged the thought away. It was easier to believe I'd been under the influence of the music and seeing things that weren't there. It was too late to drive home, so Kamosikis told us to stay the night. He had me sleep with Aish, and Denzi got his own tent nearby. Inside the tent was warm, with a soft mattress and a pile of thick, warm blankets and furs. Knowing Denzi was sleeping in another tent nearby made it hard to relax. I couldn't stop thinking about him, wishing he was here next to me. After tossing and turning for an hour, I got up to get a drink of water. The camp was silent now. The embers of the campfire were still glowing, and I could hear the trickle of the stream nearby. I paused outside of Denzi's tent, listening for the sound of breathing to tell if he was asleep. Nothing. Overcome with curiosity, I stuck a finger gently between the tent flaps and pulled it back slowly so I could peek inside. My heart was pounding as I put my face against the small hole and looked into the darkness of the tent. There was no one inside. A sharp crack in the woods made me jump. I raced back to my own tent and dove inside. I buried myself in the warm blankets, hoping no one had seen me snooping around like a stalker. In the morning, Aish poked me awake and pulled me out of the tent. It was early. The sun wasn't up yet, and a light mist spread through the camp, blocking some of the view. Tall pine trees surrounded the meadow and climbed up the steep hills. There was dew on a patch of bright red wildflowers. Kamosikis handed me a cup of strong coffee in a tin mug. Denzi was bathing in the creek, wearing only a pair of boxers. I tried not to watch him, but kept stealing glances. His body was covered in dirt, like he'd been buried alive last night. Where was he when I checked his tent? With the forest behind him, his green ivy tattoos almost seemed like camouflage. He looked up and caught my eye. I turned away quickly, studying my shoes. Before leaving, I saw Denzi pull an envelope out of his pocket and hand it to Kamosikis. It was stuffed with cash and coins. Somehow I knew it was the money we raised busking. 2 hours of your time, Denzi said to me as we were leaving, and you've helped feed these people for the next month. That's the power of music. At first I was awed. Denzi came up here just to support these people. I was proud to be part of it, but then I saw Kamosikis carry a large basket to Denzi's bike and strap it on the back. It looked heavy. He was getting something back for his money. When no one was looking, I raised the lid on the basket and peeked inside. It was filled with fresh, bloody meat. Chapter 11. Denzi and I showed up late to school, so morning classes were canceled. It didn't affect the other students much. It's not like they needed more practice. I took a long shower, then pulled on a pair of tights, a burgundy skirt, and a green sweater. I even put on Becky's bracelet. I was getting used to the feel of the colored beads against my wrist. We practiced for an hour, then broke for lunch. So, you and Denzi, huh? Iskra teased over sandwiches. We'd ordered them next door, and they came with a fried egg inside and French fries. It was just a field trip, I said, blushing. Even though nothing had happened, I still felt like I'd broken through some barrier with Denzi. He smiled at me now and encouraged me in class. But I didn't want to read too much into it. Maybe this was just part of his teaching process. At school it was business as usual, but I no longer felt terrified by the need to impress. We played the music game again, only this time instead of just stealing the music from each other, we were supposed to steal it and change the emotion. The hardest part was not being overcome by other people's music. I caught the music from Denzi, but his music was so powerfully heartbreaking, it was like I'd forgotten how to be happy. I was sinking in a gray fog when Iskra took the lead from me, and her upbeat tune pulled the sadness out of my body. The whole room seemed to change color and become brighter. I was beginning to understand what music was really capable of. I wondered why it had never affected me this much before. Maybe I'd never heard the right music. Or maybe I just wasn't listening properly. In the afternoon, I got called into Professor Dobreva's office again. It had only been a week since I arrived, but somehow I already felt like a different person. My world had gone from banal to incredible in a very brief span. Professor Dobreva took off his glasses when I came in. Today he looked less like Mr. Rogers and more like a dashing professor. He'd rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and loosened his black tie. I realized I'd never heard him play. He must be really good. Denzi tells me you've been making progress, he said, offering me a cup of hot tea. He had an electric kettle and some cups on a small table behind the desk. I guess so, I said, though I'm not sure how much I really could have improved in such a short time. I'm not talking about your playing, he said, folding his hands together on his desk and frowning at me. What have you learned since coming to Pipkov? I wasn't sure what he was asking of me. Was I supposed to admit what I'd seen in the fire yesterday? In the light of day, it sounded crazy to talk about. I wonder if it had been a test, maybe to see how gullible or impressionable I was. I decided to play it safe and just repeat what Denzi had told me about Pythagoras. Music is a power, I said hesitantly, and it can affect the material world, or at least our perception of it. The corner of his lip twitched. There was a long pause, but finally he said, "Good enough." Then he pushed something across the desk towards me. It was an old leather book with frayed bindings. "That's a book of poetry written by Rainer Maria Rilke." The title was stamped into the cover with gold foil. I traced the embossed letters with my fingertips. Sonnets to Orpheus. "Have you heard of Orpheus before?" he asked. It sounded vaguely familiar. We'd studied Greek mythology in high school. God of music?" I guessed. "Not exactly," Jenny said, going into teaching mode. "Orpheus was a musician, poet, and prophet. The earliest reference to him comes from the 6th century BC. According to the stories, Orpheus's music and singing could charm the birds, fish, and wild beasts, coax the trees and rocks into dance, and divert the course of rivers. He's usually shown with his lyre, surrounded by animals, because he could make wild beasts tame. That must have been who I saw in the mosaic at the spa. His wife was Eurydice, right?" The story of Orpheus was coming back to me now. I'd read it years ago and had loved the idea, but forgotten the names. She died, and he gained entry into hell with his music. He charmed Hades and Persephone so much that they let him retrieve Eurydice from death. But he wasn't supposed to turn back to look at her until he was out, and he turned back too early and lost her forever. "That's right," Professor Dobrova said, stirring his tea. "Or at least that's the version you'll find in common mythology books, stories for children. Most people consider them fanciful tales, full of magic and impossible feats. At Pipkov, we understand the stories a little differently. Would you like to know how?" The question sounded ominous, but I nodded. The figures of Orpheus and Pythagoras embody two fundamentally different perspectives on music that together circumscribe the foundation of Western attitudes. Until at least the 16th century, and in many cases beyond, Pythagoras was credited with having discovered music's essence, what it is, while Orpheus was hailed as the paradigmatic musician who demonstrated music's effect, what it does. These contrasting figures were never perceived in opposition to each other, however, nor even as two sides of the same coin. Their relationship was understood as one of mutual reinforcement. Pythagoras's explanation of music's essence was at the same time an explanation of its effect, as realized through the hands of Orpheus. Tower. My fingers itched for a pen and a notebook so I could write some of this down. I wasn't sure if I'd understood everything, but it sounded like the same thing Denzi told me yesterday, that music could change things. I might not have believed it a few weeks ago, but everything I'd seen since arriving in Bulgaria was wearing down my natural skepticism. "Okay," I said after taking a sip of the herbal tea. It tasted like peppermint and dandelions. "But what has that got to do with me?" "On the surface, Pipkov is just a music school, but our actual mission is practical musicology. We play music to do things, but we also have a greater purpose. Orpheus didn't invent the lyre, but he did perfect it. According to legend, his instrument was so finely tuned that it enabled him to do supernatural things, not only to have total control over his physical surroundings, but also the power to summon and direct the course of gods. He was a prophet in the very loose sense that he could summon Dionysus and confer with him directly. When he was younger, he preached freedom, love, and joy. He started a religious movement that was in stark contrast to the patriarchal social norms of the times. Women especially were attracted to the movement. They left their fathers and husbands to spend time in the woods, dancing and drinking wine. They were called bacchantes, followers of Dionysus. They unlocked certain natural mysteries, which gave them superhuman strength and longevity. The intoxication that they sought was that of enthusiasm, which meant union with the god. In this frenzied state of being enthused by Dionysus, his followers were like one living animal, roving through the wilderness, destroying anything they came in contact with. This would usually be a sacrificial animal, and the act was frequently followed by omophagia, the eating of the raw flesh of the one dismembered.
I shuddered. How had we gone from music to eating raw flesh in under a minute?
I hope you're not telling me that vampires are real, I said, trying to lighten the tension. Are you a Shakespeare fan, Miss Lewis? There's a passage I quite like from A Midsummer Night's Dream. Theseus gives a long speech about how lovers, lunatics, and poets are all crazy and invent fanciful tales. Hippolyta responds, "But all the story of the night told over, and all their minds transfigured so together, more witnesseth than fancies images, and grows to something of great constancy. But howsoever, strange and admirable." Do you know what that means? That if enough people are telling the same strange stories, it might have some basis in truth? Professor Dobreva nodded and smiled at me, and I was grateful for the AP English class I'd taken last year. I realized he hadn't answered my question, and my skin prickled under my clothes. Something weird was going on, and I was getting uncomfortable trapped alone with Dobreva in his office. I hoped he'd get to the point soon. I smoothed down my skirt, then crossed my arms. The Bacchantes were destroying the fabric of society. They were lawless and dangerous. They hated most men and ridiculed them. They refused to be bound to any authority. Legend has it that Orpheus saw this destruction, this chaos and anarchy, and broke off from the Bacchantes. He turned away from Dionysus completely and devoted himself instead to Apollo, the god of reason and order. For this trespass, the Bacchantes found him and tore him apart. My throat tightened. What a terrible way to die. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "So that you know how dangerous music can be. Orpheus and his followers found power, and with it, freedom. But too much freedom, in the wrong hands, can be deadly. There may come a time when you have to choose between your own freedom and the freedom of others. I hope these stories will help you make more informed choices. Your new homework," he said, "is twofold." He pulled out a tall white candle in a silver candlestick holder and placed it next to the leather book. "First, read the sonnets of Orpheus by Rilke. Second, blow out this candle, using only music." Chapter 12. I spent the next few days in my room, trying to stir enough wind with my violin to blow out that damn candle. I practiced so much I burnt all the way through the candle and had to ask Milka to find me a few spares. So far, I hadn't been able to make a dent in the flame. All you need to do is make the waves of your music resonant enough to attach to the air molecules and stir them, Iskra said at lunch, as if we were talking about a science experiment rather than a magic trick. She picked the tomatoes out of her salad and added a dash of black pepper. The small kitchen in the lounge upstairs was well stocked, and I found out we could order from several nearby restaurants and they'd deliver to us. I'd been eating at school or sometimes in my room. In the mornings, we practiced the improv games in Denzi's class. In the afternoon, Professor Paleva worked with me on ever more difficult sheet music. I stayed up late practicing. My fingers were like steel, and I was improving. But it didn't matter. Everyone seemed to be waiting for me to do the impossible. My 15-minute breaks became the highlight of my day. I stretched them out to 30 minutes, then 45. Nobody said anything or asked where I was. Sometimes I sat in the park. Sometimes I went out by myself for a coffee or a plate of French fries or a slice of cheesecake. I left my violin at home and tried to forget about how strange my life had become. I was deep within the rabbit hole. The police hadn't returned, but I couldn't stop thinking about the 3 men that had disappeared. Maybe they just left on a sudden vacation, without telling anyone. There seemed to be some connection I was missing. Deansy swore he didn't have anything to do with it, but he was hiding something. In fact, I had the feeling everyone at Pipkov was keeping secrets, and that terrified me. I was struggling to comprehend or believe in all the things they'd already revealed. How much more could there be? If I passed this test with the candle, what would they have me try next? Raising the dead, like Orpheus did with Eurydice? But what choice did I have? I'd swallowed the red pill. If my life in Meridian seemed unbearable before, I couldn't fathom how miserable I would be if I tried to return home now. I had to see this through. But how? I'd accepted that in theory, Blowing out the candle should be possible. Obviously, it was like what happened during that concert in America when I was playing GP Telemann, the reason I was brought here. But it had been an accident. I tried to remember how I was feeling that day. Angry and frustrated. That's pretty much how I felt all the time now. So that part was easy. I played everything Telemann had ever written, and everything else I knew, and all the new music Professor Paleva had given me. As the hours passed, I watched the candle burn down until the wax pooled at the base. I just couldn't do it. On Thursday morning, I got a text from Ryan about the coffee I owed him. I needed to get away from school for a while anyway, so I told him I was free at 3 p.m. He was waiting for me outside school with 2 cups of coffee, wearing Crocs, dark jeans, and a pink polo shirt. I thought the whole point of coffee was for me to treat, I said, taking the cup from him. Plus, actually going for coffee. What are we supposed to do now? Something better, Ryan grinned. There's this awesome flea market on Thursday afternoons. It's epic, you've got to see it. I shrugged. It sounded like a welcome distraction. We walked down the street, then hopped on a bus. Ryan talked about home, his 3 brothers, and the university he was from. I knew he was an exchange student here for a year, but I hadn't asked what he was studying. Economics, it turned out. I tried to think of something to ask him about that, but couldn't. He laughed at my blank expression. I know. It's like the world's most boring subject. Kind of a conversation killer. But it's like what? The study of money, math and stuff. Only slightly more interesting. Accounting, economic statistics, public and corporate finance, money and banking, international economics, quantitative methods of economic analysis, informatics, economic history, law, labor economics. You're right. It's the world's most boring subject, I said with a smirk. Why would you study that? What do you want to do with it? I like to think of it as the study of value. Why do people value certain things? How does their experience of the thing change their appreciation of it? And how does that change its perceived worth? What they're willing to pay for it? That sounds more like psychology, I said. That's my minor, the psychological indications and repercussions of microeconomic theory. I raised my eyebrows at him. Most people just study large patterns, cultures, events. I like to think in terms of one specific person. What are they thinking and feeling? Why do they want to buy something? What can we do to make them want it more? That would be useful in business, I said. The bus seats were so close, our elbows kept bumping together. He smelled like citrus. I think it was laundry detergent. What about you? How's school? I practice all the time, I said. I was actually going a bit crazy in there, so thanks for springing me. Anytime, he said. You don't have to wait for me to text, Just let me know when you're bored and we can go do something. We got off the bus just outside the city. The area was flat, with big square buildings that looked like warehouses and a sprawling parking lot that was currently occupied by dozens of booths, followed by hundreds of little makeshift stands. People were selling wares on folding tables and blankets. A sign said Bidaka Market. My pulse raced in anticipation. I loved vintage shopping. I hadn't sent anything home yet, and I wanted to find something for my parents and Becky, something besides the tacky tourist stuff that they sold downtown, that had scenes of Sofia but said made in China on the bottom. I'd never been to a market this big before. There were belts, backpacks, food and snacks, a whole table of antique cameras, boxes of toys, furniture, piles of clothing, shoes laid out in pairs, electronics, coins and silverware, typewriters, just about everything you could imagine. I could smell the row of food vendors before we saw them. The market was flooded with the aroma of fried meat, garlic, and spices. My favorite stalls were just a collection of weird and random junk, including statues, paintings, and antiques. There were reindeer skulls with horns, sunglasses, and even a booth selling guns. Real ones, not the air-powered ones that shot plastic BBs. And we'd barely gotten started. We passed a whole table full of mismatched porcelain teacups. Another table just had war stuff, gas masks, uniforms, swords, and daggers. I looked for something like the dagger I'd found under my pillow, but didn't see anything. I wondered if it had come from here. I lingered at a table full of musical instruments: violins, guitars, electric keyboards, tubas, trumpets, flutes, and an accordion. I wished I'd brought more cash with me. The worst violin they had looked better than mine. Maybe that was my problem. I was trying to do magic with the crappy second-hand violin my mom had bought in America. But if that was all, somebody at Pipkov would have told me, right? If I was going to get a new one, I should get a great one, not something I picked up cheap in a flea market. I bought Becky one of those stacking wooden dolls, painted to look like Darth Vader. I got my mom an embroidered tablecloth. It took 2 hours to reach the end of the market. Here on the fringes, the blankets were more spread out, the items more random and junky. Car parts, broken appliances. One old man with dark weathered skin and a blue leather jacket was standing behind a display of several retro suitcases, overflowing with old photos. As I scanned the stacks, one of them caught my eye. I leaned over to pick it up, and my eyes widened. Time seemed to slow down, as adrenaline coursed through my body. My heart was pounding and my palms grew moist. "What is it?" Ryan asked, putting a hand on my shoulder to stabilize me. "What's wrong?" I couldn't find the words to respond. The hand holding the photo was trembling. It looked like an old Polaroid and showed a younger version of my mom. She looked like she was in her early 20s. Next to her was my dad. I mean my real dad. I'd seen a picture of him before. My mom showed me one a few years ago. Dark hair, eyes as blue as the ocean. They were both smiling and laughing. "It's my mom," I said, my voice shaky. "She was here. She never told me." But that's not why my knees felt unstable, and my world was spinning. Next to them in the photo was Denzi, looking exactly like he'd looked this morning in class. This photo must be 20 years old at least, and he hadn't aged a day. Chapter 13. I dug through the suitcases looking for more pictures. I found a few more of my mom and Blake, but mostly they were just landscapes or snapshots. There were no other photos of Denzi. My rational mind tried to pacify me. There was no way it was him in the picture. Maybe it was his father or a relative, or it just looked like him. Exactly like him. I bought all the photos I could find of my parents. They only cost a few coins. Then I told Ryan I didn't feel well and needed to go home. He didn't press me on the bus ride. He probably thought I was freaking out over nothing. So what if my mom took a trip to Europe when she was younger? It was a little weird she'd never told me about it, even after I decided to study in Bulgaria, but not worth getting this upset over. I didn't tell Ryan what was really bothering me, discovering one of my teachers was older than he looked. And actually, I shouldn't have been so shocked. I'd already crossed over into the realm of the impossible, but moving papers around with music and immortality didn't seem like the same thing. Did Denzi just not age? How old was he if that was really him in the picture? Professor Dobreva said the followers of Dionysus had unnatural longevity. What was the word he used? Omophagia, the eating of raw flesh. But I thought he was talking about ancient mythology. Then I remembered Stolina's special diet and the meat Denzi had picked up from the Romani. Was everybody at Pipkov a follower of Dionysus? I said a hasty goodbye to Ryan and rushed back to school. It was late afternoon already. I couldn't find Denzi in any of the classrooms. Confronting him directly was probably dumb. What if he was planning on eating me or something? What if I was brought here as some kind of sacrifice? But if that were true, why go through all the trouble of teaching me to be a better musician? It didn't add up. Plus, I really couldn't picture Denzi hurting me. He'd always made me feel so safe. After I searched the school and the grounds, I was still restless. Milka said the teachers lived outside the school. I considered sneaking into the office and trying to find Denzi's home address. But I wasn't sure what came next. Would I pound on his door like a lunatic? Maybe it was better to talk to my mom first anyway. She didn't pick up the first time I called. Bulgaria was 8 hours ahead. She was probably at work already. I dialed again and waited. Hello? I felt a flood of relief when I heard her voice. Hi, Mom, it's me, I said, sinking onto my bed. In that moment, I was more homesick than I'd ever been. I bit my lip so I wouldn't start crying. Is everything all right? I can't really talk right now. I found a picture of you and Dad. I mean Blake. When were you in Europe? There was a long pause, and I heard her telling someone else to excuse her for a minute, then the sound of a door closing. Where did you find the photo? She asked when she came back to the phone. At a flea market. There were several. I always wondered what happened to that roll of film, she said, sighing. Why didn't you tell me? This isn't a conversation we should have over the phone, she said. Why not? Did you and Blake go together? I thought you met him in college. I lied, she said. My jaw dropped. I hadn't expected her to admit it so easily. I wondered what else she'd lied about. I wanted to tell you before. I just couldn't. I was too embarrassed. About what? What couldn't you tell me? Blake isn't American, she said. I heard her sniff, and her voice wavered. I went to Europe after high school. I was 18. I met a boy and fell in love. Blake told me he was from England, but we met in Prague. We had the most magical time together. He told me he'd come visit me in America. I really believed him. She let out a quiet sob on the other end of the line, and my heart ached for the young girl in the picture, who looked so carefree and happy. I didn't find out until I was pregnant until I got back to America. I never heard from him again. Was his name really Blake Coates? That's what he told me. I tried looking him up, but never found him. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you. I was just so ashamed. I didn't want you to think less of me. I couldn't tell my parents either, so I made up the other version of the story. At least in my version, we dated for several months instead of a week. A week? So I was basically the result of a summer fling, an accident. I felt empty inside, worthless. It wasn't that different from what I already knew about my father, that he hadn't wanted me, but this somehow made it worse. He never even knew about me, and he was from Europe. Maybe I could still track him down. My heart fluttered at the thought, but that could wait. I'm so sorry, honey, she said, her voice breaking. I always meant to tell you, but then it seemed like maybe it didn't matter anymore, and things were going so well for you. I thought if I told you before you left, you'd change your mind and want to stay home, and this opportunity was just so perfect for you. It's okay, Mom. Really, I understand. Thank you for telling me. One more thing. Was Blake alone? There's someone else in the picture, a guy with long blonde hair. He was traveling with a friend of his named Denzi. A musician, I think. I only met him a few times. After talking with my mom, I grabbed my computer and looked for Blake Coates. I tried Facebook, Google, LinkedIn, everywhere. I found lots of hits, but nobody with my dad's face. It was like he disappeared. If he was still around, he didn't use the internet. And what kind of person didn't use the internet? I always thought my dad was just some loser from Michigan, a dead end. But now I realized he could be so much more. What was he doing with Denzi? Did that mean he was somehow involved in whatever was going on at Pipkov? The possibility of meeting him thrilled me, but if I couldn't find him online, the chances of tracking him down were slim. Unless Denzi knew where he was. I almost went to Iskra's room to show her the photo. But what if Denzi was keeping it a secret from everyone and I got him fired or something? Or maybe everybody knew and they were all hiding the truth from me. They'd probably tell me the truth after I'd proven myself. If I found out too early on my own, would that screw things up? I couldn't risk getting sent home. I decided it would be better to ask him about the photo directly, in private, before sharing it with anyone else. Waiting until tomorrow morning was going to be torture. My mind was racing, so I practiced for a while. I lit the candle out of habit, but wasn't really concentrating on it, until I saw it flickering, almost imperceptibly, in rhythm with the music like a fiery metronome. It stopped as soon as I noticed it, and I couldn't get it to happen again. Then I doubted whether it had really happened at all. When I heard the music again that night, at first I tried to ignore it. The last 2 times I'd chased after it, I hadn't gotten anywhere. I pulled my pillows over my head and pressed them to my ear, but the music seemed to get louder and louder until it sounded like it was directly under my bed. Always the same refrain, over and over. It was driving me crazy. Finally, I got up and put on my slippers. I lit a candle and crept down the hall, past the spooky oil paintings with faces glaring down at me, down the wide, curving staircase. I paused in front of the office, but it was dark and silent. I followed the music to the same room I'd found before, with the large iron door. This time, I checked carefully to make sure nobody else was in the room. Then I reached out and grasped the door handle. The door pushed open easily this time. A chill wind brushed past me, making me shiver. The candle sputtered, so I blocked the breeze with my hand. I hesitated for a moment before pushing forward into the darkness. I needed answers, and I was determined to get them, even if it meant descending a spooky stone staircase to who knows where. In my pajamas. The tunnel was narrow and the ceiling so low I had to duck under it. At the bottom of the stairs, it led off in 3 directions. The music was coming from the left, so I headed that way. The floor was damp and mostly dirt. The walls were thick blocks of stone. The candle only illuminated a few paces in front of me, before the light was swallowed up by the inky blackness. My pulse raced as I went deeper into the labyrinthine tunnel. Even if the Pipkov School of Music was really about manipulating the material world through music, I could sense there were darker secrets here. Everyone seemed like they were afraid of something. Whatever it was, I hoped this isn't where they kept it. I realized with a start that I'd forgotten the dagger again. Little good it had done me. Self-preservation was obviously not one of my talents. The tunnel was long and winding. Several times it split off into new directions. I came to a large open area supported by pillars with mosaics and writing on the walls. I suspected some of these areas were crypts. I was walking through an ancient underground cemetery. What the hell am I doing down here? Then the walls became bumpy and irregular. They gleamed in the candlelight like polished marble. It wasn't until I brought the candle closer that I saw the teeth and eye sockets. Skulls. There were hundreds of them, arranged in geometric patterns. Leg and arm bones supported the skulls in a tight lattice that composed the walls of the tunnel. I was so surprised I dropped the candle. The darkness flew in and blinded me. Shit. I hadn't thought to bring extra matches, and I knew immediately there was no way I could find my way back to the door I'd come from. I was trapped. I could still hear the ethereal music, so I crept forward, my fingertips running over the skulls as I groped my way through the darkness. The texture reminded me of chalkboard and made my skin crawl. After what seemed like forever, my vision started returning. I'm not sure where the light was coming from, but I could make out the faint outlines of the walls again. Finally, I came to a wide room with a much higher ceiling. My jaw dropped as I entered. Huge stone faces had been carved into the walls with skylights built in their foreheads. Rays of light beamed down from the faces and formed a circle of blue dots in the middle of the room. At the front of the room, 2 torches burned on either side of a massive door built into the wall, casting an orange glow. The door was covered with symbols and barricaded with a mechanism that looked like an early clock with gears and levers. Carved into the rock next to the door was a rudimentary scale and a series of notes. Music. I hummed the melody in my head. It was the same music I'd been hearing late at night. I read the inscription below and gasped. Nathaniel Coates, 1943. Then I heard movement behind me. Chapter 14. My heart pounded as I whirled around. I didn't mean to startle you. Professor Dobreva emerged from the shadows, holding a violin. He was acting as if we were meeting casually upstairs, instead of buried underground in some kind of ancient cave, accessed by a tunnel of human skulls. I realized I'd never seen him outside of his office. He was wearing a white shirt and black tie, which seemed out of place under the circumstances. Had he been the one playing? Did he leave the door unlocked on purpose? Did he mean for me to come down here? I felt stupid now, creeping around in my pajamas. "What is this place?" I asked. "Catacombs. Although not really. They're mostly the foundations of the old city, and were also part of a cemetery in the 4th century. The tunnels connect with St. Sofia Church." "And that?" I gestured back at the bizarre door. It looked like a steampunk vault. I walked closer and ran my fingers over the rusty gears and rough stone. It was built during World War II. Sadly, I wasn't privy to the planning details. Kokes was my father's name, Nathaniel Kokes. Was your grandfather, a very talented musician? My eyes widened. Professor Dobreva knew my grandfather. What were the odds? "I always thought my dad's family was from America," I said. "Until today." "Your father was a student at Pipkov, as was your grandfather." I felt dizzy. "Where are they? Are they in Sofia?" I asked quickly. The excitement died in my throat when I saw his face. "Your father and grandfather are both dead." I wrapped my arms around myself and took a sharp breath. My father was dead. Even though I'd never met him, the finality of the moment hit me hard. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Now I'd never get a chance to know him, to find out where I came from. "I understand this must be a shock to you," Professor Dobreva said, "and I'm sorry for all the secrecy. We couldn't tell you earlier. Not the full story, at least." "The full story?" I asked weakly. "Well, it's a very big story, but if you're ready to hear it, I'll tell you the part that concerns you." I was still reeling from the news of my father. I'd found him and lost him again in the space of less than a minute. But I'd spent my whole life in the dark, my past hidden from me. It was time to learn the truth. "Please, tell me," I said, wiping away a tear with my fingertip. Professor Dobreva coughed, then took a deep breath and began, launching into a lecture as if we were in a classroom. His voice echoed in the cave-like room. In 1939, Adolf Hitler was looking for ancient technologies that could be used as weapons. They researched mythology and folklore for any hints of supernatural power. One of the things that they tried to track down was the lyre of Orpheus. Wait, Nazis? Seriously? I needed to sit down for this. There were some large rectangular stones near the door, underneath one of the monumental carved portraits. I sat on one and put down the candlestick holder. It was a divine instrument, made of solid gold and given to Orpheus by Apollo himself. With this instrument, Orpheus could tame beasts, heal the sick, and charm anyone, even the gods. Orpheus was all-powerful. Nobody could stop him, all loved him. He could have ruled the world, but he was a poet, not a conqueror. I pictured the mosaic I'd seen, with Orpheus holding his instrument. Could that have been a real historical artifact, rather than just an ancient story? "Okay," I said slowly, processing. "The Nazis thought they could find the lyre of Orpheus and take over the world. That seems pretty silly to me, but continue." "Remember what I told you about Orpheus? He was followed by an entourage, the Bacchantes. Sometimes his music was so beautiful it attracted Dionysus, and the god came down. When he did, his followers experienced a sort of rapture, a pure bliss, happiness unlike any known to man. So the crowds grew. It was mostly women, and they called themselves Maenads. Picture the fierce loyalty and fandom surrounding any modern rock star. Then triple it. The Maenads would have done anything for him. But then Orpheus met Eurydice, a beautiful wood nymph. They got married, and Orpheus spent less time dancing in the woods with the Bacchantes enthused with divinity. He settled down. In some stories, the Maenads were jealous of his powers and of his devotion to his new wife, so they put a poisonous snake in a fruit basket as she was picking apples. The snake bit her heel, and she died. In other stories, the snake was sent by a jealous lover, meant for Orpheus. In any case, Eurydice died, and Orpheus was crushed, devastated. All the pleasures in the world couldn't make him happy again. But he went into the underworld, right? I asked. To save her? Yes. And he made Hades himself cry with his music, so great was his love and suffering. Persephone and Hades let Eurydice go. The only condition was that Orpheus couldn't look at her until they were back in the sunlight. When Orpheus crossed the threshold of the real world, he was so excited he turned around in joy, not realizing that his wife was still in the shadows, so she returned to hell and he lost her forever. He was a broken man after that. He learned that all his power and wealth meant nothing without love. He disdained his former life of pleasure and revelry. They were meaningless for him. The Maenads tried to cheer him up. He was still young and handsome after all. He could have had any one of them, or all of them, and they were beautiful. But he rebuked them. He turned away from Dionysus and began to worship Apollo instead. Bet that didn't go over well, I said. They called him a traitor. Even worse, his tragic, heartbreaking music was so full of pain and longing that they couldn't enjoy themselves either. His sadness was infectious. Anybody who heard it felt their heart break. It was so painful it drove many to suicide, so they decided to kill him. They waited until he was distracted, then they shot arrows at him. But the power of his music was so great, no weapons could pierce through. So they gathered around him and tore him into pieces. But that's just a story, right? Ancient mythology. You don't think the golden lyre is real? Hitler did. At least enough to send expeditions looking for it. Rumor has it that the Maenads threw the lyre into the river, along with the head of Orpheus, and they floated down to the island of Lesbos. That's where the Nazis started looking. What's this got to do with my grandfather? After Orpheus died, his followers tried to call Dionysus themselves but couldn't. Nobody else had the power to play the lyre. When the enthusiasm left them, some of them came to their senses and were horrified by what they'd done. In repentance, they started a secret society, committed to the principles Orpheus had chosen in the last days of his life. Peace, harmony, order, using music to heal and keep the balance. They knew how dangerous the lyre could be in the wrong hands, so they swore to safeguard it, to keep it away from evil. These were the Orphics. Your grandfather was one of them. When Hitler began looking for the lyre, the Order of the Orphics, the Orpheum was desperate to find it first. Your grandfather, Nathaniel Kokas, was a part of that mission. Did he find it? I asked. We don't know for sure, but in 1943 he spent several months excavating this chamber, installing a vault, and then covering it with this giant door. What's behind it? I asked. I've spent the last decade trying to find the answer to that question. Professor Dobreva chuckled. And I was hoping you could help me. He offered me the bow and violin he was holding. What do you want me to do? I asked. Just play the notes on the wall, he said. I think it's a code of some kind, to unlock the door. His eyes were wide with excitement as I gripped the bow and I saw him lick his lips. Why me? Can't you open it? I've tried 1,000,000 times, he said. So have all the students. We think it might be a familial trait, programmed to open only for the Kochs family. Is that why you brought me here? I felt stupid now, for believing they'd chosen me for my talent or skill. But things made more sense this way. They weren't interested in my music. They just needed me to get what they wanted. I held the violin up to my chin but then hesitated. Something about this felt off. If the lyre is so dangerous, shouldn't we just keep it where it is? Why open the door now? Your grandfather sealed the door to keep the lyre from the Nazis, Professor Dobreva said. He never meant it to stay buried forever. The Orpheum had plans to use it for good. Look at the world around us. Economic decay, environmental pollution, warfare and terrorism, overpopulation. We are reaching a boiling point, which your grandfather couldn't have imagined even just a few decades ago. The human race is destroying itself. We need the lyre to fix the balance, to restore harmony. What happened to my grandfather? I asked with a sinking feeling. He was killed by the Maenads. Wait, what? The Maenads? You mean the followers of Orpheus, of Dionysus, the ones from myth and legend that lived thousands of years ago. Those Maenads? The Maenads are still here. You see, they want the lyre too. They want to use it to summon Dionysus, to destroy the kingdoms of man, to topple governments, to annihilate the human race. They killed your grandfather to get it. Luckily, he'd already hidden the lyre away for safekeeping. Your father was only a child at the time. He was raised by the Orpheum and trained at Pipkov. Did you try to get him to open this door as well? I tried, but he wasn't good enough. He wasn't the musician your grandfather was. He didn't have time to complete his training before. I shivered and goosepimples spread across my skin. Don't tell me. Maenads? Now you're beginning to understand what we're up against. The Bacchantes have survived on the fringes for thousands of years, hiding in the shadows. But they hate bowing and scraping. They consider themselves superior to mankind. If they get the lyre and are able to summon Dionysus, nothing will be able to stop them. That's why we must get it first. He nodded at the violin. This time I raised my bow and placed it against the strings. I wasn't sure if I believed everything Professor Dobreva had told me, but I couldn't see the harm in trying. I pictured my grandfather here, decades ago, and my father after him. Maybe this was the reason I came here. Maybe I was meant for this, and Professor Dobreva had done so much for me already. I didn't really believe we'd find a magical golden lyre, but if it would make him happy. The notes were sweet and light, coming from the bow, and resounded in the underground chamber. The acoustic seemed to charge and focus the music, imbue it with energy. I finished the last note and drew it out, then let the bow hover just above the strings as the last note died. We paused, but the only result was a definitive silence that hung in the air. Dust motes swirled in the light beams cast by the giant faces. What happens if we can't open the door? I asked. Professor Dobreva's face fell in bitter disappointment. When they find out that you're here, they'll come for you. After that, without the elevating effects of the lyre, humanity will devolve into its worst self. It'll be the end of the world.
Chapter 15.
Professor Dobreva made me repeat the music a dozen times until both of us were getting frustrated with each other. Eventually, he admitted I probably just wasn't ready yet and told me to get some rest. When I finally returned to my room, I could see dawn creeping up over the horizon. I fell into an exhausted, dreamless sleep. When I woke up, it was past 10 a.m. Shit. I'd wanted to get up early and ask Denzi about the photograph in private. Now I'd have to wait until after class. I brushed my teeth quickly and threw on some clothes. The air was chilly, so I grabbed a dark blue sweater and my leather jacket. I pinched my pale cheeks and added a touch of red lipstick, then grabbed my black stocking cap to hide my messy hair. I went into the lounge to grab a cup of coffee before class, but I was surprised to see all my classmates waiting for me. It's about time, Petrov said, crossing his arms. What are you doing here? Don't we have class today? I asked. Jenny told me you met him in the Chamber of Music last night, Denzi said. So you know the story of the lyre. You mean the creepy room with the giant stone faces? I said. I was kind of hoping it was a bad dream. Iskra scooted over on the couch and made room for me. I sat down and put my coffee on the table, feeling ambushed. Had they been waiting for me all morning? We thought, it might be a bit much, she said. We figured you'd have questions. The photograph was burning a hole in my pocket, but I wasn't ready to pull it out yet. I felt like this was another test. Did they expect me to just accept everything Professor Dobreva had told me? It was one thing to talk about ancient mythical artifacts by torchlight in an ancient cavern under the city. But sitting here in this modern room, looking out over present-day Sofia, sipping coffee, it seemed ridiculous. Iskra was waiting for me to speak, her eyes wide with expectation. "I don't even know where to begin," I said finally. Denzi looked relieved. I saw him pass a meaningful look at the others. There was something they weren't telling me, but I wasn't sure I even wanted to know anymore. My brain was still reeling from everything I'd learned last night. "In that case, we'll continue with class as usual," Denzi said. "Professor Dobreva wants you to keep practicing and improve as quickly as possible. However, one thing will be a little different." "Music isn't just something we do for fun," Iskra said. "Jenny told you about the Maenads, right? He said they were dangerous and that they killed my father and my grandfather. And now they'll probably come for you," Petrov said. His gray eyes were stormy, and there was a bitter smirk on his face I wanted to slap off him. "We'll protect you, of course," Denzi said, "but you also need to learn how to protect yourself." "Don't tell me you're going to teach me self-defense," I asked. "Can't I just carry a can of mace? Or a whistle?" "We can do so much better than a whistle," Stolina said. 5 minutes later, we were back in our regular classroom. Denzi pulled out a stack of paper and folded one in half. "So, all you need to do," Denzi said, making smaller folds and creases, "is deflect the paper airplane." He finished the airplane and tossed it towards me. It bounced off my shoulder and fell to the ground. "What makes you think I can do that?" I asked. "I can't even blow out the candle yet." "We thought this might be more engaging," Denzi said, "but it's basically the same thing. A small disturbance in the flow of air. Just play whatever you want, but focus on pushing the airplanes away from you. Imagine a bubble around you, like a shield," Iskra said. "Picture the notes like energy flowing from your violin and forming a defensive barrier." She tossed another airplane at me and giggled as it hit me in the leg. I sighed. I thought maybe learning the truth about my situation would have finally helped me gain control of my music. But it hadn't. Denzi said it was about the why, but I still wasn't sure what I was even doing here. All they needed me to do was open that door, right? So why was I blowing out candles or messing around with paper airplanes? I mean, I'd basically just learned that my father was murdered, and his father before him. And now they wanted me to play games? I pulled the bow across the strings and tried to concentrate. It was distracting, trying to play when things were flying towards my face. I squeezed my eyes shut whenever one of my classmates released a paper airplane. Petrov in particular seemed to be trying to poke my eye out. "I can't do it, this is impossible," I said in frustration. Maybe if I saw someone else doing it first? I'd made the same request with the candle, but they told me it was better if I could figure it out by myself. This time, however, Iskra glanced at Denzi and I saw him shrug. She smiled and took my place at the end of the room. "All right, go over there and throw one at me," she said. I waited for her to start playing, but she didn't. She just nodded that she was ready, so I launched the airplane at her. She burst into music just as it was about to hit her, and I saw the airplane veer away. It looked so natural I thought it might have turned all by itself. I threw another and the same thing happened. Then she kept playing, with intensity, a storm of sharp, fast notes. The airplanes, which had come to rest behind her, trembled, then rose off the ground. They hovered near her, then flew around her twice, before shooting straight into the garbage can near the door. For a moment, I was too stunned to speak. "That's incredible. You can all do that?" I asked, looking at my classmates in wonder. "So no more excuses, right?" Denzi said with a smile, motioning me back in place. "This time, you do it." I tried again. 7 airplanes bounced off me and fell to the ground one by one. It was too fast. Petrov shot one straight at my forehead, so hard I was sure it had drawn blood. "Ow," I said, rubbing my brow. That hurt. What's the matter, Milkshake? He smirked. Need a break to go cry again? Without thinking about it, I furled my eyebrows and played a string of notes, aiming my bow at Petrov like I was trying to sink an 8-ball. 3 of the paper airplanes near my feet launched towards him like rockets. He blocked them with his hands but stumbled backwards and tripped over a chair. Wahoo! Iskra yelled, rushing forward and pulling me into a hug. Denzi came forward too with a warm smile. I thought he was going to hug me at first, but he gave me an awkward, lingering handshake instead. My palm tingled at his touch and my face flushed. But it was probably just elation. I'd actually done it. Petrov was the only one who didn't congratulate me. You're lucky we're going easy on you, Petrov said, picking himself up off the ground and brushing off his pants. In a real fight, you'd be dead. Leave her alone, Iskra said. She's doing great. It's taking too long, Stolina said, looking at her nails and sounding bored. The airplanes should be easy by now. She just got here. Give her a break, Denzi said. There's no use protecting her. You know we don't have time to waste. Let's up the stakes. Petrov grabbed Iskra and pushed her against the wall. Then he reached into a drawer and pulled out a set of brightly colored objects. My face paled when I saw the sharp metal points. Darts. What the hell are you doing? I asked. In the real world, it won't be paper airplanes. Let's see how you do when it really matters, when someone's life is on the line. He tossed a dart and it whizzed across the room, sinking into the wall near Iskra's head. Stop it, I shouted. Nobody made a move to stop Petrov. Denzi and Stolina were standing back, out of the way. I looked at Iskra, pleading with my eyes. You can do it, Iskra said. I believe in you. She straightened her back and stood flat against the wall, nodding at Petrov. He threw another dart, and it thudded into the wall next to her ear. My heart was pounding in my chest and my body prickled with sweat. You've proved your point, I said desperately. I'm not good enough. Happy? Another dart. Pick up your violin, Denzi said. His voice was firm, almost a command. Stop the dart. I won't. This is crazy. The next dart was so close to Iskra's neck I saw her flinch. I shook with rage. Before I knew what I was doing, I charged at Petrov and punched him in the stomach. He groaned and doubled over. Cheater, he wheezed, gasping for breath. He looked up at me with a wild grin. You were supposed to use music. Denzi and Stolina started laughing, and I saw Iskra smile, but nothing about this was funny. They were all insane. I stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind me. I'd had enough. I didn't know where I was going, but I was done. I was halfway down the block when Denzi caught up to me. He tried to grab my arm, but I pulled away. Stop, just slow down for a minute, he said. What for? So you can throw darts at me? I yelled. Come on, we're trying to protect you, not hurt you. Things just got out of hand. They didn't get out of hand. Petrov is obviously a psycho, and you just let it happen. I didn't think Iskra was in any real danger. Petrov has a right to act the way he does. You don't know what he's been through, what he's lost. Maybe he's right. Maybe I've been too soft on you. Petrov is hot-headed, but I trust him. So does Iskra. So it was all just for my benefit? To force me into what? Becoming all I can be? To join your stupid magical army? Denzi sighed and ran his hand through his long, curly tangles. He was wearing a jean shirt, and the front was unbuttoned enough to see the edges of his tattoo on his collarbone. People were looking at us now. They probably thought it was just a lover's quarrel. Plus, I know you're still lying to me, I said, pulling the photograph out of my pocket. You knew my father, Blake Cokes. But that's not the interesting part. The interesting thing is that this picture is probably 20 years old, and you look exactly the same. So what are you? Why don't you look any older? What is really going on? I asked. Okay, he said, putting his hands on my shoulders. The intensity of his green eyes took my breath away. I'll tell you. Everything. But can we not do it standing in the middle of the street? I led Denzi to my favorite park bench, the one I'd been using for my meditations. It had become a sort of sanctuary for me. But when I sat down, he remained standing and then glanced at a shop across the street. "I'm just going to grab a couple of coffees," he said. "Take a deep breath and I'll be right back." I did as he suggested, trying to relax. Leaving Pipkov and going back to the ordinary world always seemed to calm me down. The sunlight filtered down through the green leaves. A group of children rode bikes through the park. An old woman walked a small terrier. Not far away, a taxi honked. These were normal, human things, familiar things. I heard footsteps behind me and turned. "There you are, darling," said Karina, flashing me a big smile. "We've been looking everywhere for you." Then everything went black. Chapter 16. When I woke up, it was dark and I had dirt in my mouth. I was lying on the ground with my hands tied behind my back. I groaned and rolled over, smelling pine trees and smoke. We were in a clearing overlooking Sofia. I could see the city lights twinkling below me. It was already dark, which meant I must have been out for hours. Movement caught my eye. I turned to the left and saw two men, stripped to their boxers and tied to wooden posts in the ground. They had bags over their heads. I scurried backwards, trying to get away from them. "Don't worry about them, sweetheart," Karina said. "They're here for you." She was standing with her back to a small campfire, her silhouette black against the rising flames. "What am I doing here?" I asked. "Where's Denzi?" "You're safe, with your sisters, where you belong. Now if I untie your wrists, do you promise to be a good girl?" The ropes were biting into my skin, and I felt helpless on the ground with my hands behind my back, so I nodded warily. Karina beckoned to the side, and I saw two more girls, the girls from the club. One of them came towards me with a knife. Her hair was lighter than Karina's, dark blonde, and her body was slimmer. She was wearing a skirt and a green tank top. I flinched as she thrust the knife behind my back, missing my waist by an inch. She grinned wickedly as she sawed through my bindings. "What the hell is going on?" I asked, rubbing my wrists and sitting up. "I thought we needed some girl time to get to know each other," Karina said, handing me a cup. It was the plastic lid of a thermos. She was wearing jean shorts, and her white t-shirt exposed her smooth stomach. Her unearthly beauty seemed out of place in casual clothes. "What is this?" I asked, raising the cup. "Old family recipe," she said, the corners of her lips raised in teasing smile. Her green eyes were burning with inner fire, and I was suddenly flooded with thirst. The cup touched my lips before I forced myself to break eye contact. I sniffed at the cup and wrinkled my nose. It smelled bitter, like medicine. I poured it on the ground. Karina rolled her eyes at me. "Come on," she said. "If we'd wanted to kill you, why wait for you to wake up?" She refilled the cup and emptied it herself in a quick swallow. Then she filled it again and gave it back to me. "Trust me, you're going to want this," she said. "It'll make tonight so much more fun." She sighed when I made no move to drink. Then she took the knife from the other girl and approached the two men. "I did have something special planned for these two, but if you're not going to cooperate, I guess I can just kill them now." She raised the knife to the first. I saw his body stiffen as the cold steel brushed his throat. "Who are they?" I didn't think it was anyone I knew. They were stockier, older. Could they be someone else from the school? Milka, maybe? "Does it matter?" Karina asked. "They will die right now, because you're being silly and refusing my hospitality. Do you want that on your conscience?" If I could get Karina to let her guard down, maybe I could grab the knife and free the men later. I'd just have to keep her talking and wait for my chance. I emptied the cup in one gulp. Karina checked the cup and wiped her thumb over my lower lip. Then she smiled. Excellent. Now that that's done, we can enjoy ourselves. That guy in the bathroom, I said, you killed him. He was nothing, she said, just some asshole, just a human. My eyes widened with dawning realization. You're Maenads, I said, almost choking on the word. Somehow it still didn't seem real. Karina laughed, spinning around in the air. Did Jenny tell you about us? What did he say? All good things, I hope? He said you murdered my grandfather and my father. I rose and clenched my fists. I wondered how many Maenads there were. Had Karina killed my father personally? He would say that. I'll bet he didn't tell you, Waithu, who you really are, why you're so special. He said, I caught myself, careful not to reveal anything specific. He said you wanted to use me, to get the liar. Jenny is a fool, Karina said, her eyes flashing. The fire picked up behind her, spitting out sparks, almost like a response. He's been filling your head with half-truths. I thought you deserved the whole story so you can decide for yourself where you really belong. This place, she said, turning with her arms spread and her palms up, is part of an ancient Thracian burial ground. Do you know anything about Thracian customs? I shook my head. After a man died, his wife and horse were beheaded and buried with him. It was considered an honor to be buried with your husband. I was 15 when mine died. I begged my parents to spare me, but they wouldn't listen. So I ran away. I lived on berries and beetles for months until I heard the music for the first time. The sound of freedom. I found him first. I was his first follower. Orpheus, I said. We lived together as man and wife. Others came and we embraced them. We were creating something new, a new way of being, a new way of life. Orpheus could do things with his music, remarkable things. Women like me ran from the barbarous customs of society, a society where women were treated as slaves and property, preferring the freedom of the wild to the comfort of civilization. Cities would send officials to shut us down, to reclaim their wives and daughters. We'd send them back in pieces. We drew the attention of Dionysus, and sometimes he would grace us with his presence. We grew more powerful. We were his missionaries, his church, a voice in the wild, proclaiming his truth. We had children together, Orpheus and I, did you know that? I wasn't the only one to bear his child, but I was his main consort, his favorite. We had something special, until Eurydice. His wife, I said. A wood nymph, innocent, naive, all the things I no longer was. That's why you killed him, I guessed. You were jealous. It was so much more than jealousy, she said, her eyes flashing with anger. He gave us the world, power beyond belief, freedom beyond imagination, perfect ecstasy. When he called Dionysus, we were part divine. The Romans came and we defied them. We were unconquerable. Living in the mountains, dedicated to the old ways. Our practices kept us young and beautiful. The Romans saw our power and feared us. Orpheus was our beating heart. Without him, none of us were entirely human anymore. We couldn't go back to our old lives, our old families. We'd become monsters. When Orpheus abandoned us, we thought we deserved the lyre. If he didn't want to continue what he'd started, at least he should have left us the divine instrument. So yes, we killed him. We didn't know that the lyre wasn't enough. Only Orpheus could call Dionysus. None of us had the power. We grew weak. And then the new gods took over the world. Do you know what they did to women like us in the Middle Ages? Barbaric torture. Instruments designed to inflict pain with such disgusting deviance, it's impossible to comprehend. Yet they called us evil. They called Dionysus the devil. We were branded as witches. They took our entire religion and used it to define all that was wrong with the world. Freedom, open love, ecstasy, communion with nature, enthusiasm. So we went into hiding. We learned to be careful, to hunt orphans or tourists. But we've never stopped dreaming of reclaiming the power we once had. when Orpheus and his music was among us. What do you want from me? What do you want for yourself? What have you always wanted? To play music, to entertain others, to have some control over the course of your existence? All your life you've been ignored, reined in. You've been forced to ask permission for the things that you desire. Or worse, apologize for even daring to want more than you already have. But you are more powerful than any of them. She brushed her fingertips across my cheek, and the sensation made me tremble. That's when I noticed that my vision was strange. Everything had taken on a warm glow. I felt a deep calm throughout my whole body. You shouldn't have to beg permission, nor ask forgiveness. You were made to join us. This is what you are, forever young, forever beautiful, irresistible. We've been waiting for you, waiting a long time. Are you going to kill me? I asked. I held the question in my mind, considering my potential demise, without feeling any fear. Don't be ridiculous, you're the last one left. The last of what? The last heir of Orpheus, the last direct descendant. Her words swirled around in my brain, in my mouth, in my stomach. I could feel them passing through my feet and into the mountain underneath us. This is why I was here. This is why Jenny had invited me to Pipkov. The fortune teller was right. I belonged here. I wondered if she was right about everything else, that there was a darkness in me. If there was, I couldn't see it. Join us, Karina said. This is what you were born to do, your destiny. Orpheus was one of us. But you killed him, I said. You'll kill me too after I stop being useful. Orpheus was suffering. He couldn't move past his own pain, and so he ruined it for all of us. He was selfish. I could understand Karina's point of view, and I sympathized with her. I couldn't imagine all the pain and suffering she'd been through. Everything that had been taken from her. The one you love will be lost to you. But that didn't mean I owed her anything, that the world owed her anything. Bad things happen to everybody. If you wanted me to trust you, kidnapping me was a mistake, I said, crossing my arms. You're going to get that lyre for me, Karina said, and you're going to use it to summon Dionysus, but I'm not going to force you. I'll give you a choice. Tonight we'll give you the chance to experience Dionysus the way that we know him, intimately, carnally. She turned back to the two men and pulled the bags off their heads. I recognized them as the men who had accosted me outside of Yalta. They had tape over their mouths, and were wearing the same clothes they'd been wearing that night. They looked like they'd been through hell. Part of me felt relieved they were alive. The other part was terrified. What happens next? Karina stroked one of the men's faces, the one with dark hair and a silver hoop in his ear. He pulled away, his eyes wild with fear and anger. What are you going to do with them? I asked. They aren't for me, Karina said, laughing. I've been saving them for you. They're a present, a gift, an offering. Remember when you saw them last? What they were going to do to you? Remember how powerless you felt? You never have to feel that again. Jenny wants you to use music, but you don't need any instrument. You are an instrument, and you are perfect. She poured me another cup. This time I drained it without complaint. My senses were buzzing. My skin felt like I was being brushed by 1,000 feathers. We can't summon the Godhead completely, but we are not without power. Tonight, you will feel that power. Tonight, you will be the hunter, or the hunted. She cut the men's bindings. They hesitated, watching us with fear in their eyes. Karina pointed off into the woods. You're free, if you can survive the night. One of them came at her, swinging his fist. She blocked his arm and rammed her elbow into his chin. He hit the ground like a sack of bricks. The other man took off running. If you're desperate for death, I can give it to you now, she whispered to the man on the ground. But that's not very sporting, so get up, run. He wiped the blood off his face and gave me a terrified look. Then he took off into the woods. My vision became even more affected. The trees were waving like a field of grass. The stars and city lights pulsed. The brightness made me shield my eyes. Karina stripped off her clothes and nodded to her companions, who did the same. They tore a vine of ivy from a plant nearby and wrapped it around my forehead. I noticed each of the girls had the same tattoo, a fawn. I reached out and brushed my fingers against the one on Karina's warm breast. I was more than calm now. I was happy. I couldn't remember what I'd been so afraid of earlier. Karina smiled at me, and I smiled back. Her eyes were so pretty, so green. They reminded me of Denzi's. "We're going to play a game, Samantha. Would you like that?" I nodded. I liked games. Karina took my hand and we formed a circle around the fire. The other girls started singing. I didn't know the words, but I caught the tune quickly and hummed along. "Appear, appear, whatso thy shape or name. O mountain bull, snake of 100 heads, lion of the burning flame. O God, beast, mystery, come, fill soul and flesh with thy mystic power. O God, whose gifts are joy and union of soul in dancing." I felt an energy rushing through my body, and I took off my shoes so I could feel the grass between my bare toes. I felt giddy and started laughing. The other girls pushed and pulled me playfully, teasing me with their smiles and glances. I felt so free and alive. I couldn't remember ever feeling happier. They continued singing, and then they darted into the woods like deer, daring me to follow. I chased them into the woods, aware of the sharp grass and branches that tore at my skin, but I felt no pain. There was a power coming up through my feet, rushing through my spine and erupting from the top of my head. So much power my arms trembled. I felt connected with the forest, with the mountain, like it was an extension of myself. I saw Karina, her pale body half exposed from behind a tree. She beckoned me towards her and I obeyed. She kissed me, and I kissed her back eagerly. She whispered something in my ear, then wrapped her arms around a small tree. With a mischievous smile, she rocked the tree back and forth before wrestling it out of the ground by its roots. Then she disappeared again, darting through the woods faster than I could follow. And I don't know how much time passed searching for my new sisters in the woods. Everything was magical, and I stopped frequently to examine the way the leaves bent in the wind, or a puddle reflecting the moonlight. I felt like I was in a fairy forest. A light rain began to fall and steam rose from the layer of cold water that shone on my warm skin. I heard a noise behind me and turned with a big smile to greet my guest. I was momentarily confused when I saw a pair of large yellow eyes gleaming up at me from behind a shrub, and thick, shaggy fur, a mane. I held the lion's eyes as it growled at me. I'd never seen a lion outside of a zoo before. A small part of my brain was screaming, "Run!" I ignored it. Instead, I crouched down, bared my teeth, and released a savage roar. The lion charged, and I met it in midair. I felt its claws tear through my shoulder, sinking to the bone. My shoulder throbbed, and the blood ran down my arm, but it didn't hurt like I expected it to. I wrapped my fingers into its mane and threw the animal to the side. It yelped as I tore out a chunk of hair. Then I leaped on top of it. It flailed its arms, but I held them down with unnatural strength, pushing my knees into the creature's chest. It lifted a massive paw and took a desperate swipe at me, connecting just below my eye. I saw an explosion of sparks and fell to the side. Then it was on top of me, its weight crushing my ribs and making it hard to breathe. Rage flooded my body. How dare this creature attack me? I grabbed its throat with my bloody fingers and squeezed until I felt something snap. It went limp, panting in a feeble effort to draw breath. Its weakness disgusted me. I burrowed into the warm body with my fingernails and teeth until I tasted dirt. I felt the sharp edges of the spinal cord and smashed through it with my fist. I could feel the sharp bone tearing flesh out of my knuckles. I felt it break, my fist connecting with the soft dirt underneath. Then I tore the lion's head off, smiling as it gave way with a satisfying wet noise. I tasted blood and realized my mouth was full of meat. My stomach felt sated as well, like I'd just eaten. I pulled tufts of fur out from between my teeth. Then I curled up, rolling into the still, warm body next to me, and went to sleep. When the sun rose, I blinked in the brightness of a new day. The pain hit me first. Pain in my shoulder, my eye, my knuckles. Confusing images of last night fought for attention in my brain. I looked at my watch out of instinct and was horrified when I saw that my hands and most of my body was covered with blood. I tried to stand, and something round fell from my lap. It was a human head, with dark hair and a silver hoop earring. I found the rest of the body with my feet as I stumbled backwards and landed hard on the ground. I screamed, then sucked in shallow breaths of air. The stench of death filled my nostrils. Then I turned and emptied my stomach, retching until there was nothing left. Chapter 17. Sharp rocks cut into my bare feet as I stumbled down the mountain path. Shadows lashed out from the tall pine trees, whipping me with accusation. The tears and blood mixed together on my skin, painting a mural of my deed. It stung like a hot brand. I walked in a daze, putting as much distance as I could between me and the meadow. My thoughts were screaming names at me. Killer, murderer. I kept them muted and focused on the dull throbbing in my hands and fingers, the painful ache in my feet. The sound of running water tempted me off my path. I cut through the woods, suddenly desperate to get clean. I found the stream and followed it to a small waterfall, rushing down into a shallow pool of clear water. I waded into the water without bothering to remove my clothes, bracing myself against the near-freezing liquid. I scrubbed my hands raw, then used a stick to dig the dried blood out from under my fingernails. The fact that my hands were shaking made it more difficult. Then I cupped my hands and splashed the cold water on my face, before lying down and submerging myself completely. The freezing water brought a sudden clarity, and my mind was flooded with images from the night before. Karina kidnapping me, the men from the club, the bitter taste of the drink. After that, things got hazy. How much of it was real? I felt a throbbing pain in my shoulder. I reached up to touch it, and winced when my fingers felt the jagged cut. I remember the lion attacking me, slashing at me. But it wasn't a lion. It was a man. A person. And I'd killed him. I came up for air and blinked the water out of my eyes. That's when I noticed the face, under the water. At first I was confused, thinking it was my own reflection somehow, but it didn't match up. Then I realized it was a statue under the water, half buried by sediment. My eyes widened as I reevaluated the space around me. This wasn't just a mountain pool. It was squarish in shape, and I noted a handful of chipped white pillars hidden in the surrounding trees. This natural spring might have been used for ancient purification rituals. Now it was abandoned, and I'd desecrated it with the blood of my crime. I didn't know how I could return to Pipkov after this. I couldn't bear to tell the others what I'd done, but I wasn't sure how I could keep it a secret either. I smelled smoke and cooking meat, and suddenly I was starving. The rumbling in my stomach reminded me that I was still alive. Whatever happened last night, it wasn't my fault. I didn't choose to be kidnapped and drugged. I'd survived the ordeal, and right now I needed to find some food and dry clothes. I washed my hair under the waterfall and did my best to scrub the red stains out of my clothes. When I stepped out of the pool, my teeth were chattering. I crossed my arms and hurried down the hill towards the smell, until it opened into a wide meadow, full of tents. I recognized it as the Romani camp Denzi had brought me to before. I made eye contact with a round woman in layers of colorful clothing. She crossed herself and turned away quickly, like I was some kind of demon. For a terrifying second, I thought I'd actually died and was now a ghost. But then I realized I looked like a drowned rat. My knuckles were raw and swollen, and the gash in my shoulder had opened up again, dripping blood down my arm and pooling around my wrist. My hair was a bird's nest of sticks and tangles, and my skin was as pale as the grave. No wonder she ran away. I continued into camp until I came to a fire with a rack of meat. My mouth watered as I watched the sizzling fat drip into the flames. A young man was eating beans from a can. He had curly brown hair and suspenders. "Help me," I said, reaching out to him. Please. He shouted and tripped backwards over his seat, then stumbled away with wide eyes. I sat down on a log and picked up his can from the ground, licking the beans off my fingers. Then I grabbed a piece of bacon from the fire and wolfed it down. Hungry? A small voice said next to me. I turned to see Aisha, standing a few paces off with her hands behind her back. Her smile fell when she saw my appearance. You're hurt, she frowned, coming up to me. I was so relieved that someone actually acknowledged me. Warm tears of relief rolled down my face. Aish wrapped her small arms around me. Then another face appeared above her shoulder. The old woman from the spa. So close together I could see they shared a resemblance. Aisha's button nose and bright green eyes seemed to age, until she was an old woman with cataracts and missing teeth, her wrinkled skin pulling around her neck. I blinked and they separated again into two people. After what happened in the woods, it was hard to tell what was real. I see you've met my mother. Kamausikis came up suddenly. She's not much of a talker, though. She hasn't said a word for 20 years, since a band of raiders cut out her tongue. My eyes widened in confusion. I could still hear the woman's voice in my head from when she'd read my fortune at the spa. Be careful you do not let the darkness out. The old woman cackled, and I saw the stump where her tongue should have been. The markings on her forehead and hands danced as she laughed. She winked at me when my mouth fell open, then pulled out a long needle and thread. Kamausikis gave me some strong brandy, and Aishi held my hand as the old woman stitched up the gash on my shoulder, then applied salve to my scraped knuckles. My vision blurred and I felt dizzy. A heavy exhaustion fell over me and I drifted in and out of consciousness for the next hour. When I opened my eyes again, I was alone. Someone had tucked pillows under me and covered me with a patchwork quilt, but the camp seemed eerily deserted. I heard footsteps behind me and whirled around to see Kamausikis. Where is everybody? I asked as he stirred the fire. Giving us some space, he said. Some of the women viewed your arrival as a bad omen. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't know where else to go. You're always welcome here. You were hurt, frantic. Can you tell me what happened? I bit my lip and shook my head. How could I tell him what had happened? What I'd done? You seemed surprised when you saw my mother, he said, changing the subject. Have you seen her before? Perhaps in a dream? I met a woman in town. She told me something. A warning, I guess, about my future. But she could talk. And she was blind. I frowned, pulling my arm forward to look at the neat stitches on my shoulder. There are different kinds of sight and speech, Kamausikis said. Mother is far more capable than she looks. I nodded, pretending I knew what he was talking about. I remembered talking with the woman at the spa. There was no way I imagined it. But if I couldn't trust my memories, maybe what I'd experienced this morning wasn't real either. A spark of hope flared up in my belly at the possibility. You had troubled dreams, he said, pointing a stick towards me. Today he was wearing a leather vest and a funny hat with a feather in it. You said something peculiar, that you didn't mean to kill him. My lip quivered and I bit down on it until I tasted blood. The images from the night before flooded my mind. I took a deep breath. Then I told him everything. The maenads, the men from the club, my fight with the lion and the human head I discovered when I woke up. I skipped the part about gorging on human flesh. I was too ashamed to bring it up. When I finished, Kamausikis looked thoughtful, but not horrified. I even told him the story Karina had shared with me, about how women used to be killed when their husbands died. He listened thoughtfully, nodding without asking questions. I wasn't sure how much he knew about Denzi and the Pipkov school, so I kept the supernatural features to a minimum. When I finished, he boiled some water and made us both a cup of coffee. As you mentioned, in ancient Thrace, when a man died, his wife and horse were beheaded, killed on the grave and buried with their master. It was considered an honor, to serve faithfully in the afterlife. It was the proper thing to do. Refusal would have meant exile, a fate worse than death. Then Orpheus came, introducing the frenzied madness of Dionysus, music and joy and freedom, an attractive alternative, especially for women. You could even see it as a proto-feminist movement. He smiled when I raised my eyebrows at him. "Uh-huh. You mistook me for a noble savage. It's a common mistake. I actually have a doctorate in European studies. As I was saying, when the Maenads came to power, they threatened the patriarchal order, so the legends depict them as literally decapitating the male power figures who opposed them. Eventually, they did the same thing to their own founder. When Orpheus turned away from the community he'd started, they destroyed him, tearing him to pieces. But according to the legends, his head continued to spout prophecy from the island of Lesbos, even in death. You've probably already heard some version of this story at Pipkov, yes?" I nodded. "Well then, it certainly seems possible that last night you were given a psychoactive substance that put you in a vision state, a trance, and your brain invented a narrative based on all the myths you've heard recently." My eyes widened. "You're saying I made it all up? That it didn't really happen?" I asked. I could still feel the weight of the head I'd discovered this morning, as heavy as a bowling ball. And what about the blood on my clothes and under my fingernails, and the gash on my shoulder? I couldn't have made all that up, no matter how desperately I wanted to believe it. "I don't know what really happened up there," Kamosicus said, "only that you came into my camp traumatized. Maybe it is as you say. My point is that it wasn't really you. Your body was acting out the repressed conflicts that have been burning under the surface of this region for thousands of years. Maybe a small piece of Dionysian power took control of your senses and your body last night. You are not to blame." I didn't know what to say to that. Either it didn't happen or it did happen, but it wasn't my fault. I felt like I was on a couch in a shrink's office. Was he just telling me things that would calm me down? "But what if it was real?" I said. "Don't I have to deal with that? To take responsibility? Turn myself in?" I thought about the detective who came to the school. I still had his card in my room. But what could I tell him? That the missing men were kidnapped by an immortal trio of man-eating demigoddesses. That I'd joined them in their latest hunt? He'd never believe me. Since I didn't know what happened for sure, trying to confess to the police seemed pointless, especially since I had no proof. The coffee was making me feel halfway human again. "Please don't tell anyone," I said finally. "It's not my secret to give away," Kamosicus said with a bow. Then he took my mug and did a little dance around the fireplace. I heard the sound of Denzi's motorcycle before I saw it. My heart leapt when I saw him ride up and pull into the meadow. He took off his helmet and ran his fingers through his tangled hair. The early morning sun seemed to shine just for him, accentuating his lean form and the tattoos on his muscular forearms. Then he saw me, and it was like time stood still, our eyes connecting over the distance. He tossed the helmet on his bike and practically ran towards me. His strong arms wrapped around me, and I was smothered in the scent of him, sandalwood and musk. I'd been bottling up my emotions for several hours, drifting like a ghost, like my feet weren't touching the ground. Like none of this was real. But now, in the firm certainty of Denzi's arms, my emotions came rushing to the surface. My shoulders shook as tears wet my face. Denzi rubbed my back softly until I got control of myself, then pulled away, examining me with his piercing green eyes. "Are you okay?" he asked, with one hand lingering on my chin. I nodded, and I saw him let out a breath. He looked exhausted, like he hadn't slept all night, and the tension in his face made him look more serious than I'd ever seen him. "What happened?" he asked. "I came back with the coffees and you were gone." "Karina," I said. Denzi clenched his fists and his face hardened in anger. I'd only ever seen him as a musician, charming and friendly. I realized now how intimidating he could be. He looked at me, waiting for me to say more, but after my conversation with Kamosicus, I wasn't sure how much of last night was even real. And even if it was real, I didn't want to see how Denzi would look at me after he knew what I'd done. "You've been through an ordeal," Denzi said, squeezing my shoulders. I winced in pain as his fingers made contact with my stitches. "Let's just get you home and make sure you're safe. We can talk later." As I was climbing on Denzi's bike, I saw the community drifting back from the woods, waving bundles of burning sage in front of them like they were fumigating for pests, getting rid of the taint of evil they thought I'd introduced into their homes. I wanted to be angry or indignant. Instead, I felt ashamed, dirty. I buried my face into Denzi's back as he sped down the curving mountain roads. When we were halfway to the city, the horrors of last night began to fade. Instead, the questions I'd wanted to ask Denzi came bubbling to the surface. There were so many things still unexplained. Who put the knife under my pillow with the note to trust no one? What about the conversation I interrupted when Denzi mentioned a guy named David? But most importantly, Denzi still hadn't explained the photograph I'd found in the market, where he looked just as young as he did today. Suddenly, something snapped into place. The bloody meat Denzi had bought from Kamosakis last time, the sense of intimacy between him and Karina, the photograph. Denzi was strong and powerful, and he didn't age. He was beautiful and full of raw, earthy energy, with a confidence born from centuries of experience. And he left me alone on the park bench after he'd promised to tell me everything, right before Karina showed up. "Stop the bike," I said. "What?" he called back over his shoulder. "Stop!" I screamed. The wind tore the word from my mouth. Denzi slowed and I stumbled off the vehicle, backing away from him. "You're one of them, aren't you? The Bacchantes, the followers of Dionysus." "It's not like that," Denzi said. "Not anymore." I sucked in a breath and my lip trembled. It had been a guess, one I was hoping was wrong. I'd expected him to laugh it off, to deny it. The sudden confirmation squeezed the air out of me. Jenny told me they eat flesh to stay alive forever. Immortal blood-sucking creatures, sparagmos. To tear, rend, or pull to pieces, what I'd done to the man last night. "Is that why you took the meat from Kamosakis? Is that why you don't age?" "No," Denzi said. "That's only for human followers of Dionysus." He took a step towards me, but I pulled away. I thought about what I'd seen in the smoke and flames of the campfire. The horns protruding from Denzi's forehead, the shaggy fur. "You're saying that you're not human?" Denzi sighed, then leaned against his bike with his arms folded. Orpheus didn't invent music, nor magic. There were all kinds of immortals in the beginning, demigods and local deities. I'm a satyr, a wood deity. The word tickled my brain. A satyr. Like a faun? Half goat, half man? Fauns were followers of Pan, simpler, nature creatures, more light-hearted. Satyrs were followers of Dionysus, his original followers. When Orpheus introduced Dionysus to the humans, we joined them, but in the process we changed. Orpheus's music was structured, beautiful. We became more human. At least some of us did. But we resented him for it. When he turned away from our god, Dionysus, we helped the Maenads destroy him. "You were there?" I asked, my eyes widening in disbelief. I didn't know what I was expecting to hear from Denzi, but it wasn't this. "I had my hand in killing him," Denzi said softly. "But when it was done, I felt something I'd never felt before. Guilt. Remorse. I wasn't able to connect with Dionysus anymore, not without Orpheus's music. I hated myself for my role in Orpheus's death. I felt pain, loss, suffering, regret. I began to understand the reasons Orpheus turned away from Dionysus. I began to sympathize. I realized, if humanity were ruled only by its brute instincts, it would be chaos and destruction all the time. The same things I used to treasure, power, sex, force, made me feel guilt and shame. So I became a convert of Apollo. I learned restraint, control. This is what Orpheus learned, why he turned away from Dionysus. Raw power has no value. Apollo offered more, a future, stability, peace. Music is powerful, but it has its limits. I can charm. The Maenads can destroy. Orpheus could create, could save souls and heal wounds. Is that why you've been avoiding me, not just because I'm a student? Not just that. I was afraid I might let something else slip before you were ready. I didn't know what you'd think of me, if you knew what I really was. Also, you're too important to our cause. I have to put my personal feelings aside and help you become the best musician you can be. My personal feelings aside, did that mean he liked me? When you were taken, I thought I'd lost you. I thought Karina was punishing me again. She's never forgiven me for switching sides. The air was heavy with emotion and unspoken things, so heavy it warmed my skin. His gaze filled with regret and longing, and my skin flushed in response. Magic, satyrs, Maenads. My head was spinning. You said Orpheus could heal, I interrupted, changing the subject. Is that what he did with Eurydice? Denzi nodded. Can you show me? I didn't know why it was so important to me. Maybe it's because I always believed music was beautiful. After what happened in the woods, I needed some beauty in my life. I needed to aspire towards something good. Otherwise, what was the point? Denzi reached into the seat of his bike and pulled out a simple reed instrument, tied together with twine. He played a progression of quick staccato notes that sounded like birds chirping, and the air vibrated around us like it was charged with energy. I felt something tickling my legs, and looked down to see long-stem tulips in a variety of cheery pastel colors. They pushed up through the tough ground, coaxed by Denzi's music. The sun seemed to shine more brightly, enhancing all of the colors of the small meadow. Butterflies, attracted by the notes, fluttered in circles around me. I lifted my arms in the air, twirling with them, and laughed when they landed on my skin. The impenetrable dark cloud had disappeared, and suddenly I was bubbling up with enthusiasm. But then he stopped playing. I shivered as the sun seemed to retreat, chilling the air suddenly. But the throbbing pain was gone as well. I turned to look at my shoulder. My eyes opened in surprise when I saw the wound. It had been red and angry an hour ago. Now the skin was smooth under the dark stitches, virtually healed. Chapter 18. We reached school before noon. The sudden opulence of the interior was jarring after my forest adventure. Denzi made me a plate of bacon and eggs with a strong cup of coffee. I scarfed it down so fast my stomach hurt, then nearly fell asleep in the dining room. I blinked my eyes open and saw Denzi hovering nearby, like he was afraid to let me out of his sight. Sorry, I said. A nap is probably a good idea, he said, standing up and offering me a hand. I know the others are anxious to see you, but you'll have time for that later. He led me to my room without letting go of my hand, then paused in the doorway. Sam? He said my name like a question. I liked the way it sounded on his lips. He leaned in close, reaching around me to push open the door. My heart pounded as I felt the heat between us, the empty space separating our bodies. But then he pulled his hand away. I'm glad you're safe, he said finally, brushing his golden hair away from his face. When I woke, it was dark, and I felt like a different person, like I'd been on a long voyage, and everything that was once familiar and comfortable now seemed strange and foreign. My room felt claustrophic, limiting. When I got here, I thought I'd won the lottery. Now it felt more like a gilded cage. What was I even doing here? I came to study music, not fight in some supernatural war. I wanted to call my mom, but I didn't trust myself not to break down and start crying. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that blooded head in my lap, his mouth wide with horror, like he'd died with a scream on his lips. I took a walk down the shadowed halls to the dining room and fixed myself a glass of juice. The building was quiet and dark. It must be after midnight. On my way back to my room, I saw a light on downstairs. Someone else was still awake. I crept down the stairs and followed the light to Jenny's office. I put my ear against the door, then tapped lightly with my fingertips. "Come in," Jenny's voice called from inside. I took a seat across the desk and pulled my knees up against my chest. I didn't know what I wanted to say until I'd blurted it out. "I think I need to go home," I said. "I can understand that," Jenny said. He reached into a drawer near his desk and pulled out a bottle of sherry, pouring us both a small glass. I sipped the sweet wine and felt its warmth through my body. "I can't imagine what you've been through. Denzi told me the Maenads took you. I'm so sorry if I'd have thought you were in any danger." "They didn't hurt me," I said. "I mean, not really. They wanted me to join them. I think they drugged me, and I'm not exactly sure what happened after that." I bit my lip, hoping Jenny wouldn't push for more details. He scanned my face, then breathed out a sigh. I was sure he could imagine what went on in the woods. "I see," he said finally. "Let me guess. The Maenads want you to bring back Dionysus, to call him. Nobody else has been able to do that, not since Orpheus. Is that why you brought me here?" "No, I brought you because you might be the only person who can find the lyre and the only one who can use it." "To save the world, right?" I scoffed. "To heal it? Yes. To keep balance. But I don't want any of it. I don't want to be a weapon. I don't want to choose sides. This is not a conflict you can choose to stay out of. If the Maenads succeed in raising Dionysus, it'll be the end of civilization as we know it. The Maenads are tired of hiding. They want to rule over mankind. It's a war that takes place within each of us, our reason versus our desire. But it is also played out in the shadows. If the Bashantes win, they'll unleash humanity's worst impulses. It will be hell on earth." "So he's like what, the devil?" "It's not that simple, but if you reduce everything to good and evil, and good means obedience and chastity and self-control and abstainment, then yes, Dionysus is the opposite of all of that. He's pure pleasure, intoxication, enjoyment, expression, passion." "That doesn't sound too bad," I said. "No control. No conception of control. Do whatever you like anytime, no matter who it hurts. Rape and steal and murder and pillage. There will be no law, no justice, no peace or safety. The strong preying on the weak and innocent. It will mean war, everywhere, until mankind has destroyed itself. There is nowhere you can be safe from this." I remembered how I felt in the woods, fearless and without remorse. I couldn't imagine what the world would look like if everyone acted like that. But if I leave, if I go back to America, then they can't get what they want. Isn't that better for everyone? I'm afraid at this point they won't let you go. Not now that you're involved. You're too important. You're the key to everything." "What do you mean they won't let me go?" I asked. "We used to have another student. He was brilliant, one of the best students we'd ever had." "David," I guessed. Jenny's eyebrows raised, surprised that I knew the name. "He was my prodigy, but he got cocky. He thought he could take on the Maenads alone, challenge them. We found his head on our doorstep. So I'm stuck here. We just need to be careful. The safest place for you is at school, with all of us. That's where you belong." "But what do they want from me?" "My guess is, they want to recruit you. They are tired of living in the shadows. They want a new prophet. They want a new lord. Someone to take the role that Orpheus gave up. You have his blood. And if I refuse, they'll kill you, like they killed him." "Again," Professor Paleva commanded. Her dark hair was pinned up in an immaculate bun, and she was wearing a luxurious silver gown that hugged her figure, with a black sequined blouse. We'd been at it already for hours, and my fingers were cramped trying to replicate Paleva's masterful strokes. I was hitting all the right notes, but she still wasn't satisfied. As my fingers hit the strings for the 1,000th time, My mind wandered and I started to get resentful. Jenny told me I'd be safe here, but what if he was just trying to scare me into staying? On the other hand, I'd seen what Karina was capable of. If I tried to run home, how far would she go to stop me? Were these the two paths the fortune teller warned me about? One path will bring you power, but the other will end in death. She said I wouldn't survive either one, but I'd rather choose power than death. So I had to get better. Good enough to open the door and get Jenny the liar. Good enough to protect myself if Karina came after me again, though I still wasn't sure how practicing the violin gave me any real power. I didn't notice my fingers were bleeding until I felt the stickiness on the stings and found my notes slurring out of control. I waited for Paleva to notice blood running down my violin strings, but she didn't let up for another half hour. I pushed past the pain, but I was having trouble hitting the right notes. Finally, she sighed and nodded that we were done. I took my hand off my instrument and stretched my fingers. She handed me a damp rag to wash them off. My hands trembled when I took it from her. "I don't suppose you can fix these," I said, waving my red fingers in the air. She gave me a puzzled look, so I added, "I was injured in the woods, badly. Denzi healed me with his flute." "Unfortunately, no," Paleva said, shuffling the pages of music and putting them away in a binder. "Healing with music is challenging, even for me, and you need the right instrument." "Is it something that humans can even do?" "So you know then, what he is?" she asked, pushing her glasses up higher on her nose. "A satyr," I nodded. "But I'm not sure I even understand what that is. He doesn't actually have horns and hooves, right? Also, he said fauns and satyrs weren't the same thing, but I don't understand the difference. And weren't satyrs followers of Dionysus?" Professor Dobreva sat beside me as I wiped down my violin and put it away. "I will tell you the stories I know, in hopes they'll help you understand the power of music. Fauns play the syrinx, a wind instrument consisting of cane pipes tied in a row and held together by wax, generally closed at the bottom. Legend has it that the god Pan, the patron of shepherds, fell in love with the nymph Syrinx, daughter of Ladon, the river god. Fleeing his attentions, Syrinx pleaded with Zeus to save her, and just when Pan captured her, Zeus turned the nymph into reeds. Enraged, Pan smashed the reeds into pieces, but on reflection he was struck with remorse and wept and kissed the broken reeds, all that remained of his beloved. As he kissed the reeds, he discovered that his breath could create sounds from them, and so he made the musical instrument that would carry the lost nymph's name. That's romantic, kind of. Too bad the girl had to die for Pan to figure it all out. "It's the moral of the story that matters," Professor Dobreva said. "The Roman counterpart of Pan is Faunus, which became the name given to immortal followers of Pan. They believed in harmony and unity. They gave up their personal, selfish desires for a greater, universal purpose. They play music for love, as a selfless gift to the world. They're poets. You could say that fauns are just the Roman translation of the Greek satyrs. And they're actually the same species, but there are other differences. Satyrs follow Dionysus. They play the aulos, a double-reeded instrument like a modern oboe. It's long, phallic instrument that was used for martial music. The satyrs were Dionysus's military brigade, using music as a weapon. They used music to subdue, to dominate, to conquer. In myth, Marsyas the satyr was supposed to have invented the aulos, or else picked it up after Athena threw it away because it caused her cheeks to puff out and ruined her beauty. He challenged Apollo to a musical contest, where the winner would be able to do whatever he wanted to the loser. After Apollo won, he celebrated his victory by stringing his opponent up from a tree and flaying him alive. I shuddered at the image. I thought Apollo was the good guy? "It's not that simple," Paleva said. "Apollo represents rational thought and order, but without emotion he lacks sympathy and can be cold and brutal. Dionysus, meanwhile, is pure emotion. Left unchecked, it can also manifest as violence. The order of Orpheus was meant to keep the balance between them, unifying head and heart, balancing the powers so that no one side can dominate the other." After what happened with Marsyas, satyrs were the enemy of Apollo. When Denzi turned from Dionysus and became a follower of Apollo after Orpheus's death, he turned his back on his own kind. They view him as a traitor. You could say the difference between satyrs and fauns is the difference in platonic and erotic love. One love prioritizes personal satisfaction over the beloved object. The other gives up selfish desire for the happiness of the other. You could also say that fauns are elevated satyrs, who have overcome their baser natures and learned wisdom and philosophy. They experience guilt and shame, regret and remorse. They prioritize the happiness of their beloved rather than simply the gratification of their own sexual desire. The satyrs play for destruction, a symphony of chaos and disorder. All revelry leads to violence. Selfishness to fulfill one's desire creates an implacable lust, which can lead to madness that will not be stopped or contained. That is Denzi's music. He needed tempo, rhythm. Music can be used constructively, but only if it is controlled. This is what Orpheus learned. Why he turned away from Dionysus. Raw power has no value. Apollo offered more: a future, stability, peace. So only fauns can heal with their pipes? Because of the harmonious notes? I asked, trying to understand. Not necessarily. Both use personal force and energy to create music from their wind instruments. Orpheus plays the lyre, a string instrument where music is made from vibration. It was so pure and beautiful, he was able to suspend the laws of physics and nature. It gave him total mastery of the universe. But it's not really about the instrument, it's about the player. But remember, Orpheus was at his most powerful after Eurydice died, after his heart had been broken. First, you must be brave enough to love with your whole heart, even if it means your own destruction. You must bleed into your strings, but not with your fingers, with your heart. She said this with conviction and a sadness in her eyes. I wondered then where Paleva's abilities came from. Who had broken her heart? Chapter 19. Over the next week, I oscillated between frustration and denial. I hadn't left the building in days, and whenever I tried to go out, Iskra insisted on tagging along. I got the feeling Jenny told her to keep a close eye on me. And then there was the all-consuming guilt that haunted me after my night in the woods, the horrible secret I was still keeping from anyone at Pipkov. Part of me hoped that maybe Kamosakis was right. Maybe it hadn't even happened. I prayed for that to be true, even though I felt in my bones that it wasn't. I kept waiting for the police to show up and say they found the bodies. In class with the others, every time a bird chirped outside, I'd stop the movement of my fingers to listen, imagining the sirens of police cars closing in. Denzi kept asking if I was okay to continue, to keep playing, if I was hurt. But I felt fine, physically. How could I confess my guilt without also revealing the murder? It was always on the tip of my tongue, threatening to jump out, so I made up excuses and tried to speak as little as possible. I focused the desperate shame into the music. Class had turned into combat training, each morning filled with more and more impossible tasks that seemed designed to drive me crazy. Puncturing an eggshell, peeling an orange, separating salt from sugar. I kept up in class but no longer asked questions. Instead, I taught myself origami to calm my nerves. I made hundreds of paper cranes in a multitude of colorful wrapping paper. Then I locked myself in my room trying to get them to fly. When I could juggle 3 or 4 of them in the air with fast, sharp notes, I lit a row of candles and tried to make them weave between them like an obstacle course. It was easier now that I knew it could be done, but still took tremendous concentration. I gave up after one of the cranes got too close to a candle and burst into a ball of fire. I didn't want to burn down the school. Twice a week, Jenny and I went back into the tunnels under the city to see if I was ready. I always knew I wasn't, that maybe I'd never be ready. I was tired of seeing the frustration and disappointment on his face when I failed, yet again. And then there was Denzi. He'd been weird since my kidnapping. On the one hand, he seemed overly concerned on protecting me. On the other hand, whenever we were alone together, he made excuses and ran off, like he didn't want to be alone with me. Peleva said I needed to risk more, to love more. As if falling in love was the easiest thing in the world. I had virtually no experience with the opposite sex, certainly not a real relationship. I was attracted to Denzi, but love? Even if I thought it was possible, every time we got close, he pulled away again. So I was surprised when after class one day he asked me to stay late for a minute, rather than packing up and racing from the classroom as usual. My heart pounded as, for the first time in over a week, I realized we were alone together, but he kept his eyes on the ground and stood behind the desk. "Jenny has asked for a status update," he said. "Let me guess, I'm getting worse." "You just seem distracted," he said. "Is there anything we can help you with? Anything you want to tell me?" My heart pounded at the invitation. Did he know or suspect what had happened on the mountain? Did Comisicus tell him? Part of me wanted to tell Denzi everything, but I still couldn't bear to put it in words. The worst thing about it all was how good I felt, how free and powerful. I hated myself for it. So I shook my head. No. "Jenny wants me to give you harp lessons. It's larger than a lyre, but easier to learn. He thinks it would be a good idea to learn, so you'll be ready when we retrieve the lyre. We'll start tomorrow." "Just us?" I asked. The thought of the two of us together alone made my heart race. I couldn't keep the hope out of my voice. "Unless you're uncomfortable being alone with me?" There was just a hint of the old Denzi in his voice, a teasing sparkle in his eyes that made my cheeks burn. That night, I dreamed of Denzi. We were in a clearing, full of rectangular blocks of stone, surrounded by tall pine trees. I was sitting on a crumbling facade of some ancient temple, in a shimmering black dress, with a golden harp glowing between my legs. Denzi sat behind me, his strong arms reaching around, his palms on the back of my hands, showing me where to pluck the strings. At some point, I noticed he'd lost his shirt, and his breath was ragged and rough against my ear as he smelled my hair. I trembled with pleasure, and roses bloomed around us like fireworks, their bright petals filling the meadow. But then I noticed the bones, pushing up out of the damp earth, pulling themselves towards us, and I realized we were in a cemetery, and our music was raising the dead. My eyes widened and I looked back at Denzi, but he was gone. In his place was a goat as large as a bull, his muscular arms wrapped around me like a vice, forcing me to keep playing. The roses grew tighter around us, until thorns were digging into my skin, drawing blood. I woke up in a sweat, both cold and warm at the same time. I tried to shake the dream as I took a shower, and by the time I'd dried my hair, the mood had faded. I lingered in front of my closet. I'd been wearing sweats and t-shirts all week, but today I picked out a cute blue skirt and white blouse. I tried to tell myself I wasn't just dressing up for my private lesson tonight, though I was more excited than I had any right to be. I almost smiled to myself when I left my room. I wasn't paying attention and ran into someone coming out of a bedroom down the hall. My eyes went wide when I saw it was Denzi. I caught a glimpse of his abs as he finished pulling his shirt on. "Oh, hi," he said sheepishly, running his hand through his hair. My smile fell when I saw him glance into the room behind him. I followed his gaze and saw a purple bra on the bed. "I thought you didn't sleep at school," I said, raising my eyebrows. "Or with students," I wanted to add. He looked like he wanted to say something, but I pushed past him before he could. My lip was trembling, and I hated myself for being so weak. I didn't want to hear his excuses. He didn't owe me anything. I tried to act normal in class, pretending everything was fine, until Stolina's top slipped over her shoulder and I saw her purple bra strap. My finger slipped, and I played a clashing note that made everyone look at me. Shit. Of course he's with Stolina, the drop-dead runaway model. She's practically a third taller than me and dresses like a lingerie calendar half the time. Maybe he knew I'd been lying to him. He could probably smell the blood on my fingers. No wonder he didn't want me. My mood was so dark the light seemed to literally get sucked out of the room. In the shadows, I imagined smoky tendrils rising up from the ground, blocking out the windows. Denzi frowned and leaned in closer to the music like he was also having trouble seeing. Then there was a subtle trembling, almost like an earthquake, or a big truck rolling by outside. Maybe one of the subway tunnels ran under the school. Strange, I'd never noticed it before. Finally, Denzi sighed and cued us to stop playing. The smoke veils vanished and light flooded back into the room. I noticed the hair on my arms standing up and could feel a sheen of sweat across my arms. I trembled, then put away my violin before the others could notice. I was halfway down the hall when someone grabbed my arm. "You need to get your shit together," Petrov said. "Stop acting like a baby." "What?" My eyes widened at his accusations. I hadn't said a word during class. I thought I was handling things pretty well considering. Mooning over Denzi like that, the rage, the jealousy, we can all hear it in your music. How you feel about him. But you need to knock it off and get control of yourself. There's no time for your little crush. Emotion like that could get you killed. He wasn't wrong, but I was mortified it was so obvious. But I wouldn't let him make me feel guilty for my feelings. "What's your problem with me anyway? You've been an asshole since I got here." "You're nothing to me," he said. "But since you're here, messing around with powers you can't possibly understand, I'm not going to let you kill any of my friends." "You mean like David? The way I heard it, he got himself killed." Petrov's palm hit my cheek before I knew what was happening. I'd never been slapped before. My cheek stung and my eyes watered. I looked at him in shock, then stormed towards the front doors. "Screw this place," I thought angrily, clutching my violin case until my fingers were white. "Nobody wants me here. Nobody appreciates how hard I'm working. My fingers were wounds that never healed." I considered taking a cab straight to the airport, but Jenny's warning kept me in the city. Instead, I took a walk. I didn't know where I was headed, but when I looked up, I was under a massive cathedral with teal and gold domes. According to my phone, this was St. Sofia. I'd been directly underneath it a dozen times now, but had never seen the actual building. I scanned a plaque next to the church and learned it was built over the necropolis of the Roman town of Serdica in the 4th century. 1,000 years later, the church gave its name to the city. In the 16th century, during Ottoman rule, the church was converted into a mosque. The original 12th century frescoes were destroyed, and minarets were added. I pushed my way into the building through the heavy wooden doors, and was immediately struck with the smell of incense. It was dim inside and took my eyes a few seconds to adjust to the light. When they did, I marveled at the high, domed ceiling of dark gray stone. Rows of arched passageways led from the main area to smaller side galleys. Pillars displayed darkened paintings of saints with golden halos that reflected the hanging chandelier in the middle of the church. Patches of thick glass flooring let people see through to the underground levels, tombs and corridors. Some of the tombs even featured frescoes. Signs pointed out the remains of the 4 churches that existed before this one. The floor was covered with floral ornaments and fauna-themed mosaics. I slid into one of the polished pews and leaned back against the cool wood, letting my eyes drift up towards the main altar until I cooled down. I was still seething. Even though my cheek no longer felt the pain of the slap, the surprise and humiliation had sent adrenaline coursing through my body. It was so unfair. They expected me to do impossible things, then treated me like garbage. Part of me wished I'd never come to Bulgaria. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my feed, looking at the pictures Becky posted recently. A message popped up from Ryan. "Hang out this week?" It arrived 3 days ago, but I didn't notice it until now. Oops. Suddenly, I really wanted to see him. He reminded me of home, and it would be nice hanging out with someone who didn't expect me to save the world. Want to show me around? "I'm in St. Sofia, taking a day off," I texted back. His reply came about 10 seconds later. "Pick you up in 20 minutes. I waited outside until Ryan showed up. I thought he'd be on foot, so I ignored the horse-drawn carriage approaching until it stopped right in front of me. Ryan leaned out from the carriage and offered me his hand. "Trying to impress me?" I asked. Is it working? He smirked, and his blue eyes sparkled. He was wearing a checkered shirt and khaki shorts that made him look like an Abercrombie model. If we were in high school, I realized, he'd be one of the cool kids, maybe even friends with Trent Taylor. I took his hand and let him pull me up. It felt nice to have someone make this much effort, and even though I'd always loved horses, apart from a pony at the state fair, I'd never been this close to one. We spent 20 minutes circling the city. The driver pointed out sights and shared historical trivia. I asked Ryan about school and let him fill me in on economic theory. Fascinating, right? He paused suddenly. I nodded, though I hadn't really been listening for the last few minutes. My mind kept drifting back to Petrov's sharp words. I'm not going to let you kill any of my friends. How about you, though? Pipkov still brutal? He nodded towards my fingers, which were red and swollen. Dark calluses had formed on the fingertips of my left hand. No pain, no gain, I said glibly, fanning my fingertips. As long as you're happy. I mean, you're getting better, right? Isn't that what you came here for? At that moment, my emotions came flooding to the surface, and I blinked away tears. What I came here for? I felt like a completely different person than the young musician who'd arrived in Bulgaria a few months ago. I didn't even know who I was anymore, and now I was pretending to be a tourist when people at the school were counting on me. Ryan noticed my change in mood and reached under the seat to pull out a long stem rose. Allow me to present this distraction, he smiled. I don't think anyone's ever given me flowers before, I said. Except my mom, after a concert. Well, it's about time, Ryan said with certainty. A girl like you deserves flowers every day. I took the rose and brought it up to my nose, letting the soft petals caress my face. The floral scent reminded me of my dream, and images came rushing back to me. The golden harp, the prickly thorns, Denzi's strong arms around me. I didn't realize I'd been staring at Ryan until he leaned in and kissed me. For a moment, I was too surprised to react. When I came to my senses, I pushed him back and stood up suddenly, forgetting we were still moving. Off balance, Ryan stumbled off the bench and kicked the side door open with a bang. One of the horses jumped, bumping the carriage and knocking us back against the bench. I saw the driver fall to the side and roll to his feet, chasing after us as the horses took off, galloping down the road. I looked at Ryan in alarm, holding on tightly to the side of the carriage as we careened down the narrow cobblestone streets. Stay here, he shouted. I watched him climb over to the driver's side and reach for the reins, but they'd fallen to the side of one of the horses. I watched in horror as Ryan stood up, preparing to jump forward onto one of the horses. He came so close, his hand missed the reins by inches as he fell. I heard him yell as the carriage wheels bounced over his leg with a sickening crunch. I turned around to look at him, frantic. Jump! He shouted. I stood, grabbing my violin case, looking for a safe place to jump, but the pavement was flying by too fast. And what would happen to the horses? There had to be a way to calm them down. I looked up ahead, my mind racing, just in time to see a little boy chasing a pigeon into the street. His dad was looking at his cell phone. If the horses didn't slow down, he was going to get trampled. I tore open my violin case and grabbed my instrument by the neck. I didn't know what I was doing, but it had to be like changing people's moods. I played bright, sweet notes that cut through the air like sparrows, focusing on the horses. I saw their ears twitch when my notes reached them. Then I pulled down the speed and pitch, moderating the tempo like I was yanking back on a fishing pole. The horses slowed but weren't stopping in time. My mind flashed back to what Professor Paleva had taught me in class. Bleed into the strings with my heart. I imagined that my bow was a thorny vine, wrapping around my heart and tearing through the organ as I dragged the bow across my strings. Then I let go, uttering a ragged cry of pent-up emotion that was almost a roar. My voice danced with the solid notes from my bow, and the horses came to a crashing halt. I was thrown from the carriage, and time slowed to a crawl as I flew through the air. I passed the boy and his surprised father, who looked up as the horses reared, kicking their hooves into the air. And that's when I saw him. The most beautiful man I'd ever seen, leaning casually against the wall, smoking a cigarette. He had shaggy black hair and was wearing dark leather pants and some kind of purple suede jacket. My eyes widened in surprise when I noticed his chest was completely bare, apart from some silver chains that matched the pair of studded biker bracelets on his wrists. He looked like he'd escaped from the cover album of some obscure late 70s death metal band. His irises were the color of crushed grapes, and as our eyes connected, heat spread through my body, like I was melting into warm honey. His lips curved upwards into a slight smirk, and his head dipped in the tiniest of nods. Then everything went dark, except those violet eyes, shining in the darkness, seeing me, like we were the only two things that existed. Chapter 20. I woke up in my bed to the sound of the doorbell ringing. I put my feet on the floor gently and tested them out. My knees were a bit stiff, but I could wiggle my toes. There was a dull, throbbing pain in my forehead. When I reached up, I felt some kind of bandage. What the hell happened? How did I get back? I heard voices outside my window and opened the shutter. I held my breath when I saw a policeman talking with Jenny at the front door. I couldn't hear everything, but caught a few fragments. "Just some questions," the cop said. "Come back tomorrow," Jenny replied, sending him away. Why were they here now? What did they want? "Are you awake in there?" Iskra called. I opened the door and she came in with a tray. French toast with sausages, slices of fruit, and some dark roast coffee. It smelled like heaven. "Breakfast in bed today," she said. "Doctor's orders." "What happened?" I asked. "You were in an accident," she said. "Don't you remember? You hit your head. The hospital was worried you might have a concussion." "Hospital?" I asked. That's when I noticed the paper tag on my wrist with my name on it. "The ambulance brought you and Ryan there first. Denzi and I stayed at your side all night, playing music. This morning the swelling had gone down enough they let us bring you back to Pipkov. Plenty of rest and more fluids. And you should be good as new. Eat your breakfast. Milka made it for you. It'll give you strength. Then, when you're ready, come downstairs to Jenny's office. I know he's eager to speak with you." I ate my food in silence. Apart from my headache, which was fading by the minute, I felt pretty good. I took a shower and noticed the stitches were gone from my shoulder as well. The hospital must have taken them out. I wondered if Denzi did more of his healing magic on me while I was sleeping. I wasn't looking forward to facing Jenny. It had been irresponsible to skip class and go out with a guy I'd just met. And what could I tell him? That I'd freaked out because I had a crush on my teacher. Petrov was right. I needed to get my shit together. I pulled on some faded black jeans and a navy blouse, tied my hair into a ponytail, then headed downstairs. I paused outside Jenny's office when I heard hushed voices coming from inside. "We can't keep her prisoner here," Denzi said. "It's not safe outside. Look what happened with the horses. She's dangerous to herself and others. Besides, you know what's at stake." I stifled a laugh with my hand. Me, dangerous? I leaned to put my ear closer to the door, but the creaking floorboards gave me away, and the voices silenced. I knocked, then opened the door. Denzi was leaning against the desk with his arms crossed, while Professor Dobreva sat at a small desk by the window. He gestured towards the seat across from him, then poured me some tea when I sat down. "How do you feel?" Denzi asked, his eyes flicking towards the small red bump on my forehead. "Better than I ought to, considering the last thing I remember was eating pavement." "You were lucky," Jenny frowned. "It could have been worse. Much worse." "Can you tell us what happened?" Denzi said. He was wearing a black t-shirt and a leather jacket with dark jeans. "The horses got spooked," I shrugged. "I played to make them stop but forgot to hold on. What were the police doing here?" "Someone filed a complaint against you. A father. He said you were making the horses charge, egging them on." "What?" I almost dropped my cup and it clattered against the porcelain saucer. I'm the one who stopped them. I saved his kid too. Not that he noticed. They just wanted to ask you a few questions to get the facts straight. I told them to come back later, but I doubt they'll be back. They don't actually believe a violinist could control a pair of stampeding horses. He smirked, and the twinkle in his eye did funny things to my stomach. How did you do it? Jenny cut in, peering at me over the rim of his glasses. Stop the horses. What did you play? How did it feel? I don't know, I just let go. In here in Pipkov, you know, I always feel like I'm holding my breath, walking on eggshells around the rest of you. And I've been so frustrated lately. I'm not complaining. It's just, this is hard. A lot to take in. Denzi shot him a meaningful glance and raised his eyebrows. Jenny sighed and adjusted his glasses. Denzi is insisting you need a break. He wants to take you into the countryside for a few days of R&R, to get your head straight. After the accident, it's not a terrible idea. Just us? I frowned, remembering the way I saw him sneak out of Stolina's room yesterday. Try not to look too excited about it, Denzi said. One more thing, Jenny said, pulling out a violin case. Unfortunately, your violin was damaged in the accident. It would cost more to fix than it's worth, unless it has some sentimental value. I shook my head, and Jenny unlocked the lid and pulled out a beautiful antique violin. No way, I said, my eyes widening in wonder. Is that a Stradivarius? I have a few in my collection, Jenny smiled. It's about time for an upgrade, don't you think? Grab a backpack, we'll be going for a couple days. Where are we going? To see the sights, play tourist for a while. Remember what that was like? He winked at me, and for a second, he was the playful musician I'd met by the fountain. I felt a ting of guilt in my chest. I was expecting them to be angry at me for running off and skipping class, but they were being so nice. The Stradivarius took my breath away. I never imagined I'd have the chance to play one of the legendary instruments, and now, a private trip with Denzi. I wondered if I should tell them about the man I'd seen in the purple jacket. But it had happened so quickly I wasn't even sure he was real. I could only have seen him for a second, but his appearance was burned into my memory. I packed a bag and sent Ryan a quick message, letting him know I was okay. I promised I'd visit him in the hospital when I came back to Sofia. An hour later, I was on the back of Denzi's motorcycle, cutting through rolling hills and meadows. We passed through a grove of trees and pulled up in front of a pair of massive boulders, out in the middle of nowhere. Once we'd stopped, however, I was surprised to discover the boulders were actually rough carvings, a pair of giant hands holding flaming torches. Denzi pointed up the hill behind them, and my jaw dropped. On top of the hill was a massive, disc-shaped construction that looked like a UFO, next to a tall rectangular pillar with a faded red star on its side. Wow, I said. What is this place? The Bulgaria Monument, Denzi said. Built in 1974 to commemorate the history of the Bulgarian Communist Party. Want to go in? Up there? Are you serious? A narrow dirt path weaved up the steep hill. Bring your violin, Denzi called as he stepped onto the path. The building was so large I couldn't tell how far away it was, but I grabbed my case and followed after him. When we were halfway up the hill, I glanced back to see how far we'd come. Denzi's bike looked like a toy far below, and the landscape opened up beneath us, green hills followed by distant mountains in fading shades of blue. When we got closer, I could see that the building was abandoned, nearly ruined. Graffiti adorned the slender base supporting the flat disc shape. What happened to it? I asked. It fell out of style, and it's so far out, nobody lives around here to maintain it. Why build it so far away? Bulgaria Peak has historical significance, Denzi answered. In 1868, the final battle between Bulgarian rebels and forces of the Ottoman Empire was fought here. In 1891, a group of socialists assembled secretly in the area to form an organized socialist movement, that led to the founding of the Bulgarian Communist Party. The graffiti was worse at the front of the building, covering nearly every inch of the walls. Denzi pulled a crowbar out of his backpack and jammed it into the metal door at the base. His muscles flexed, making the ivy tattoos on his arms writhe like snakes. Then the door gave way with a snap. He pushed the door open, and I followed him up the dark stairs. Inside was incredible. The ceiling was a giant disk of spokes, the skeleton of what used to be the roof. Large sections had fallen in, and pockets of gleaming light illuminated the ruined interior like spotlights. Glass mosaics had once covered the walls, but they were now half missing, the bare panels replaced with graffiti and murals. We stepped into the outer ring of the circular monument, where wide panels were exposed to the elements. I held onto the wall as I peered down. The view was dizzying. After a 100-foot drop, the ground continued to fall away swiftly. The mosaics on the outer ring were built with natural stones gathered from various rivers across Bulgaria, Denzi said. Back inside, several rows of low bleachers hugged the outer rim of the wide auditorium. It was like being in the center of an ice rink or round stadium. The ground was covered with rubble, broken tiles and shattered glass, combined with inches of dust and dirt. In the center of the ceiling was a red circle, with a yellow hammer and sickle symbol. I could barely make out the slogan, "Proletarians of all countries, unite." "What are we doing here?" I asked. "There's too many expectations at Pipkov, too much pressure. Even though this place is falling apart, the acoustics are pretty amazing. Thought you might want to try out your new violin?" I nodded, eager to try out the violin Jenny had given me. It was probably worth more than my mom's house. I played a few tentative notes, listening as the resonance bounced off the tiled walls and made their way through the circular building. The violin was crisp and sweet, with a clearer tone than I'd ever heard from my previous violin. I played some of the music I'd been practicing with Professor Paleva. "Want to try a game?" Denzi said after a few minutes. "You mean another test?" I groaned. We'd played dozens of games in class, each more torturous than the last. "No tests, just an experiment." He got out a black blindfold and held it up, waiting for my permission before slipping it on over my head. "Some animals use echolocation to see at night. See what you can sense with your eyes closed." I frowned but decided to give it a shot. I heard Denzi's footsteps fading across the massive room, and the blank, heavy silence seemed to churn around me, waiting for me to bring my bow across my strings. When I did, I pictured my notes filling the space and returning back to me. In my mind's eye, the whole room lit up with mystical blue light. I watched the notes spiral around the room and seek out the holes in the ceilings, escaping into the evening air. And then I found Denzi. He'd gone out to the outer ring of the monument and was walking a slow path around the exterior, looking out towards the landscape below. I could see him, even though he must have been behind a wall of concrete. That's when I heard flapping noises, a rushing of wind against feathers. They grew until I was sure it wasn't just my imagination. Then I nudged off my blindfold while keeping my bow against the strings. At least 100 ravens were revolving around me, a swarm of feathers and talons. They skimmed the circular walls and wove in and out of the holes in the dilapidated ceiling. The air was charged with energy. It made me feel light on my feet, like gravity no longer applied to me. At some point, I realized Denzi's pipes had joined my music. He was influencing the birds, telling them where to fly. They made complex loops and spirals. I laughed when I realized he was spelling out my name. "It's nice to see you smile again," Denzi said when we were leaving. It was almost sunset, and the pink and orange sky grew more beautiful by the second. "I forgot how fun it could be," I said, "to just play." "Race you down?" Denzi grinned, taking off down the steep path. I chased after him, careful not to slip on the dusty trail. Denzi leapt from rock to rock, as if his feet were glued to the earth. When I reached the bottom, I was out of breath. I didn't see Denzi, though he must have beaten me down. I saw movement in the dark trees past the meadow where we parked. "Now we're playing hide and seek?" I laughed. You're such a child. I crept towards the bushes, expecting him to jump out and try to scare me. When something did emerge from the bushes, and I saw its giant yellow eyes and long, sharp teeth, my brain struggled to catch up. It let out a low, guttural growl and crouched down to pounce. I screamed as it leapt towards me. It was like a tiger, but with spots instead of stripes. A leopard, I guessed, though this one was impossibly large, like a small bus. Its powerful muscles rippled as it landed in front of me, so close I could feel the hot stench of its breath against my cheek. On instinct, I swung my violin case at it and felt the hard plastic connect with the creature's nose. It batted me lightly with one paw, like it was playing with a mouse, and I was thrown to the side, gasping for breath. It licked its lips as it crept towards me, almost like it was smiling. Then another shape came hurtling from the side and knocked the giant cat to the side. It was Denzi, but he'd hulked out. I could see the curved horns spiraling out from the sides of his head. His massive chest rippled with power as he wrapped his thick arms around the beast and lifted it off the ground. It snarled and twisted out of his grasp, then sunk its teeth into Denzi's shoulder. "Run!" Denzi shouted. "Call for help!" I whipped out my phone, then ran back to the motor Kyle and ducked behind it for cover. My fingers trembled as I tried to dial. I hit the call button right when the motorcycle shot off the ground, flying over me, and I was suddenly facing another giant leopard. There are two of them. None of Denzi's little games at Pipkov had prepared me for this. Paper airplanes wouldn't faze these beasts. I needed an elephant tranquilizer. I sprinted into the woods, weaving between the trees and trying to put distance between me and the animal. I ducked behind a large boulder and held my breath. The leopard stalked after me, sniffing the air for my scent. I covered my mouth with my hands, trying to control my breathing and slow my racing heart. Just then, my phone rang, giving away my position. I scrambled to turn it off, then held my breath in the sudden silence. I heard a rustling noise behind me, and turned just in time to see a large black shape with yellow eyes coming at me from the other direction. It was like the leopard's, but so black it was like a hole in the horizon. I backed up against a tree, and the creature pinned me between its claws, peeling strips of bark away from the trunk. My eyes widened when I saw pieces of my own hair falling to the ground. I trembled as the panther leaned in, baring its teeth, but I had no intention of becoming cat food. I punched it in the nose as hard as I could, and was rewarded when it let go of me in surprise. It lifted its eyebrows at me, like it was amused, then swatted me to the side. It was only a light pat, but it sent me sprawling. I rolled to my feet and ran back towards the clearing with the bike. Denzi was pinned down by one of the leopards, leaning heavily on his chest with a bloodied paw. "Leave him alone!" I screamed. I grabbed a branch and hurled it at the creature to get its attention. It twitched its ears but didn't even look back at me. That's when I felt the hot breath on the back of my neck. I turned to see the panther behind me, analyzing me with intelligent eyes. I realized with a shock that they were cotton candy pink. "Please," I begged, sinking down on my knees. "You can eat me if you want to, but please don't hurt him." There was a long pause, as the panther seemed to contemplate my request. Finally, it dipped its head towards me in what was almost a polite nod. Then it snarled over my head. The two leopards scattered, bolting over the landscape until they were swallowed by the horizon. The panther retreated more slowly, circling around me as I ran towards Denzi. I sat next to him protectively, trying to hold him together with my arms. Then it disappeared into the bushes. Denzi's blood was soaking into his clothes, now shredded and straining to contain his bulk. As I held him, his form shrank, his thick woolly hair faded into his normal golden locks, and his massive curled horns vanished. He looked younger and more vulnerable than I'd ever seen him. I leaned my ear against his lips, trying to see if he was breathing. His body was burning up, and his skin was pale against the bright red stain spreading from his wounds. He couldn't die. Not like this. Without thinking, I bent down and pressed my lips against his. At first, he didn't move, but then I felt his lips twitch against mine, and I realized he was smiling. "I think that only works in fairy tales," he said, sitting up with a pained grin. It was worth a shot. I didn't know what else to do, I said. My cheeks were burning, but I was too relieved to care. It's all right, he said. I wouldn't have lasted this long if I were easy to kill. I'll survive, I promise. But we need to go somewhere safe. I have a house near here, but you'll need to drive. Chapter 21. Denzi held onto my waist and leaned against me as I concentrated on the road. The light was fading fast, and I knew we needed to get inside. Navigating the winding road between the steep forested cliffs was difficult enough while I could see. I felt Denzi's muscles tighten in pain every time we hit a bump in the road. I didn't know if it would hurt less to speed up or slow down. My main concern was just staying upright around the curvies. Faintly, Denzi pointed ahead to the silhouette of a hill. A square structure was nestled into the rocks. The metal and glass structure gleamed in the setting sun. You live here? I asked as we got close enough to see the details. It was like something out of Architectural Digest. Sleek and modern, but with a casual simplicity that seemed timeless. I could see the sparsely decorated white interior from the solid glass walls on the outside. Parts of the inside looked hundreds of years old, like the giant timber beams in the high ceiling or the enormous stone fireplace. Once inside, Denzi stripped off his shirt and took out a first aid kit. My eyes bulged at the jagged tear across his abdomen, still oozing blood. Would you mind? He asked, holding up a needle and thread. Seriously? You need a doctor, not a violinist. Tonight you'll need to be both. I usually do it myself, but I'll heal faster if I don't waste too much energy trying not to sew my belly button shut. Fine, I said, grabbing the needle and thread. Wait, what do you mean usually? I used to be a soldier, he said. A long time ago. Though I'll admit it's been centuries since I've been injured this badly. What were those things anyway? I asked. Very big cats, ow, he grunted as I jabbed him with the needle. Cats don't get that big, I said, adding a stitch and tightening the thread. Panthera pandis, Denzi amended. Giant leopards. He chewed his lip, and I could tell something else was wrong. How bad is it? I asked. They were the followers of Dionysus, his pets. Usually two. Their breath is said to be nearly irresistible to their prey. I haven't seen them since last time, I finished, a chill running down my spine. Thousands of years ago. I finished the last stitch and tied a makeshift knot. I'm not sure how long this will last, I said. I didn't have time to join the Girl Scouts growing up. What about your shoulder? I asked. It's fine, Denzi said, grabbing a roll of bandages. Puncture wounds from the bite. They should heal without stitches. I nodded, then helped him wrap the gauze around his waist several times. I let my fingers graze his warm skin, suddenly realizing how close we were, and the way he was staring at me. Help me downstairs, he asked. I'd like to show you something. I put his arm around my shoulder and supported him into the living room, past a massive bison rug. I could see a spiral staircase descending down into the rock below. A dungeon? I asked, raising my eyebrows. Better. He grinned. Denzi held onto the handrail as I guided him down. Once we hit the next level, he flipped a switch, and the cavern dazzled with purple light. Holy shit, I said. The cave was a rustic dwelling, with a few simple pieces of wooden furniture, but it was the walls that caught my attention. They were practically covered by gleaming purple crystals that twinkled under the modern lights. Amethyst? I guessed. They're good for healing, Denzi said, taking a seat and stretching himself out on a long sofa. And they also offer protection. Dionysus isn't exactly fond of them. If he is back, he might keep his distance. I don't understand, I said, sitting down next to him. I thought the Maenads wanted me to summon him or something, and Professor Dobriva said I needed to get the golden lyre first. He can't just show up, can he? He's a god, he does what he wants, Denzi said. But no, I don't think he's back. Not fully, not yet. But getting attacked by Panthera, that's not a good sign. My guess is you've caught his interest somehow and he sent his pets to investigate you. Me? But I haven't done anything. That's not entirely true. Is there anything else you need to tell me? About what happened with the horses or your accident? My mind flashed immediately to the man in the purple jacket, with his dark hair and studded leather bracelets, but it sounded too crazy to put into words. Why would an ancient god look like a wannabe rock star? Why does Amethyst help? I asked, changing the subject. It's a love story, Denzi said, settling back into the cushions and closing his eyes. The name Amethyst derives from the Greek ametystos, which means not intoxicated. According to legend, Dionysus was angry over an insult and determined to vent his rage by letting his Panthera devour the first person they met on the road. The unfortunate mortal happened to be a beautiful maiden named Amethyst, on her way to worship at the shrine of Diana. As the ferocious beasts sprang, she sought the protection of the goddess and was saved by being turned into a clear, white crystal. Dionysus, regretting his cruelty, poured the juice of his grapes over the stone as an offering, giving the gem its purple hue. It's one of the rare instances of Dionysus showing regret. But that's just a story, right? Denzi shrugged. A story that conveys wisdom. Amethyst is a cure for drunkenness. People used to put it into their wine so they wouldn't get too drunk. Dionysus's power is to cause madness and passion. Those protected by Amethyst are immune to his charms. But it also contains his divine energy, a piece of him in every stone. That's why it will speed up my healing. And it also makes him weaker. It brings out his sympathy, his humanity. It makes him mortal. My brain seized on this new piece of information, calculating the possibilities. If he could be made mortal, then he had a weakness. Maybe he could be defeated? I opened my mouth to ask my questions, but I saw by the rise and fall of Denzi's chest that he'd fallen asleep. I marveled again at how vulnerable he looked. His skin was pale and sweat dotted his brow. Long curls of golden hair framed his face. It was hard to believe the beast he'd been a few hours ago, the beast that had tackled a giant leopard to save me. I looked around the cave, wondering how deep into the mountain the trail led, and how long Denzi had holed up in here. I recognized it for what it was, a fallout shelter. After Denzi turned on his own kind, serving Apollo rather than Dionysus, he must have been afraid for his life, never knowing when the god of music and madness would come for him. I tucked a blanket around him and dared to lean in close enough to smell him, savoring the exotic scent of musk and spice. I looked at his lips, imagining what it would be like to kiss him. Then a memory came rushing back to the surface. Ryan had kissed me right before the accident, and I hadn't talked to him since. He'd barely even crossed my mind today. I checked my messages, but he still hadn't replied. "Are you okay?" I texted. "Call me." I figured I might as well get some practice in, so I went upstairs and took out my new violin. I spent a few minutes tuning the strings and applying rosin to my bow. I marveled at the craftsmanship, still scarcely believing it was mine. I was just about to pull the bow across the strings when I heard voices outside. My heart pounded in my chest. I was halfway downstairs to wake Denzi when I heard a voice I recognized. "Hello? Anybody in there?" Iskra teased. My eyes widened when I saw the group outside the front door through the glass walls. Stolina stood behind Iskra, looking surprisingly put together, considering we were in the middle of nowhere. Petrov glowered behind them. They were carrying bags of food and a few bottles of wine. Iskra almost hugged me when I opened the door, but froze at my stunned expression. "I told you," Petrov said. "They wanted to be alone. She probably butt-dialed you." "It's not that," I said, my cheeks turning red. "Whose blood is that?" Stolina asked sharply, staring at my hands. I'd scrubbed them and tried to get Denzi's blood of my shirt too, but I couldn't remove the stain completely. Iskra pushed past me, rushing into the room and tossing the bags on the kitchen counter. "Where is he?" she demanded. "Downstairs," I said. "He'll be fine." Stolina flung herself down the stairs, moving so quickly I could barely see her. "What happened?" Iskra said, taking my hands in hers. The day's events suddenly caught up with me and my lower lip trembled as I tried to get my thoughts straight. I told myself it was just exhaustion. "We got attacked, giant leopards." "No fucking way," Petrov cut in. "You saw the panthera?" Iskra asked in a wavering voice. "They hurt Denzi?" "She's lying," Petrov said. 1, they haven't been seen for over 1,000 years. 2, people don't usually see them and live to talk about it. "It's true," Denzi said, coming upstairs, leaning on Stolina for support. "They're real. They're back. He's back, or he will be soon." "We tried to call you," I said. "Is that why you're here?" "Actually," Iskra said, holding up a bottle of wine, "we figured he might show you his man cave, and probably also forget to tell you it's his birthday today." "His birthday, and he was spending it with me?" "I felt bad we didn't do anything for American Thanksgiving," Iskra continued. "I should have realized that it might be a hard time for you to be away from home, so we thought we'd cook dinner here." "Sounds great," Denzi said. "We're starving." It took an hour to prepare all the food. Denzi relaxed on the couch while Iskra and Stolina prepared turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, and gravy. They let me help chop ingredients, and the mind-numbing repetition was a welcome respite. I hadn't even thought about Thanksgiving this year, but once I smelled all the food, I was hit by a rush of nostalgia. I should have called my mom. Thinking of her and Tom dining without me at a lonely table made my heart squeeze. The fact that Iskra went to all this trouble for me, while I'd forgotten, made me feel even worse. "Okay," Petrov said finally, turning down the classical music we'd put on in the kitchen. "Food is done, we're all here. Can we stop pretending like everything is fine?" "Almost," Iskra said, holding up her wine glass, to Denzi, who almost didn't survive another year, and Sam, the girl who saved him. "Wait, what?" I asked. "I didn't do anything. Denzi was the one who fought them off. He saved me." Iskra gave Denzi a knowing look and raised her eyebrows. I realized she was trying to goad him into talking about what happened earlier. Denzi took a sip of his wine, then set the glass down on the table. "She stopped them," Denzi said. "She asked them to stop, and they did." The rest of the table stared at me in surprise. "Without music?" Stolina asked. "You just asked them to stop, and they listened to you." Petrov repeated slowly, like he couldn't believe it. "How?" Iskra asked. "I don't know. I couldn't reach the violin. One of the leopards chased me. Then I met another one, a black panther. I ran back to Denzi, and one of the leopards was on top of him. The panther seemed to be the one in charge, the leader, so I begged him to stop, to leave Denzi alone." "And they did," Iskra nodded, squeezing my hand. "You did well." I stood up, suddenly angry. I didn't do anything. I couldn't fight them. I couldn't protect myself, or Denzi. I didn't realize before how much danger we're in. I mean, the Maenads are one thing, but these... Nobody warned me about cats the size of a school bus. Petrov was right. I don't belong here. I'm not strong enough. I'm going to get someone hurt. I thought it was just about music, but there's still so much I don't understand. Iskra flashed an angry look at Petrov, who scowled at the table. He looked like he wanted to say something, but he held it back. "The Panthera haven't been back for a long time, and they've never come after me before," Denzi said. "After what happened with Orpheus, after I switched sides, I expected them to. I waited for them. I was sure Dionysus would come for me, but he never did. That's when I realized Dionysus doesn't care about me. I'm just another satyr. My betrayal meant everything to me, and nothing to him. He doesn't care about his followers. He doesn't care about anything. At least, not since Orpheus. Not until now." "What are you saying?" I asked. The only other variable that's changed is you, Denzi said. For whatever reason, it looks like you've caught his attention, something few mortals have ever achieved. That gives us an advantage. You just need to learn control. So let's practice for real, Petrov cut in. No more of the stupid games we play at school. No more gloves. We need to show her what we're capable of, what music can really do when properly channeled. If this is really happening, Stolina said, I need to eat, for real. She pushed away her untouched plate of turkey, wrinkling her perfect nose. What exactly are we talking about? I asked. We get shit-faced, Petrov said. The amethyst will help keep your mind clear. The alcohol will lower your inhibitions and fear. No way. I felt my skin grow cold, remembering the night I spent with Karina in the forest. The last time I lost control, I woke up a murderer. We'll watch out for each other, Denzi said. We won't let anything hurt you. That's so not what I was afraid of. What if I can't control myself? I asked. What if I hurt somebody? You mean one of us? Petrov smirked. I'd like to see you try. Stolina grinned, flashing a bigger smile than I'd ever seen on her. Her eyes flashed with excitement and she ran her tongue along the edge of her teeth. I'd always thought of her as delicate and beautiful, but right now she looked terrifying. This probably isn't a good idea, Iskra said. Denzi's hurt. On the other hand, there's only so much you can learn cloistered up in school. Real power, real magic. It's natural. You have to learn to let go, to turn off your higher brain, your reason, and give in to your core self. Plus, I wouldn't mind stretching my wings a bit. That's a figure of speech, right? I said. She smiled coyly back at me. Petrov reached over and filled up our wine glasses, then lifted his own. Bottoms up, he said, draining his glass. I looked at Denzi. He frowned and looked worried, but he didn't object. Very slowly, he put the glass to his lips and emptied it. Stolina smiled when I did the same. I wasn't exactly sure what I was getting into, but they seemed to know what they were doing. And anyway, I'd asked for it. If this helped me control my powers so I could prevent someone else from getting hurt, I was in. We went out on the porch and surveyed the landscape below us. We could see the lights from the nearest village, a handful of square houses at the bottom of the hill. Petrov pointed into the darkness. Remember the hot spring on top of the hill? Race you there. Last one in's a rotten egg. Iskra took off her sweater, revealing a dark tank top, and rotated her shoulders. Don't freak out, she said. I gasped as a pair of wings spread out behind her, shimmering in the moonlight. She laughed at my expression, then jumped off the balcony. I heard a whirring as she flew back up to face me. I'll keep an eye out, she said. Then she winked and flew off into the darkness. My jaw was on the floor, but I tried to take Iskra's transformation in stride. I wondered how many other secrets my classmates had been keeping from me. Stolina took off her high heels and stretched her toes, then flashed a smile over her shoulder as she raced into the trees. They made it look effortless, and I could tell they were more at home here in nature than they had been back in the city. I looked over the rocky ground doubtfully. Do I have to take my shoes off? I asked. Do whatever feels right, Denzi said. The others might try and surprise you. The trick is to let go, to allow yourself to be seduced by nature. It'll help unlock your powers. But it's also important to know when to stop, to keep some part of yourself. He pulled out a silver chain with a shard of amethyst and reached around me to fasten it behind my neck. My skin warmed when his fingers trailed my collarbone. This might help a little, he said. You're not coming with me? I asked, looking up at him with wide eyes. I don't want to interrupt your experience. Plus, I may need to help Stolina with the hunt. Don't worry, you won't be alone. We won't let anything happen to you. He stripped off his shirt, then clenched his fists. This time I watched him shift, marveling at the transformation. The changes were subtle, He didn't go into full-on beast mode like he had earlier. His legs shifted and bent, and his toes turned into hooves that clacked against the porch. Horns grew out of his forehead, but they stopped when they were a couple of inches long. His chest increased in bulk, but only slightly. He still looked mostly human. Then he nodded towards the woods. "Keep the moon on your left and head for that peak. It's a hike, but you'll make it. If you get stuck, just yell for me. I won't go far." The woods were peaceful and dark, but my heart raced as I made my way through the trees alone. I'd never been outside at night before, not like this. There were no paths or trails. I wasn't exactly a hiker, but I'd always considered myself in decent shape. I was questioning that assessment an hour later. The moonlight through the branches was thin, and the alcohol had impaired my balance. I kept stumbling over roots and logs in the darkness, scratching my palms on the forest floor. Carrying my violin case didn't make things any easier, but Denzi insisted I bring it with me. I was halfway to the base of the hill when I heard noises nearby. I followed them until I emerged into a moonlit clearing. A figure was crouched down over a dark shape on the ground. Her dark hair shifted in the wind. Stolina. I was about to call out to her when she lifted her head and sniffed the air. My heart stopped when I saw her face. Her mouth was monstrously large, with a row of razor-sharp teeth that reminded me of a piranha. Her green eyes shone in the darkness. The lump beneath her shuddered and kicked, and I realized it was a deer. With one hand firmly on the creature's antler, she feasted on the carcass, tearing its throat out with her teeth, eyes and hair wild. She was both monstrous and stunning at the same time, the confidence of a predator and the beauty of a pinup girl. I wondered if I'd looked like that when I was in the woods. I pictured myself tearing at the man's neck with my teeth, blood dripping down my chin. I stepped backwards, my heart racing, and snapped a twig. Stolina's head snapped up and she growled. I gave a slight wave, but she didn't recognize me. Then I ran. Chapter 22. She caught up with me easily and tackled me to the ground. She smiled as I struggled to get away from her, combing through my hair with her bloody fingers. "Please," I begged. "Stolina, it's me." I thought I saw a flicker of comprehension in her eyes, but before I could breathe a sigh of relief, she was thrown backwards and landed hard against a tree. A dark shape loomed over me. Denzi snarled at her, flexing his muscles and standing between us defensively. Stolina let out a scream of frustration, but then took off into the woods. Then he looked back at me. I felt a flicker of fear at the violence in his eyes, but then his gaze softened and he reached down for me. I pulled myself up, gripping his arm for support, and stumbled into his arms. Our faces were inches apart, but neither of us pulled away. Then I reached up and ran my fingers through the hair at the nape of his neck. I felt his heart beating as my chest pressed against his, and tingles of electricity sparked through my body in response to his touch. We'd never been this close before. I could see the lust in his eyes, and it mirrored my own. He hesitated for a moment, but then closed the distance and kissed me with passion. I pulled him to me, kissing him back. We clung together like magnets, like we couldn't get close enough together. He pushed me up against a tree, his body crushing my own. I ran my hand over his torso, feeling his hot skin beneath my palm. He buried his head in my neck, leaving a trail of kisses that burned like fire. I'd been kissed before, but never like this. He picked me up and wrapped my legs behind him, cradling my bottom in his hands. A moan escaped my lips as he unbuttoned my blouse, but then there was a crack of thunder, and he looked off into the distance, frowning. He blinked twice, turning back towards me slowly with confusion in his eyes, like he was seeing me for the first time. He pulled away suddenly, looking horrified with himself. "Sorry," he said in a husky voice. Then he darted into the forest, leaving me breathless and alone again. For a few moments, I was too stunned to move, savoring the feeling of Denzi's lips on mine. But then I straightened my clothes and brushed the pine needles and bark out of my hair. Is this what they meant by letting go? letting ourselves be ruled by instinct and physical impulses? Denzi's kisses hadn't been hard to endure, but I wasn't relishing another encounter with Stelina's teeth. Half of me wanted to turn back and head for the safety of the house. I could just tell them I got lost. But I gritted my teeth and pressed on. The landscape grew more rugged as the trees thinned, and suddenly I was at the base of a rocky mountain whose peak disappeared into the clouds. Some hill. A path cut into the dark rocks, zigzagging up the slope. Parts of it were lined with the remains of an ancient stone wall in serious disrepair, but at least it was a path. I wasn't sure how well I could have climbed holding my case. I was halfway up when I heard the music. The notes carried on the wind, mingling with the storm, almost like it was coaxing the rumbling thunder. I stopped to catch my breath next to a gnarled tree trunk that jutted out of the rocks. Lightning lit up the sky, illuminating the remains of an old chapel on the hill above me, and a stark figure playing the violin, his shirt and hair flapping in the wind. Petrov, he was charming the storm with his music. The air felt charged with static electricity, and the hairs on my arm stood on end. Then the lightning struck again. It smashed into the tree next to me, splitting it down the middle. It burst into flame, and I dove to the side to avoid the chunks of burning ember. I could smell singed hair and realized it was mine. A moment later, the thunder boomed so loudly I had to cover my ears. Pebbles, dislodged from my feet, tumbled over the edge of the cliff. Another step and I would have fallen. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd pulled out my violin and held it up to my neck. I was tired of getting pushed around by this asshole. I had no idea how he was controlling the storm, but maybe it was like the paper airplanes or the candle. Emotion and concentration mattered more than the actual notes played. My notes cut through the dry air like knives, bouncing off the rocks. I aimed them up towards the clouds and focused on the rocky edge Petrov was standing on. I didn't want to actually hurt him, though he didn't seem to care whether or not he hurt me. If he was trying to piss me off, it was working. I felt the wind gather around me, drawn to my music, and the tones of rock beneath my feet. My muscles trembled with exertion. I could hear Petrov fighting against me, challenging my music with his own. Our songs increased in speed until we were both racing in a feverish pitch, and then I felt it. For just a second, I felt as though my notes were an extension of me, like fingertips, clawing their way up through the clouds, gathering into a fist of electricity. In my mind, I pointed a giant hand down at Petrov, willing the energy to dive. Lightning exploded around him, and he shouted as the rocks crumbled beneath him. I felt something wet on my face. I thought it was rain at first, but when I reached up and wiped it away, I saw it was blood dripping from my nose. Suddenly, I felt exhausted, and my knees gave out. I heard the buzzing of wings and had the sensation that I was floating. I don't know how much time passed. When I opened my eyes again, I heard the trickling of water and saw Iskra through the steam, sitting in a glowing pool. She must have carried me the rest of the way to the spring. Petrov, did I hurt him? I asked, sitting up. Nothing he can't handle. Plus, he started it, right? She asked with a grin. I slipped off my jeans and top and sank into the warm water across from her. Seriously, you did good. But you're pulling from yourself. That's the problem Petrov has, and David also. You need to pull from your surroundings. Nature is a bottomless well of energy to command. Draw from it and fill your music with it. She played, and the pool glowed brighter in response. The water was so clear. With the light, I could see straight to the bottom of the spring. Phosphorescent particles of blue bubbled to the surface and floated up with the steam, like magic dust. Iskra's eyes reflected the light, making her look possessed. Her gossamer wings folded behind her. Even her skin seemed to sparkle. Are you you? I asked cautiously. The others seemed not quite themselves. You don't know us, Iskra snapped. We have been many things. Who's to say which version is the most real? I guess that's fair, I said cautiously, examining her wings. She sighed, and the anger left her face. I'm a Samodiva, she said, like a fairy, kind of. Many of us joined the Bachantes. We were called fire priestesses in the Orphic tradition. Why? I asked. Because of this, Iskra said, holding out her palm. Sparks ignited in the air in front of her, turning into a bright ball of orange flames. Neat trick, I said. I was impressed, but after seeing her wings earlier, nothing she did would surprise me. After Orpheus died, I went back to my enchanted glen. Humans would bring me presents, shiny charms, or jewelry. I would give them a taste of magic. Unless they were mean. Then I'd tempt them into the water and pull them to the bottom, or lift them up in the air and drop them. I enjoyed the sound of their breaking bones. I liked to be feared. Iskra stuck her fingers into the pool, making a whirlpool of the water. I could feel it tugging me down deeper. And for a moment, caught in her spell, I wanted to let it. But then humans destroyed my home. After that, I was a vengeful sprite, causing accidents, inflicting pain and injury. I was rooted to that space, too afraid to let go, too afraid to move on. I hated the humans. Denzi and Stolina, they coaxed me out. They taught me another way. Stolina, I gasped, suddenly remembering what I'd seen in the woods. She's a Maenad, isn't she? That's what she meant by hunting. That's why Denzi took the meat from Kamosicus. It was for her. We should have told you earlier, Iskra said. But, well, we weren't sure how you'd take it. I don't understand. I thought the Maenads were the enemy. Some of the Bacchantes were humanized by Orpheus's music. Like Denzi, Stolina felt guilt after they killed Dionysus. She didn't handle it well. For centuries she lived in a cave, overcome with grief, eating bugs and staying barely on the edge of existence, punishing herself by refusing to die. When Denzi found her, they shared their suffering. It brought them closer together. When he left the Bacchantes, she followed, turning her back on her own kind, for him. So they're together? I said, with a sinking feeling in my stomach. It's complicated, Iskra said. After a couple thousand years, the spark is gone. She still needs blood to survive, unlike him. And he feels responsible for her, now that she's alone. But why did Dobrava even let them in? How can he trust them? It wasn't Dobreva's choice, Iskra said with a tinkling laugh. They started all of this. Denzi started the Pipkov School of Music centuries ago, and convinced Stolina to join. But why music? I asked. It's the only true power. Violence is just violence. We could kill all the Bacchantes, but it wouldn't bring order, just more chaos and death. Every killing is an emptying, a void, that must be filled. It creates a need, a hunger. Only music can fill, replenish, heal. We'll never stop being who we once were, but Orpheus taught us control and restraint, order, balance, harmony. We've transcended our nature and chosen to become something different. Keeping control, it's difficult, exhausting. Sometimes the mask slips. Your problem is, you're afraid to drop the mask at all. You need to learn to let go, without being consumed. You can't be afraid of giving into your darkness. That's a part of you. But you must push through it, rule it, control it. Desire lust. That's the first power. That's the power of music, of the satyrs, of Dionysus, a bastard immigrant son who was never fully accepted by the gods of Olympus. But after that, you must reach higher and tap into the melodies and harmonies of Apollo, perfectly balanced, without desire. Not longing, not needing, simply being. But you can't get the second power without going through the first. You need to give in to the chaos without losing yourself to madness. You have to fight to stay in control. The fortune teller warned me not to let the darkness out. Now Iskra was telling me the exact opposite. How do I do that? I asked. You face your demons. Real music is not the absence of desire, or pain, or suffering. It's feeling all those things without losing control of yourself. being able to separate yourself from your emotions. I nodded, though I wasn't sure I really understood yet. The warmth of the bubbling pool was making me drowsy. I felt like I'd been on my feet for days. Maybe we should let the others have their fun, Iskra said. You look tired. Maybe it's time to go back. Do we have to? I groaned. My feet were already aching, and I wasn't looking forward to the long walk home. I don't think this would be Jenny's idea of taking it easy, she said. The least we could do is give you a good night's sleep. Don't worry, we'll fly home. Iskra had me stand in front of her, then wrapped her arms around me with surprising strength and lifted off the ground. I had to shut my eyes as we left the summit and crossed over the woods far below, but in just minutes we were back on Denzi's porch. Iskra pulled out some of Denzi's spare clothes from a dresser and told me to sleep downstairs where it was quiet. With Denzi's oversized sweatshirt around me, I passed out almost as soon as I hit the sofa. Hours later, I woke up to find a dark shape standing over me. I jerked back, pulling a pillow in front of me for protection. It's just me, Denzi said. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been back? I asked. A while, he said. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry about before, in the woods. I shouldn't have kissed you. Once I let loose, sometimes it's hard to contain. You don't look sorry, I said, chewing on my bottom lip. There was a question in his eyes, like I was a puzzle he couldn't solve. He looked down at my lips, and my cheeks burned. But then he got up to leave. I grabbed his hand and held it. I can't, Denzi said without pulling away. It's Stolina, isn't it? You're with her. His eyes widened in surprise. We're old friends, he said. We're not together. Not like that. I saw you leaving her room, I accused. Apologizing after kissing me was one thing, but I wouldn't let him lie to my face. Maybe you Bacantes don't mind having multiple partners, but I'm not that kind of girl. He smiled, which pissed me off even more. He was laughing at me. I crossed my arms and turned away, but he grabbed me and spun me around to face him. I was there for you. After the kidnapping, I didn't want to let you out of my sight. I was staying in her room so I'd be closer to you, so I could protect you, and I slept on the floor. Whatever, I said. You've been hot and cold since I met you. I'm tired of trying to figure out how you feel about me. You're the only one I want. He said it quickly, like an admission of guilt. But then his eyes filled with intensity, and he continued. I've never wanted anything so much, and that's why it scares me. I've spent centuries resisting my desires, controlling my impulses. Around you, I lose control. Iskra told me we can't hide from what scares us, I said. To get stronger, we have to push through it. I reached up and wrapped a hand around the back of his neck. His breath caught, and I could see his desire raging inside him. Then, when neither of us could wait any longer, he leaned in and kissed me. Softly this time. Chapter 23. The next morning, I woke with Denzi's arm around me. I smiled, savoring the silence of our rock-hewn enclosure and the warmth of his body next to mine. Sometime during the night, he'd taken off his shirt. I traced my fingertips over the lines of his tattoo, realizing it had been weeks since I'd redrawn the treble clef. For some reason, the patch of bare skin on my wrist felt oddly symbolic, like a blank canvas or a fresh start. I lifted Denzi's arm off me gently and rolled out from under him, then climbed the stairs into the main house. We were surrounded in a fog so thick I could barely see through the windows. The smell of coffee pulled me around towards the kitchen, where Petrov was leaning against the counter. He was wearing fresh clothes, and it looked like he'd just gotten out of the shower. He poured me a cup without saying anything, and I wrapped my fingers around the mug, pulling out one of the stools under the counter. I'm glad you're okay, I said finally when I was sick of the silence. I mean, after last night. Things got pretty intense. He chuckled darkly. I guess all our secrets are out of the bag now, he said. Actually, I'm surprised you haven't run back home yet. Maybe you're stronger than I thought. I frowned. He was being nice to me, but it seemed out of character for him. The coffee was brewed Turkish style, with the grounds on the bottom of the cup and a large sugar cube. I finished it in one gulp and passed it back to Petrov for more. My head was still spinning from the revelations of last night. Iskra was some sort of fairy, a samodiva. Stolina was a Maenad, and Denzi was a satyr. Is anybody at Pipkov actually human? I asked. What's your superpower being an asshole? Petrov scowled, then reached behind him for a knife. My race pulsed as he walked to the fridge and pulled out some onions and tomatoes and began slicing them on a cutting board. I'm sorry, he said finally, without turning to look at me. About what happened at school. David and I were close. I didn't realize how dangerous it was. I thought I was invincible, so I went after Karina myself. David followed. He died because of me. When I look at you, how eager and foolish you are, it reminds me of myself before. I didn't want someone like that on the team, but that's not an excuse. And I'm glad you were there, with Denzi. If you can control the Panthera... I told you I didn't do anything. After last night, I find that hard to believe. After all, you did keep up with us. I think you're capable of more than you realize. I should be helping you get better, not pushing you away. In that case, apology accepted. As for my superpower, he smirked. I make a mean omelet, and also this. He brought the knife down hard across the back of his hand. I cringed. The blow should have been enough to cut off his fingers. Instead, the blade bounced off at an angle in a storm of sparks. Petrov brought his hand up and flexed his fingers. Holy cow, I said. In the old texts, we're called trolls. We can shift into stone, granite to be exact, which makes us very hard to kill. Do I smell bacon? Iskra asked, coming up the stairs. Stolina joined us next in the kitchen. She'd been in one of the spare bedrooms upstairs. Denzi was the last to arrive. He looked sheepish, rubbing the back of his neck. He pulled on a black tank top just as Petrov was dishing up the plates. The fog was clearing, and the view from the cabin was breathtaking. Tall pine trees and towering pillars of red rock disrupted the landscape. Far below, we could see a small village in the valley. I let the omelet melt in my mouth. The strong local cheese and the fresh flavors of the organic vegetables were practically heaven. I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten anything so good. Actually, I couldn't even remember when I'd last eaten. Was it only yesterday that I'd had the accident? Or the day before? I suddenly realized I hadn't checked in with Ryan. I pulled my phone out to check my messages, but there were none from him. Are you okay? Where are you? Text me back. I was distracted, so I didn't notice Iskra talking to me until she put a hand on my arm. What? I said, putting away my phone. I asked what you were wearing. I looked at her blankly.
Sofia National Opera, remember? The concert is tonight.
That's tonight? I asked, my skin going cold. Denzi had mentioned it in class weeks ago. It would be my first real performance since arriving in Bulgaria. I should feel nervous about it, but I was numb. Somehow getting up on stage and playing the violin in front of a bunch of strangers no longer seemed nearly as terrifying as it once had. Don't worry, Stolina said. I'm sure I have something you can borrow. You can try some dresses on when we get home. Thanks, I said, fingering my cell phone in my pocket. But there's someone I need to see first. Ryan's leg was in a thick white cast when we got to the hospital. We'd stopped to grab some flowers at a shop. My face fell when I saw him. How had I escaped practically unscathed when he looked like this? Ah, you shouldn't have, he said. You got the flowers last time, I said. Figured it was my turn. Guilt settled into my stomach as I grabbed a glass jar for the flowers and put them next to the window. I'd been out rehearsing with my classmates while Ryan was stuck in bed, with a broken leg he'd gotten on our date. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner," I said. "Concert tonight, I needed to catch up." "Don't worry about it," he said. "It looks worse than it is. Doctor said it was a clean break. Should be able to walk on crutches in a few days. The cast'll come off in about 6 weeks." That seems like a long time. I frowned. I wondered if I could speed up the healing somehow. Maybe like Denzi had done to me. "I didn't bring my violin," I said, "but I'll come back and play for you next time." "Promise?" he said. There was a gleam in his eye, and he reached out and squeezed my hand. After a moment, I pulled my hand away. Ryan was a good friend, but after last night, I knew I didn't feel anything for him romantically. We'd probably have to talk about that soon, but I didn't want to do it right now. Instead, I pulled out a red marker and signed my name on his cast. "I've got to run," I said, taking a step towards the door. I paused when I saw his uneaten food tray. "Oh, and make sure you're eating what they give you. You need your strength." "Ugh, hospital food. It's all beans and Jell-O. Next time, bring me a hamburger." "Deal," I said. Denzi was waiting in the hallway, and we headed back to Pipkov. I took a long shower, washing away the dirt and grime from yesterday. When I got out of the shower, a pile of dresses was waiting on my bed. Iskra and Stolina made me try them on one by one. After the first 5, I was in choice paradox. Each one was more elegant and beautiful than the last. "Try on the blue one again," Iskra said. "Or the purple. I think I like that one best." "I don't know," I said. "None of these really feel like me, and my arms feel constricted." "Wait!" Stolina yelled, jumping off the bed and racing down the hall. She came back with a black garment embroidered with golden thread. "I forgot about this one. It's an antique. Coco Chanel made it for me in the 40s. This dress was different than the others. The top was a tight body piece that fit like a corset, leaving my arms and shoulders free. The golden thread sparkled against the black fabric. The bottom half reminded me of a pine cone, ripples and layers of nearly transparent black material, hanging in uneven layers and piling on the floor around my heels. "Wow," Iskra said, clapping her hands together. I turned towards the mirror so I could see myself, and had to fight back a smile. I barely recognized myself. "Yes," Stolina nodded. "That's the one. Now we just need to pin your hair up, add some gold hoops, and do your makeup." An hour later, we descended the master staircase together. Iskra was wearing a sparkly blue ball gown, while Stolina's was dark purple. I'd never been to prom before. I was too busy practicing, or at least that's what I would have said if anybody had asked me. But this is what I imagined it would have been like. Denzi was at the bottom of the stairs in a tuxedo that barely fit his broad shoulders. It did strange things to my stomach. He held out a hand to me, and I took it. He didn't let go, even though I saw Dobreva flash a surprised look. Petrov was wearing a tux too. It fit his slim figure better. Dobreva was wearing a dark suite and a black tie, and Peleva was in her usual, a sophisticated, understated black gown that looked as timeless as she was. I realized, suddenly, I didn't even know what I was supposed to play tonight. "My music," I said suddenly, turning towards her. "What should I prepare?" "Whatever makes you happy," Peleva said with a warm smile. She reached out and squeezed my shoulder. It was so out of character for her, my mouth practically dropped open. She laughed at my surprise. "I know I've been pushing you hard, but play whatever you feel most comfortable with. It's not a competition, so you don't need to pick anything difficult. Actually, tonight is for the general Pipkov students who will be accompanied by the Sofia Philharmonic Orchestra. We're mostly guests, though I know everyone will be very eager to meet you and hear you play." "There are more students?" I asked. "Like us?" "Just regular students," Jenny said. "They don't live at the school. We tutor them at classes in local universities, and they get together a few times a year for concerts. If they're good enough, they may get recruited by the city orchestra after they graduate, so this is a big night for them. I'm not sure whether that took the pressure off or not, but at least people wouldn't be focused on me, and I could hide in the crowd. I grabbed my case, still scarcely believing it had a Stradivarius inside. I wished I'd had more time to practice with it. "One last thing before we go," Jenny said when I'd rejoined the group. "Denzi told me you saw the Panthera, that you were attacked by them." I nodded, gripping my case tighter. "And Petrov told me about the lightning. You've come a long way in a short period of time. We're all very proud of you." I bit my lip as my eyes started to water. Things are happening faster than we could have expected. Is there anything else you need to tell us about? Anything at all, it could be important. I chewed my lip, thinking about all the things I was leaving out. The man I murdered in the woods. The rocker in purple I'd seen just before I ate pavement. My dream with Denzi. I could feel my cheeks turning red, but there was nowhere to hide. "If I think of anything," I said, "I'll let you know." Petrov held the door as we headed outside, into the blissfully cool October air. 2 black SUVs were waiting outside for us with drivers. We piled into the back seat of one. Denzi was still at my side. His body next to mine sent a flurry of butterflies in my stomach. We hadn't really talked since last night. I wasn't sure if we were together, but at least he wasn't avoiding me anymore. "You look... wow," Denzi said. Iskra rolled her eyes at us. Petrov was looking out the window, but I saw his lips creep up in a smile. It was hard to believe we were running around in the forest last night. "This is so weird," I said. "I mean, yesterday you were fighting off a pair of giant leopards. Now, a concert. It's just surreal. What if I'm not ready?" "Seriously?" Iskra said. "After everything you've done, just play the piece you've been working on with Peleva. You must have memorized it by now." "Of course I have, but I've never played it to her satisfaction." "To play a wrong note is insignificant," Denzi said. "To play without passion is inexcusable." "More Keats?" I asked. "Beethoven. But he's not wrong." "He rarely is," I said. Denzi smiled at me, and for a moment, everything seemed right in the world. At first, I couldn't believe how carefree they were being. Usually, just before a concert, my classmates would be a ball of nerves. Everyone stressed out and sleep-deprived. But my companions tonight were acting like it was no big deal, which I realized it wasn't. After all we'd been through in the last few days, when we might have to fight maenads or satyrs to prevent evil incarnate from regaining a foothold in the world, a little stage fright was a welcome relief. We went in through a side door and emerged backstage. From behind the thick red curtains, I could glimpse the main hall of the National Opera House. Hundreds of bright red chairs cascaded towards the back of the room, and were crowned by 3 rows of curved balconies. White pillars separated individual box seats fringed with gold enamel. The domed ceiling pooled into a wide circle, painted with frescoes and embellished with a massive hanging chandelier. "It's beautiful," I said. "The acoustics are nice too," Iskra said. "Go ahead and warm up. The guests won't be allowed in for another 30 minutes. I took out my new violin, marveling at the polished shape of the antique wood, and begun running a few scales. Soon other students came in and joined me, spreading out on stage or helping arrange chairs. "Are you new?" a girl asked me. She was wearing a green gown, and her red hair was pulled back in a messy bun. "I don't remember seeing you at the last concert." "I guess you could say that," I said. "I'm Sam." "American, right? You must be a transfer student." "Oh my God, that dress is amazing. I'm Kari, by the way." "Thanks," I said. "I like yours too." Just then one of her friends ran up and grabbed her arm. "He's here," she squealed. "Where?" Carrie's eyes lit up. Her friend pointed towards the base of the stage, where I saw Denzi talking with Jenny and another man in a tux. "That's Jenny Dobreva," Carrie whispered to me. He runs the Pipkov school. Next to him is Denzi Kozlov. He's legendary, and not just for his looks. Every time he plays, I get chills all over my body, her friend said with a dreamy expression. Kozlov. For some reason, I couldn't remember if I'd heard Denzi's last name before. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. What else didn't I know about him? I went to get a drink of water, mingling with the other students. It was fun to be anonymous for a while. Their reverence for Pipkov's inner circle was well placed, not only for their supernatural good looks, but for the musical mastery they'd gained from centuries of practice. It was hard to believe that I was one of them now. They'd let me in, and tonight would be my unveiling. It reminded me how far I still needed to come. I didn't want to let them down or cause Jenny to regret his decision. A week ago, I'd been ready to give up and go home, back to my boring life, back to Burger Joint and being invisible. But after last night, it felt like I'd been initiated into something real. I didn't know where I belonged anymore or what I was up against, but I wasn't going to leave my classmates to deal with it themselves. After all, if Denzi was right about Dionysus being interested in me, maybe it was partially my fault that the Panthera had returned. Although I still didn't feel ready to fight, I wasn't going to run either. Finally, it was my turn to take the stage. The spotlights cast a glowing circumference around me, lighting up the gold threads in my dress. I saw Carrie's eyes grow wide when Jenny introduced me, and I gave a slight shrug. The seats were crammed full of people. It was easily the largest audience I'd ever played, but I felt none of my usual nerves. The violin fit snugly under my chin, like an old friend, or a lost limb. The conductor raised his baton, and I was playing. My fingers knew the notes so well, I didn't even need to hear the music to know I was getting everything right. But according to Peleva, getting the notes right wasn't enough. I had to play with passion. I had to bleed into my strings. I thought I knew what that meant before, but Peleva was right. I'd been too immature to fill my music with the sweet bitterness of personal tragedy. The only problem was, even though recent events had been harrowing, I felt pretty good. Content, maybe even happy. It was a new feeling for me. All my life I've wanted more. Maybe that was the problem. According to the poems of Rilke that Dobreva had given me, desire and longing were the enemy. Caring about the outcome, wanting, led to an imbalance of power and showed weakness. That's the power of the Maenads and of Dionysus. I wanted to leave the audience with more than just a sense of longing. I wanted them to feel the golden aura of contentment I'd felt waking up in Denzi's arms this morning. So I focused on him, and his smile, and the way his eyes lit up when they saw me, and how that made me feel, seeing myself through his eyes. I was almost finished with the song when I saw Karina in the audience. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but there she was, in the center of the auditorium, wearing a bright red dress that stood out like a flame. She looked stunning and otherworldly as always, but also somehow perfectly at home with the other attendees. The last time I saw her, we were running through the woods together, covered in blood. My heart pounded and my pulse rang in my ears. Suddenly I felt off balance and sick. My fingers continued to fly over the strings with precision, hitting every right note, but now my emotions were raging as fear and panic kicked in. The lights were getting brighter until they felt like they were burning my skin. I glanced up at the stage light above me, cursing its bright glare. Just as I reached the final stanza of the music, the bulb exploded, sending down a shower of sparks. I finished and took a quick bow, with the tinkling bits of broken glass falling around me. Then I ran off stage. I barely noticed the standing ovation my performance received. I was too flustered. I had to warn the others about Karina. I waited for the presenter to give some closing remarks. Then there was a final ensemble piece from the student orchestra, and finally it was over. "That was amazing," Carrie said, coming up to me backstage. "You didn't even flinch when that bulb blew. By the way, you should totally come with us for Halloween. We're going to a Kukeri folklore festival. Men dress up as hairy beasts to keep evil spirits away. It's supposed to be wild. Maybe you can bring the others from Pipkov." "Yeah, maybe," I said, searching over her shoulder for Denzi. I caught a glimpse of his broad shoulders and pushed past her. Talk to you later, okay? I cut through the crowd, drinking champagne, searching for my classmates, but then suddenly there she was, blocking my path. Her crimson dress was like a rose among thorns, only this time I knew exactly how dangerous she could be. Samantha, darling, Karina said. I froze as she grabbed my arms and air-kissed my cheeks. Then she linked arms with a man with a gray beard and pulled him forward. I was just telling the mayor all about you. Wonderful performance, he said. I let him shake my hand, even though I was practically trembling. I nodded numbly until the mayor excused himself and turned to greet someone else. What are you doing here? I hissed. I felt a hand on the small of my back and turned to see Denzi, standing behind me defensively. Stolina and Iskra appeared too, not far away. The air between us practically crackled with energy. Denzi, it's been too long, Karina said with a smirk. Not long enough, Denzi growled. You should leave before Petrov sees you. After what you did to David, I doubt I can restrain him, and this isn't the time or place. Don't be like that, Karina purred. I've missed you. Haven't you missed me? She reached out, ran one hand down his chest, pulling him towards her. He winced, and her eyes narrowed. Don't tell me you've been having fun without me? She tore open his shirt, revealing the angry red marks where the leopard had clawed him. You saw his pets? She asked, scarcely breathing. Then she squealed and launched herself at me. She wrapped me in a tight hug, lifting my feet off the ground. I knew you could do it, sweetie. I haven't done anything, I said, and I'm not going to do anything, especially not for you. I know it's all very confusing, but you'll understand once you meet him. I stared at the ground, but she lifted my chin, examining me with her piercing eyes. Oh my, she breathed, whispering into my ear. You have seen him, haven't you? I can tell. You're a changed woman. He's back. He's back. She said this last part loudly, like an announcement, and Denzi exchanged a confused look with my other classmates. I don't know what you're talking about, I snapped. Keeping secrets from your new friends, are we? I guess that's to be expected after our night together. They wouldn't understand. But don't wait too long, she said. He can be a jealous god if he's into you. It would be better to come to him before he comes for you. Bring me the lyre so I can gift it to my lord. It might placate his anger, and mine. I told you, I don't have it, but even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Not even to protect your precious classmates? I'll tell you what, I'll give you a week to deliver the lyre. After your performance tonight, I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. After that, everyone you care about will die.
Chapter 24.
Why didn't you tell us? Denzi said when we were back at Pipkov. He'd been silent on the drive home, his fingers folded in his lap, his brows creased in a dark scowl. Tell you what? I asked. You saw him and you didn't think to mention it? What else have you been keeping from us? I don't know what I saw, I said, frowning. My nerves were still raging from the confrontation with Karina. After the concert, Denzi found Petrov and Jenny and called a school meeting. We were all in the upstairs lounge. The men had loosened their ties, and Iskra and Stolina had taken off their heels and pulled their legs up onto the couch. But the camaraderie I'd felt earlier in the evening was gone. Denzi was looking at me with a mix of disappointment and betrayal that tore my heart out, like he thought I'd been deliberately lying to him. I wanted to speak to him alone, to explain things, but he'd gathered everyone together instead, like he didn't trust himself alone with me. Now I felt like I was the one on trial. Couldn't he see Karina was just trying to drive us apart? Why don't you walk us through it? Iskra said, handing me a cup of herbal tea. Edgar Allan Poe meets Bon Jovi, in his early years, I said. Shaggy dark hair, a wardrobe from Hot Topic, and the charisma of a porn star. Juicy red lips, washboard abs, piercing green eyes. I felt heat rising to my cheeks and shook my head to clear the image. I literally only saw him for a second, and I was flying through the air at the time. But you remember exactly what he was wearing? Petrov asked, raising his eyebrows. He kind of made an impression, I snapped. And yet you didn't tell us about him, Denzi said. The distrust on his face made it hard to breathe. I didn't think it was important. Since I got here, all anyone has told me is that I have to get the lyre to call Dionysus. How could I have seen him if I can't even get the vault open? How could I have guessed that some random dude in weird clothes was an ancient god and not some crazy homeless guy? I don't know, Jenny said, polishing his glasses. You're right, it doesn't make any sense. Maybe he's not really back, not all the way back. Maybe you just saw an apparition of him or something. But one thing's for sure, it's time to try opening the vault again. You've been through a lot in the past few days. Maybe you're ready. I couldn't argue with that. Karina's warning was still ringing in my ears. Get the lyre, or people would get hurt. But I still felt like there was something I wasn't getting. Something more I didn't understand. What difference does it make? I asked. The Panthera are back, and maybe Dionysus is too. The lyre is safe, right? Why not leave it alone? Jenny's face flashed with anger, and he gripped the table until his knuckles turned white. Finally, he cleared his throat and answered slowly, like he was explaining things to a child. The Maenads have been hiding, but if Dionysus comes back and joins them, they'll be too powerful to stop. It'll be anarchy and lawlessness. Nations will fall. The lyre is the only instrument that can tame their madness. Created by Apollo, it bestows reason and order. It's the antidote to Dionysus's divine fury. Then I guess we better go get it, I said, with more confidence than I felt. I was afraid one of them would ask what Karina meant about our night in the woods, and I still wasn't ready to admit what had really happened. If getting the lyre would stop Karina and make sure nothing like that ever happened again, I was in. Plus, I felt like the others were doubting my loyalty, and I wanted to prove myself. 2 hours later, however, I was exhausted. I'd played the notes carved in stone around the doorway 100 different times, with every variation of style, pitch, and pacing I could think of. Nothing made any difference. I thought, maybe with the new violin, I said lamely. Iskra, Stolina, and Petrov had already gone to bed after the initial enthusiasm had faded, but Jenny just wouldn't let up. Try it one more time, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. I can't do it, I said with frustration. Nothing I do makes any difference. Nothing happens. It's impossible. When you came here, Jenny replied, you would have said it was impossible to put out the candles. Or control lightning, Denzi added. He was sitting on one of the stone blocks under one of the giant stone portraits, his face half in shadow. I was in the center of the room, surrounded by the ring of blue lights, and Jenny was standing by the giant door like he expected it to pop open at any moment. That's not the same, I said. This is like 1,000 tons of stone. You're not trying to move it, Jenny said. Just unlock it. The right frequency, the right tone. It must unlock this door. My fingers were killing me, but I played one more time just to make Jenny get off my back. It's not like I wasn't trying. At his sanctuary in the mountains, Denzi had confessed his feelings, but now he was sullen and withdrawn again. I'd been waiting for a chance to talk with him alone, but the only thing I could think about right now was how good my bed was going to feel. Suddenly, I remembered the dream I had. Only a few days ago, I'd been looking forward to Denzi's harp lessons. Now I didn't know if we'd ever get the chance. I pictured his strong arms wrapped tightly around me, the roses and the thorns encircling us, weaving a lattice of pleasure and pain. The blood rushed to my ears and my body tingled in response to the daydream. Then the symbols around the door began to glow. I was so surprised I stopped playing. That's it, you've got it, you're doing it, Jenny shouted, standing up and clapping his hands together. Again, keep going. I brought the violin back up quickly and continued the music. When I finished, I started over again, but this time, nothing happened. No unlocking. No glowing runes. Jenny made me keep playing for another hour, increasingly frustrated, but I still couldn't do it. Finally, Denzi convinced him to let me sleep. He walked me upstairs, through the secret tunnel of skulls, and up through the underground chamber leading back to the Pipkov Academy. Denzi stayed quiet until he reached my door. His eyes were stormy, like he wanted to say something. "Well, good night," I said. I lingered at the doorway for a moment, but then opened the door and stepped inside. Denzi grabbed my arm. "Wait, back there. What were you thinking about?"
I wanted to say. He read my face, and I could tell he'd guessed the truth.
"Just be careful," he said finally, looking behind him in the hallways. "We're playing with powerful dark forces. If Karina or Dionysus figure out what you want, they'll use it against you." "What are you saying?" I asked. I was hoping for a goodnight kiss, but his words left me cold. "Nothing. Forget it. Just that there are bigger things going on right now than you or me. The more things you care about, the weaker you become." "Do you really believe that?" I asked. "I have to," Denzi said. I was beginning to hate that damn door. I'd practically camped out in the chamber of music all week. Sometimes under the watchful gaze of Jenny, who switched between optimistic enthusiasm and resigned consternation with frightening regularity. And when he wasn't around, I still preferred hiding out underground to facing the others up above. I couldn't even sit down to eat without attracting questioning looks from the faculty. Classes were all but suspended, since opening the door was our only objective. And since I was apparently the only person who could open it, I wasn't expected to show up anywhere else. I'd even brought down some blankets and pillows so I could nap between sessions. But after that first incident with the glowing runes, nothing worked, and I'd seriously tried everything. On Friday night, Iskra was keeping me company after bringing me down some dinner. "This is ridiculous," Iskra said. "Whatever you're trying to do here, it obviously isn't working." "Tell me about it," I said. "But if I'm not down here, Jenny will give me a motivational speech about not giving up. Who knew moving to Sofia I'd end up living like a cave woman in a lost tomb? You should be practicing with us or with Peleva. Maybe you just need a change of scenery." "Any scenery would be awesome," I said, looking around at the gray walls. "I haven't been outside for so long, I'm starting to forget what daylight looks like." The room was lit by a single lamp we'd place in the center, the dim glow of our cell phones, and the narrow skylights carved into the giant stone portraits. Iskra had brought down piles of instruments since the wall only gave notes and no other instructions. But we'd tried them all. We'd played duets. I'd played the notes backwards. I'd switched my dominant position and held the violin awkwardly with my right hand. There was nothing left to try. "I still don't even understand why we need the lyre if Dionysus can come back without it," I said, stretching my arms to the side. "Won't it just attract him more?" "The lyre is about power and order. Think of it like the antidote to Dionysus's anarchy and chaos. If he tears everything apart, we can put it back together again." "Why does Karina want it then?" "Opposites attract. The order, the structure. It appeals to Dionysus, lures him in because it's so foreign to his being. Karina, after all this time, still just wants him to like her." "That makes sense," I nodded. "But it doesn't really solve the problem." Just then I remembered something Carrie said about keeping evil spirits away. If the lyre attracts Dionysus, is there a way to repel him? One of the girls at the concert told me about a folklore festival called the Kukeri. "Kukarovden," Iskra corrected. "It's been around since the early Thracians. The Kukeri dress up in animal skins and battle the evil spirits that prevent the light's return, then celebrate the sun's resurrection. Later they were dedicated to Dionysus, the god of fertility and rebirth." "And it's still going on? After all this time? What's it like?" Iskra shrugged. In the beginning, it was indistinguishable from the revelries of the bacchantes. Satyrs, naked women, far too much wine, dancing and screwing in the woods, hoping to call down Dionysian fury and mania. Now it's kitsch, nearly a mockery of what it used to be. But some locals still believe the rituals have power, to keep the dark away, to make the crops and women fertile for another year. Petrov says it's superstitious bullshit. My phone buzzed and I lifted it to find a text from Ryan. Happy Halloween, you too. Going out? That depends. On what? Whether you'll be my wingman. It's only fair, since you practically broke my leg and all. The way I remember it, you jumped off a moving carriage. Be that as it may. Didn't you say you were going to come and cheer me up with music this week? I think you owe me a song. Plus, I met a friend of yours, Carrie. She told me to remind you about the festival. Shit, Ryan was right. I had promised to visit him again. But as much as I needed a break, I didn't think I'd be able to enjoy myself when everyone at Pipkov was waiting for me to open the door. I can't. I'm practicing. Kari says you killed it at the conference. You can't possibly need more practice. Plus, it's Bulgarian culture at its finest. You can't miss that. I smiled and glanced over at Iskra. Going to a party after my confrontation with Karina seemed stupid. I had no doubt she'd carry out her threat. But I had a few more days before her deadline, and I was exhausted and no closer to opening the door. If the Kukeri festival was based on ancient rituals, maybe I'd discover something there that could help. And even if not, it would be a nice distraction and a refreshing change. Ryan's trying to get me to go to the Kukeri festival for Halloween. I think some of the other music students from the concert will be there. Iskra said, jumping up. I love a good party. Are you sure it's a good idea? I asked. What's the alternative, you moping around in here again? Another night of Jenny's dissatisfied pacing? That door isn't going anywhere, and you still have a couple days to crack it, right? Karina gave you a week. A night off might be just what you need.
Chapter 25.
It took us an hour to reach the small mountain village hosting the Kukurovden. Iskra told Stelina, who told Petrov and Denzi. I expected him to refuse, but Iskra talked him into it, citing the dark circles under my eyes and my pale skin as proof I'd been spending too much time indoors. Stay close to me, Denzi growled when we got out of the van. He kept a hand on my elbow protectively. I'm probably the safest one here, I said. The Maenads need me, right? As long as they think you might give them what they want. And there are worse things than death, like being responsible for the suffering of others. Thanks. No pressure or anything, I grumbled. But I was grateful just to be outside. The air was filled with the refreshing scent of pine needles. Maybe she just needs a night off, Stolina said. Maybe something will come to her. That's a lot of maybes, Denzi said. We crossed through the parking lot to a cobblestone lane lined with flickering torches. As we got closer, we could hear the music and laughter from the village, along with the smell of roasted meat and spices. The main village road was lined with tourist shops selling souvenirs, but we followed the crowd through the town until we were on a dirt road flanked by makeshift stalls selling steaming cups of mulled wine and handicrafts. They were lit by lamps and looked like glowing mushrooms sprouting up from the forest floor. Old-growth trees towered above us, blocking out the stars. Iskra pointed out some men dressed in padded costumes wearing a mask of fur, chicken wings and fur, sporting dried beans for teeth. They were armed with swords and weaving supplies. Some of the Kukeri used meter-long wooden phalluses hanging from their waists to chase and poke women in the street. It's supposedly a cure for infertility, Iskra said, swatting one of the red-tipped staffs away. The festival opened up before us, with labyrinthine trails lit with long strands of white Christmas lights. We passed a stream, and I was surprised to see half-naked Bulgarians splashing through the freezing waters. Next to one of the stands, I saw an old woman tuck a few rolls of bread into a hole beneath the roots of one of the massive trees. The ground was littered with offerings and candles, like a shrine, but there was nothing to indicate it was sacred ground. I froze when she turned around. I recognized her as the old woman from the spa. It seemed like ages ago now, but I was certain it was Kamosakis's mother. I took a closer look at the stall and saw him roasting a whole pig, while Aish served up sausages. Her eyes lit up when she saw me and she came running over. I bent down to give her a hug. "Where have you been?" she demanded, pouting her lips. "I thought you'd come back to visit me." She was wearing some kind of traditional costume, a headdress with an embroidered kerchief, and a red scarf with fringes at both ends. Her hair was tied in a single braid, enhanced with coins, beads, and flowers. "I'm so sorry," I said, "but it's great to see you again." She took me by the hand and led me to the booth, where she started piling up sausages and pork sandwiches for us. Kamosakis greeted Denzi warmly. Then I saw him pull Stolina into the shadows and give her a bloody slab of raw meat discreetly. It suddenly dawned on me that this was a magical night for the locals, when they allowed themselves to believe in the supernatural beings that had once roamed the earth. But I was here with them. They were real, and I was one of them. Kamosakis poured a row of shot glasses full of clear liquid and called for us to raise glasses with him. "A toast," he called, "to old friends and new beginnings." I downed my glass, and the others laughed when I grimaced and stuck out my tongue. I even got a rare smile from Denzi. "That's rakia," Petrov said. "Go easy. They also use it for paint thinner." We ate on a long table under the trees, lit with short candles. Kukeri of all shapes and sizes passed us, some with elaborate feathered headdresses. Most had large bronze bells tied around their waist, and a variety of rustic instruments. In Bulgaria, Denzi explained, the alcohol seemed to put him in a better mood. They don't have a verb that means to play music. Instead, they use to whistle, even for drums, and music comes from nature, like the wind. An eagle's wingbone becomes a shepherd's flute. A turkey's gizzard and 2 pieces of wood can be made into a tiny bagpipe. As we said goodbye to Aisha's family, her grandmother handed us bundles of nettle and wormwood to ward off evil. As we progressed through the festival, I saw more faces I recognized from the gypsy camp. Some were less than pleased to see me, no doubt remembering my last visit. We found a wide clearing where most people had gathered, and I saw Ryan. He waved, but his smile faltered when he saw Denzi behind me. "You made it," he said, pulling me into an awkward hug. His jean jacket was draped over one shoulder, leaving room for his white cast. I could see more signaturas on it now. His cheeks were flushed, and I wasn't sure if it was from the cold or the alcohol. Kari and some of the other girls from the concert were behind him, passing a flask between them. She almost dropped it when she saw me with Denzi. She elbowed her friends and they turned towards us, eyes widening as they took in our entourage. "You're a legend," Carrie whispered to me. "We've been trying to hang out with the inner circle for years and have barely said more than hello." Petrov was uncharacteristically friendly and flirted with the girls. I think he liked the attention, even though I was pretty sure he wasn't interested in any of them. Denzi, however, barely left my side, which made Ryan flustered. He tried to make conversation but kept peering over my shoulder and pulling at his collar. "Can you get me a drink?" I turned towards Denzi. "My throat is still burning from that shot." He nodded, then glared at Ryan before turning away and pushing through the crowd. "It's great to see you," Ryan said, "though I didn't realize you'd be bringing the whole squad. I figured, being locked up with them all the time, you might want to take a break and be around some normal people." "What's normal?" I laughed. "Look around. Most of the guys here can't stop staring at Stolina. She's unreal. And Denzi, I don't know. There's something about him that gives me the creeps." "He's just protective. He's harmless, mostly. So, are you one of Stolina's admirers as well?" I teased. "I only have eyes for one brilliant Pipkov prodigy," he said. He leaned in closer, his eyes locked on mine, but I pulled away. He'd surprised me once in the chariot, and I'd nearly gotten him killed. I wasn't about to let him kiss me again. He smiled sheepishly, breaking the intensity of the moment. The beating of drums pulled our attention to the center of the meadow, where some kind of pageant was being performed. One of the kukeri chased another man around the clearing. The first was dressed as an enormous shaggy beast, the second dressed as a woman, with a wig and a burlap dress. Finally, the kukeri caught his bride and pretended to impregnate her with his colossal wooden phallus. Subtle, Ryan said, raising his eyes. It's a magic ritual for fertility, Iskra said, practically yelling to be heard over the crashing cymbals and loud music. Two of the kukeri brought in a wooden plow and were goaded by a plowman to pull it in 3 concentric rings, drawing a ritual circle in the earth. Another man dressed as a czar followed behind them in a chariot, scattering grain seeds to symbolically sow the fields while more kukeri danced in his wake. In the heated climax of the ceremony, the czar was struck down by a kukeri with a weaving spindle. He died, to represent the waning midwinter sun, and then the kukeri raised him from his grave to symbolize the arrival of the spring. After the ceremony, spontaneous horos broke out and picked up speed as more people were pulled into the line of dancers. 2 men, homeless by the look of it, had been lurking in a corner with a bottle. Now they joined the dance as well, linking arms and leading the serpentine procession to the sound of pipes, bells, and manic accordions. Carrie and her friends joined in, and on their second time around they grabbed Ryan and me. We held hands and I tried to keep up with the pace of the music while learning the complex footwork, which was deceptively simple. I was starting to feel dizzy when Denzi grabbed my arm and ripped me out of the circle. "Where were you?" he asked, his brows crossed with anger. "I came back and couldn't find you." "I was dancing," I said, "just having a little fun. Isn't that the point of all this?" I asked, gesturing at the kukeri, who were still making lewd gestures. "Why don't you join us? Isn't this kind of your thing?" Denzi's face froze like he'd been stung. He took a deep breath and I saw him clench his fists at his sides. "Is that how you see me?" he asked. "As one of them? A joke? A fool? Slave to baser passions?" "That's not what I meant," I said. The rakia made my mind fuzzy as I tried to figure out what I'd said to make Denzi so angry. I took his hand and held it, squeezing his fingers. "I'm sorry," I said, though I wasn't really sure what I was apologizing for. Denzi sighed, frowning over the festival. "I've spent thousands of years distancing myself from this stereotype, that satyrs were just horny brutes. But the kukeri just throw it in my face. Go on, go dance with your friends," he said. "I just need to be alone right now." He stepped away from me and crossed his arms. The cold suddenly hit me and I shivered. I looked back to the circle to find my friends and saw a young girl stumble through the line of dancers, interrupting the rhythm. Aisha, princess of the Romani. Tears streamed down her face, and when she raised her hands I could see her white dress was covered in blood. For a second I thought it was just another costume, another act. But then someone screamed. I looked for Denzi first, but I'd lost him in the crowd. Ryan was still dancing to the frantic music, laughing with the others. I ran and grabbed his arm, but then pulled back when he turned towards me. His eyes were inky black like an insect's. He leered at me and reached for my shoulder, but I pushed him away. The kukeri were picking up women and carrying them towards the bushes. Some of them were laughing, thinking it was all a joke. Others were screaming and beating their fists against the men dressed in furry costumes. That's when I noticed some of the kukeri were unnaturally large, and their legs bent at funny angles before ending in cloven hooves. Satyrs. Real ones. I heard Carrie scream and saw one of them grab her by the waist and lift her over his shoulder. I chased after her, grabbing her hand and pulling her away from him. The satyr turned and backhanded me, splitting my lip. I fell to my knees, my head spinning. Just then there was a roar as Denzi tackled him. They rolled into the bushes, a blur of horns and hooves. I nodded towards Carrie, checking that she was okay, then ran to Aish. She was still standing in the meadow, her wide eyes watching the scene in confusion. She looked up at me blankly, clutching one of her handmade dolls. I picked her up, looking around desperately for help, but the faces around us contorted into masks of sadistic pleasure and horror. Some of the women had started peeling off their tops, writhing to the music, which had taken a feverish pitch. Young boys were tossing candles into the stalls, lighting them on fire. The whole village had gone mad. I ran back towards the stalls looking for Commissicus, and let out a breath of relief when I saw him, stirring a pot of stew. At least I could hand off Aish before looking for the others. There was a sour smell as we approached, like meat gone bad, but it wasn't until I was right beside him that I noticed the fingers sticking out of his pot. Then an eyeball floated to the surface. I nearly dropped Aish as I heaved to the side, spilling my stomach into the bushes. "Come, daughter, give me a hand for the soup," Commissicus said, reaching out with one hand while holding a bloody butcher's knife in the other. I spotted a pile of bodies behind the stall and the unnaturally dark hue of his eyes, and realized he was literally asking for a hand. "Close your eyes," I whispered to Aish, pulling her away and running back towards the meadow. There was nowhere to go. Was this what Denzi remembered? Was this what he was a part of? No wonder he was ashamed of it. The ground felt wet and sticky under my feet, and I looked down to see my sneakers sinking into wine, oozing out of the earth, red and sticky like blood. I could smell the fermentation and acidic quality to the air, like something burning. I pulled Aish onto a picnic table as a line of dancers snaked past us, their horos now so fast that their feet were a blur, like a giant millipede with hundreds of legs. I just needed a second to think, to breathe. But the music made it impossible. Bells, drums, pipes, cymbals, bagpipes, and even a frantic accordion. It was too much. The cacophony beat against my brain relentlessly. The music. It was stirring everyone into a frenzy. I needed to counter the music somehow. I saw a man with a fiddle not far away, holding it loosely in one hand while drinking from a bottle. I darted over and ripped it away from him, before returning to the table a moment later. Then I started playing. No one noticed at first, but gradually a few people near me turned towards the music. I was only trying to get their attention, but when I had it, I didn't know what to do with it. At least they were standing still and not hurting anyone. In a few more minutes, I had cleared a large radius around me as my music reached into the crowd and stilled their mania. But it wasn't nearly enough. Outside my immediate circle, the party raged on, with several groups of musicians blasting out their own signal. I could hear the laughter and the screams shrieking outside my influence, like a storm wailing outside a thin window, and it was pressing in. That's when I saw Karina making a beeline towards me, flanked by 4 burly satyrs with grim expressions. Each played a long flute like snake charmers, with leafy wreaths around their pointy ears. Karina was wearing a white gown, covered in fawn skins, and wearing what looked like a crown of poison ivy. A large serpent was hanging loosely from around her slender neck, dark against her pale skin. The golden bangles on her wrists chimed as she walked, accenting the horrible music. "You said I had a week," I growled when she was close enough to hear me. "I got bored. Besides, this has nothing to do with you, it's our party. You're the uninvited guest who's ruining things." "Where's Denzi?" I asked. "Probably off with my sisters, remembering how good their bodies feel against his own, having a good time, just like everyone else." "You call this a good time?" "Isn't it obvious they wanted this? Their ancestors came to my parties thousands of years ago, and it was so good they're still trying to recreate the magic of those events. Now, if you'll excuse us, we'll get back to what we were doing." Through this exchange, the satyrs had split up and were breaking up the control my music had on the audience with their own deafening noise. Sweat dripped from my brow as I fought for control, but the effects of my music were weakening. I needed to stop the satyrs somehow, but they seemed impervious to my music. Then I remembered the story I heard about Pan and Syrinx, and the difference between satyrs and fauns. Pan had been changed by remorse, guilt, regret, anguish. I changed the timbre of my music and let it roar from me, I thought of the father I'd never known, and Stolina eating bugs in caves, and my secret guilt over the man I'd killed. I thought about the disappointment in my mother's eyes when I didn't get into Julliard, the same look Jenny gave me every time I failed to open the vault, and the shame I felt for letting them down, for not being good enough. The satyrs paused, with stricken looks on their faces, and faltered in their music. The humans closest to me broke into sobs and curled up on the floor. Some writhed and tore at their hair and clothes. I let go of them, focusing my attention further away, towards the groups of musicians spread throughout the woods and the village. I sent my notes out like hawks, soaring above the trees and roofs, and then darting down with lethal force, piercing their hearts with the sharp pain of regret. I felt their eyes widening in horror as they finally realized what was happening around them. When they stopped playing, there was only my music, clear and bold and bittersweet, and thousands of weeping eyes. I brought my music to a slower pace, turning it into a lullaby, forcing everyone to the ground to sleep it off. Then I smiled at Karina, in smug triumph. She kicked the table out from under me and I went flying, landing hard on my shoulder. I heard a sickening crunch and pain burned through me like fire. I tried to push myself up, but my arm felt weak and numb. I heard the squelch of Karina's bare feet on the wine-soaked earth. Directly in my field of vision was a mangled body, one of the many that hadn't survived the night's madness. Karina leaned over and tore off the man's arm, then sat on the body with her legs crossed, gnawing at the arm like a chicken wing with blood running down her chin. "Admit it," she said. "You like the power, the feeling of strength that runs through your veins as you take control over others. It's addictive and raw. I can see it running through you. Why resist it? Why not let it out? I won't hurt people." "You're already hurting people, don't you get it? Every time you try and stop us with magic, you awaken more magic. The old things are waking up, the old spirits. It's all been myth and legend, shadows and footprints until now. You're making it real. The more you try to stop me, the more his eye turns to you. We are bathed in the attention of a god because of you." "You're lying," I said. "Also," Karina said, ignoring me, "just so we're clear, this was nothing, just a little fun. I can do so much worse. You know what you must do." "I've tried everything," I groaned. "I can't get the lyre. It's impossible." "Well then, I guess you've made your choice. It's the wrong one. You think you can save these people with music?" She grinned. "Putting them to sleep and tucking them in like babes? That just makes them more vulnerable." Karina tore a strip of flesh off the bone she'd been chewing on, then tossed it away. Faster than I could follow, she smashed through the wooden picnic table, then tore it into pieces with superhuman strength. One half she flung casually into the crowd, mowing down several of the remaining dancers. Then she picked up the other half of the table and slammed it down over a woman who was curled up on the ground. My stomach turned as the woman's skull cracked like an egg. Karina lifted the chunk of splintered wood, now dripping blood, and swung it at one of the remaining bystanders. He flew backwards into one of the burning stalls and was consumed by fire with a bone-chilling scream. I forced myself off the ground, gripping my instrument so tightly I could feel the wood creaking beneath my fingers, and I played my rage. The world trembled, rumbling beneath me like a monster awakening. Pebbles levitated in the air around me, glowing red-hot like sparks. The corpses around us trembled, their limbs flailing. One of them grabbed Karina's ankle, and for a second, I saw a glimmer of fear in her eyes. Then everything went dark.
Chapter 26.
The dawn light filtered through my eyelashes. I was lying on something soft and covered with a heavy blanket. For a moment, I thought I was back in Mississippi. I could almost hear my mother's voice telling me to get ready for school. And then I remembered. Vivid images of the night before flashed through my mind. I sat up, gasping for breath. Someone had moved me to the edge of the field under a tree. I was lying on a mound of dried pine needles and covered with animal skins and furs that tickled my skin. I blinked the sleep out of my eyes, confused when the voice in my head didn't go away. That's when I realized it was music, soft and low, like tears carried on the wind. The lyrics repeated, and I felt them rather than heard them. On the ocean sea there stands an oak. On the oak there are 12 boughs. On each of these boughs there are 12 branches. On each of the branches there are 12 ravens' nests, iron claws and silver teeth. Ravens fly away. Take out the pain with your silver claws. Open your heads. With your silver teeth take away the pain. I felt a pulsing warmth in my body and sat up slowly, rotating my shoulder. I was sure I'd broken something the night before, but it felt functional now, if a little stiff. Denzi and Stolina stood with their backs against each other in the center of the field, her with a violin and him with a flute. I could feel the music's healing warmth, but it was tinged with a devastating sadness that thrummed through my body. The meadow was filled with bodies. Some were just waking up, like me. Others would never stir again. Figures emerged from the woods, some of them still in costumes from the night before. Their eyes widened in horror at the smoldering remains of the stalls, and gruesome fragments of bone and flesh sprinked throughout the meadow. They searched for loved ones with expressions of shock and grief, and I wondered how many of them had participated unknowingly in the massacre. A man in a kukeri costume clutched a young woman to his breast, sobbing over her limp figure. That last night with Karina, after what I'd done, I thought it was the worst night of my life, but this much devastation was inconceivable. It would leave a permanent scar on the community. I brushed myself off and stood up, then spotted Iskra and Petrov not far away. Iskra was singing softly. It was her voice I heard, repeating the lyrics to what was both a prayer and a dirge, meant to heal not only the injured but also the broken hearts of those left behind. She and Petrov were helping a group of men move the bodies. Iskra's face was ashen, and her arms were soaked in blood up to her elbows. They were separating the remains into piles, trying to match a certain arm or leg to the right corpse. "So they can have a proper burial," Iskra said when she saw me. "Otherwise their spirits would be unrested." I nodded and reached down to help her gather up the bloodied stump of a woman with flowers in her hair. "In the old days," Petrov said, "we'd just leave them for the animals. People who followed Dionysus knew the risks, and there were always casualties. But this," his voice broke, "these were just people. They thought worshipping the old gods would bring them luck. They didn't know what to expect. How could they? Something like this hasn't happened for centuries." "Can't we fix this?" I asked, blinking away tears. "I mean, isn't that the whole point? To save people? We can already heal. Can't we do more?" "There are some boundaries we can't cross," Iskra said. "We can heal the living, but we can't bring people back from dead." "Orpheus did it," I said, crossing my arms. I was shaking, but I wasn't sure if it was the early morning chill in the air or the overwhelming sensation of powerlessness I felt. "He failed," Denzi said, coming up behind us. Stolina followed silently behind him. "The moral of the story is that we have to accept our losses and use them to fuel our strength." "There has to be more we can do. How can I help?" I asked. "You've done enough already." There was an unspoken rebuff in his tone, and it felt like a knife in my stomach. "You think this is my fault?" I marveled, too surprised to be upset. "Of course not," Denzi said. "I'm angry, but not at you. I'm angry at Karina and the Maenads, and I'm angry at myself for not being able to resist the pull. I spent the night brawling with other satyrs, fueled with fury and adrenaline. You were the only one who had the sense to disrupt the music." "But?" I asked, waiting for the other shoe to drop. I couldn't get Karina's words out of my head. "You're making it real." But that was crazy. I hadn't done this. I'd tried to stop it. "But nothing," Denzi said finally, dragging his blood-soaked fingers through his hair, leaving a dark red streak. "We've done all we can. We should leave before this place is crawling with police. We can talk more when we get home." "What about Aisha and Kamosikas? Did you see them this morning? Are they all right?" They're fine. The Romani packed up early. Most of them don't have proper visas or identification. They couldn't risk getting arrested. Why would they get arrested? They didn't do anything. I've already heard some grumbling. Most of the people here experienced something they can't explain, possibly for the first time. It won't be long until they point their fingers at the gypsies. A familiar scapegoat is easier to accept than an unexplained mystery. But that's not fair. What if we talk to the police? And tell them what exactly? Petrov said with a grim smirk. If not the gypsies, who? Goatmen and maidens with superhuman strength? Mass hypnosis and hysteria? The officials will probably decide it was an accidental drug overdose, ergot poisoning or something, Denzi said. But the townsfolk will be consumed with anger and grief, and may look to take it out on someone. It's no longer safe for the Romani here. I wouldn't be surprised if they moved away for a few years. You can't solve centuries of racism. I can try, I said defiantly. But I didn't protest as we headed back to the parking lot and got in the van. The mystic half-light of dawn had turned into an obnoxiously clear morning, but the sky seemed too big, and the light had a flickering quality, like I was watching an old film reel. Only the illusion of reality, with gaps of nothingness in between. I felt like we were running away, and I hated it. Something terrible had happened, and we were the only ones who knew exactly what. We were the only ones who should have been able to stop it, to fight back, to do something. It was like we were the losing team after a tough soccer game, and the crushing silence in the van reminded us that we'd let everyone down. For the first time, I recognized what we were truly up against, and how unprepared we were for it. When we arrived back at Pipkov, I wanted to head straight to my room, but Jenny and Paleva were standing in the foyer waiting for us. Paleva seemed relieved to see us all in one piece, but Jenny's frown only deepened. "Get cleaned up," he said. "Classes will resume in the afternoon. Also, just so we're clear, there won't be any more excursions or field trips this semester." "Are you serious?" I asked. "Dionysus is already back, or he will be soon. Karina and her friends are out there ripping people apart with their bare hands. And you want us to practice music like everything is just fine? We should be out there fighting." If he is back, which I very seriously doubt, none of us are powerful enough to stop him. The only thing with that kind of power is the lyre, and it's sitting in a chamber under our very feet at this moment, which is where you should have been last night. The lyre is the only thing that matters. We keep practicing, and you're not to leave school again until that vault is open. Understood? My mouth hung open as Jenny went into his office and shut the door. The others gave me a sympathetic look before heading upstairs. Only Denzi remained. "So I'm a prisoner here now?" I asked, folding my arms. "Calm down, he didn't mean it like that." "Of course he did, and don't tell me to calm down. People died last night, were murdered. We should find Karina and the satyrs and hunt them down." "And what, kill them? Is that seriously what you want to do? You're a musician, not an assassin." "I don't know what I am anymore, but practicing music just seems so worthless. I hate feeling powerless. And what about the deadline? Karina is still expecting me to bring her the lyre in a couple days, or else she'll come after us." "Don't worry," he said, rubbing my shoulders. "We'll increase security. You're safe inside the walls. She can't get you here. And besides, even if you could get the lyre, you don't think Jenny would just let you hand it over to Karina anyway, right?" I bit my lip. I didn't care about the lyre, and I wasn't worried about myself. I just didn't want anyone else to get hurt. I wanted to keep arguing, but I was exhausted and too distracted by the way Denzi was looking at me. My eyes dropped to his lips, and I remembered our kiss. Even though he was covered in dirt and blood from the festival, he was still the most beautiful man I'd ever seen. I wanted him to hold me and tell me everything was going to be all right, but his expression was hardened in guilt and anguish. I knew he was blaming himself for what happened, and I wished I could comfort him, but my mind kept going back to what he'd told me earlier. There are bigger things going on right now than you or me. I'd just finished my shower when there was a tap on the door. I opened it in a towel, dripping wet. I was surprised to see Milka, holding a tray with warm apple pie and a pot of tea. I hadn't realized how hungry I was until I smelled the food. "Fresh out of the oven," he said, setting the tray down on the table in my room. "Thought you could use it?" "Thank you," I said, trying to muster a warm smile. There were always cakes and cookies in the common area. I'd never really thought about where they came from, but I wondered now if Milka spent most of his day baking them for us. It was only after he left that I realized I didn't have any silverware. I opened the drawer in my desk and took out the antique dagger that had showed up in my bed weeks ago. I gripped the jade handle and stabbed the pie, using it like a fork to eat the steaming apples. Who gave this to me and why? All is not what it seems. Trust no one. Denzi said we were safe inside the school, and that Jenny was keeping me here for my protection, but whoever wrote the note must have thought I was in danger, even within these walls. I couldn't count on Jenny or Denzi to protect me anymore. I had to learn to protect myself, but this puny knife hardly seemed capable of doing much damage. Still, after I finished the pie and tea and changed into a clean set of clothes, I wiped it off and stuck it in the pocket of my dark jeans. I headed down to one of the practice rooms and breathed a sigh of relief when it was empty. I was nearly trembling with frustration, and I wasn't sure how well I'd be able to play. They told me to be calm, that I had to learn control, so I focused on my breathing for a while and ran through some practice scales. But I couldn't stop thinking about last night. I took out the knife and ran my fingers over the blade. At least this was real. I imagined running it through Karina's heart and wondered whether it would be enough to kill her. I pushed the tip of my finger against the point of the blade and savored the sharp sensation of pain as a drop of blood pooled on the surface of my skin. The corner of my lip lifted, remembering how Professor Paleva wanted me to bleed into my strings. Fine, I'll bleed. I didn't want to calm down or control my emotions. I've been calm and controlled my whole life. I wanted to scream and cry. I wanted my pain to be shared. More than that, I wanted to hurt. I wanted to destroy. There was a violence in me that I didn't recognize. I poured it into my music. My fingers found the right notes to express my grief and anger. A mix of classics I'd studied and subtle inventions to mar the music. A flat note whenever the music sounded too uplifting, a dark twist when a progression seemed too uniform. The color drained from the room, and the shadows deepened around me. The anger and rage inside me bubbled like black tar, and my grief seeped through the air like smoky tendrils. I pictured myself as an octopus with 8 inky arms at my command, each holding knives as sharp as my grief. I flicked them out, stretching my new appendages. One tore into the wall, ripping the wallpaper and leaving a deep gash in the acoustic panels. Another slashed through a painting, cutting it and the frame clean in half. I stood on my tiptoes, stretching with the music, enjoying the power coursing through me. The room felt too small and contained, as if the walls were pushing back and holding me in. I frowned at the door, and my limbs punched it off its hinges and sent it crashing into the hall. I smiled, pleased with the destruction around me. Until Jenny poked his head into the room. "You managed to open this door easily enough. Why don't you go down and practice in the catacombs? At least there you won't destroy the furniture." I grabbed my violin and bow in one hand, not bothering with the case, and cut through the school towards the secret entrance to the catacombs. The flashlight was out of batteries, so I grabbed one of the foul-smelling torches and lit it with the boxes of matches. I'd been down here alone so many times the polished bones that made up the walls of the underground tunnel hardly registered anymore. Now I wondered who they were, what kind of lives they'd led, and how they ended up buried here. When I reached the chamber of music, I played the notes carved into the wall, but wasn't surprised when nothing happened. But I kept playing, repeating the notes in an endless loop. My grandfather sealed this door, and my father failed to open it again. What chance did I have? I clenched my teeth, wondering how Karina killed my father. Had she seduced him first? Did she pour him a drink that turned his mind? Or was her supernatural beauty enough? Was he too weak to resist her? I nearly laughed at the absurdity of it all. A few months ago, I wanted to be a career musician. Now I cradled a Stradivarius against my neck like an old friend, giving a concert to the dead in an ancient crypt. To retrieve a supernatural weapon that could change the world. How had my life come to this? I heard water dripping from the ceiling, and a quiet rush like sand pouring through an hourglass. The air was damp, and I shivered against the chill. It was several degrees cooler underground, and I'd forgotten to put on a sweater. But I wasn't ready to return upstairs. My frustration faded, and was slowly replaced by a more familiar fear and insecurity. Would the lyre really solve all our problems? If we couldn't give it to Karina, what would Jenny do with it? Karina and the satyrs were so strong, what hope did we have to defeat them? Petrov was a brilliant musician, and he even had impenetrable skin, but he'd watched someone he loved die and couldn't save them. He was smart enough to be afraid because of what he'd already lost. Karina might not hurt me directly, but she'd made it clear others would get hurt unless I gave her what she wanted. And soon. I had to open the vault. I dug the tip of the dagger into my finger again, letting the pain sharpen my mind. I knew this wasn't exactly what Peleva meant, but the throbbing cut on my finger helped distract me from the enormity of my task and focused my attention. I summoned my phantom limbs again, picturing the notes as tangible extensions of myself, reaching towards the door. I tried lashing out and snapping the music like a whip. I tried grappling the door with music like an iron anchor. I imagined a torrent of hysterical notes becoming a giant fist and smashing through the stone, but nothing worked. The drips had increased and water was pooling in the cavern floor, reflecting the sputtering light of my torch and the watchful faces of the stone portraits gazing down from the walls. It must have been raining outside. The flames of the torch spit and crackled when a drop fell through them. There was another noise as well, a rushing sound like a river. I wondered if I was near the sewers. The thought of the chamber filling up with water and trapping me down here was enough to creep me out. I grabbed my stuff and headed back out the opening, tracing the curved low ceiling and skeletal walls back towards the school. I was about halfway there when I saw one of the skulls move. I froze, my pulse suddenly racing, and brought the torch closer to the wall. At first, all was still, and I thought I must have imagined it. But then the skull trembled, and its jawbone opened slowly, lowering like a drawbridge, as if it was about to speak. I backed away, pressing myself against opposite wall, as a dark shape coiled inside the skull's mouth. A snake's head emerged from the opening, flicking its forked tongue at me as if the skull was screaming. Then I heard a hiss in my ear and felt something move in my hair. I screamed and shoved the torch at the snake behind me. It writhed as its scales blackened, and the tunnel filled with the smell of singed flesh. I ran forward through the darkness, trusting my feet to remember the path. There were hundreds of them, pushing their way through eye sockets and decaying teeth. Bones tumbled to the ground like a cresting wave. The collective hiss was a roar, drowning out all sound. I reached the stairs and slammed the door behind me, gasping for breath. At the top of the stairs, I cut through the kitchen and headed straight to the common area. Milka was the first person I found, sitting at a table with his back to me. I tried to shout but couldn't hear my own voice, and realized the white noise of 1,000 snakes had followed me. I grabbed his shoulder and Milka's head rolled back at an unnatural angle. His eyes were white like marbles. I spotted the serpent coiling up his pant leg and stumbled backwards, then headed for the stairs, shouting to the others. As I put my hand on the dark wooden banister, I felt something creep around my wrist, securing it in place. I jerked back and tripped up the stairs, expecting more snakes, but it was a vine, sprouting leaves and dark purple flowers as it wrapped spirals around the handrail. It followed me up the stairs, seizing my ankles and dragging me backwards. I screamed as the vines curled around me, pinning my arms to my side. The vines crept up the walls like mold, covering the large interior in green foliage and blocking out the windows. My vision went dim as the air squeezed out of my lungs, and the purple flowers seemed to glow like light bulbs. Then I remembered the dagger. I tore it from my pocket and lashed against the vines, sawing through them with the sharp blade. They loosened at first, but then adjusted their grip, grabbing me tighter. I stabbed again and again at the vines until they finally released me and I tumbled down the stairs. I sucked in air, filling my lungs, and my vision cleared. The vines were gone, and Iskra was standing at the top of the stairs with tears dripping down her face, her arms shredded to the bone. What had I done? I grabbed a tablecloth and raced up the stairs to help Iskra. I caught her just before she fell. I wrapped the fabric tightly around her arms, trying to stop the blood from pumping out of her small body. Stolina was the first to arrive. She saw the knife in my hand and pushed me backwards with a ferocious look on her face. Jenny appeared a moment after and started barking orders. They carried Iskra to the table, moving Milka to the side to make space. Professor Paleva and Jenny put her flesh back together as well as they could, before wrapping her arms with bandages. I could see Denzi's lips moving, but it felt like he was underwater. Or maybe I was underwater. Then gradually, my hearing returned enough for me to make out what he was saying. "Where did you even get this?" Denzi demanded, holding up the dagger. I saw Jenny's eyes flicker in our direction. "Found it in an antique shop." I lied. Nothing made sense anymore. All is not what it seems. Trust no one. "You said you saw vines, right?" I nodded, though I couldn't remember speaking. "And snakes. Vines and snakes," I said. "Was any of it real?" "At least one was," Petrov said, pointing at Milka. "Snake bite on his ankles. The venom killed him in minutes." "I was trying to warn you," I whispered. "But the vines stopped me. They wrapped around me. I had to fight them off. I'm so sorry." I choked back a sob. "It's not your fault," Iskra said from the table. Her eyelids fluttered like she was in a nightmare and trying to wake up, but at least she was conscious. "You've lost a lot of blood," Jenny said, holding her shoulder. "Denzi and Stolina can speed up the healing, but this much damage will leave scars." "I've always wanted some scars." Iskra smiled weakly. "It'll just make me look more interesting. Like a broken vase, more beautiful because of its imperfections." Karina warned me this would happen. She said if I didn't get the lyre, others would get hurt. "But how did she get in past our safeguards?" Petrov asked. "You were down in the chamber, right?" Denzi asked. "There are probably thousands of entry points down there. Too small for a human, but Karina could have charmed a snake and gotten in that way." "I did this, not Karina." "But not on purpose," Denzi said. "That doesn't mean I'm not to blame. Karina told me something at the festival, that the more powerful I get, the more I tempt Dionysus. If that's true, everything that happens is my fault. You brought me here to stop him, but what if I'm attracting him instead? What if I let him in on accident? What if I'm some kind of conduit? What if I'm the liar?" Jenny's eyes flashed with excitement as he considered the idea. But then his expression darkened again, and he adjusted his glasses. "The lyre is real," he said. "Or else why build the vault? As for the rest, it was always a possibility, but it was a risk we had to take. If he didn't come back now, he would have someday." "Wait, you knew this could happen? This is what you've been training me for?" "Denzi could have been killed by the Panthers and the festival. Karina said it was the old thing's awakening. Because of me, because of his gaze. Every time I do what I'm supposed to, unlock my powers, people get hurt. That's only because you can't control it yet. The psychological strain will no doubt increase, but once you get the lyre—" "To hell with the lyre," I shouted. "Look at Iskra's arms. Milka is dead. How could you bring me here? I'm just making everything worse. Without me, Dionysus would just stay away." Karina's threat at the opera house came back to me, and I realized she never said she'd kill those I cared about. She knew my powers were unstable, even reckless. Those I loved would die, because without the lyre, I was dangerous. I heard Denzi's voice in my head. "The more things you care about, the weaker you become." I hadn't wanted to believe him, but now I wondered if he was right. I ran back to my room and slammed the door. My eyes fell on the dish of pie and the pot of tea, now cold, that Milka had brought me this morning. And now he was dead. How many more would have to die before I was strong enough to open the vault? No matter what choice you make, the one you love will be lost to you. I'd changed into clean clothes after the festival, and now the new set was covered in blood as well. At this rate, I'd go through all my clean clothes in a week. I stripped to my underwear, then lay in bed and buried myself under my pillows. I was still exhausted from the festival, and after the adrenaline from this afternoon's exertions faded, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When I got up again, it was dark. I pulled on sweatpants and a dark t-shirt, intending to check on Iskra. I didn't see the envelope tucked under my door until I felt it with my bare feet against the rug. It was old, and the edges were turning yellow with age. At first, I thought Jenny was assigning me some extra homework, but then I saw it was addressed to my mother in America. I gasped when I held it up to the moonlight and read my father's signature on the bottom of the letter. Chapter 27. It didn't make any sense. The envelope had been opened and there was a postage stamp, but it didn't look like it had gone through the mail. It was addressed to my mom's university dorm, the address she lived in while she was at school. But why was it here? And who put it under my door? Pipkov was essentially on lockdown, which meant it could only be one of the people who were already in the building. But why not just hand it to me? Why be secretive about it? My confusion only deepened when I read the letter. "This is the poem I told you about," wrote my father in rushed, cramped handwriting. "Hope you like it." The rest of the page was filled with the poem, in careful, neat lines. More Rilke, I guessed. "In this hidden grotto, no bird or bell. Awakens you, no light can penetrate, and memory-numbing waters always spill. From some deeper dungeon to create sweeter dreams, let the black wings of night rush over, longing to get in. Here, where poppies grow and silent blackbirds prepare to nest, Orpheus has come to meet. The one he's watched night after night in dream. The pleasure is greater the shorter it lasts, or so he thinks. She grows more beautiful with each pass, and he tries to touch her breasts. Doesn't he know she isn't what she seems? I grabbed my computer and searched for the first few lines of the poem. It wasn't Rilke, I discovered. It was much older. The lines came from a Polish poet named Szymon Zamorawicz, who died in Krakow in 1629. Biographical information on him was scarce, apart from a case trial. He was accused by a butcher of snatching his hat away in a cemetery and attempting to strangle him. There was also controversy over the authenticity of his works, which his brother Joseph published 25 years after his death. Why would my father send this to my mother? If it was a love letter, it was lacking. Even if the imagery was pleasant, the line about trying to touch her breasts seemed almost comically direct. But the poem wasn't about my father. It was about Orpheus and his lover. Eurydice, perhaps? That would explain the symbols. A dark, silent world of forgetfulness. A search for memory-numbing waters led to Lethe, one of the 5 rivers of the underworld. But why would anyone give this to me now, after all that had happened? And why the secrecy? I tried to make sense of everything I knew so far. I still wasn't sure I believed in a magical golden lyre, but other people did, and they were willing to kill to get it. And though Denzi thought we were safe at Pipkov, Karina had just shown us that we obviously weren't. The ambush of snakes was scary enough, but the idea that I could no longer trust my own senses was terrifying. The others were protecting me because they thought I could open the vault. But what if I couldn't? What would happen when they realized I was useless to them? Or worse, what if I was the danger? I shoved the letter in my pocket, then went to find Iskra. I tried her room first, tapping on her door lightly, but she didn't answer. I found her on a couch in the breakfast room, sprawled out on the dark leather reading a book. Tight bandages were wrapped around both of her arms. "I feel like a mannequin," she said, raising her arm in a stiff salute. I sat down next to her in silence. I could scarcely believe what I'd done to her. An apology seemed woefully inadequate. I sniffed back a tear, and she reached out and grabbed my hand. "You're all in danger because of me," I said. "In danger from me. If I can't control myself, this could keep happening. What if it's worse next time? Somebody could die." "Nobody is going to die," Iskra said, squeezing my hand. "And it's not your fault. Paleva is blaming herself for not teaching you defense. Jenny is blaming himself for letting you go down into the chamber alone. Denzi's blaming himself for allowing us to go to the Kukeri festival. There's plenty of blame to go around. Plus, we should have expected something like this. We should have been prepared." "How could you have expected this?" I asked, gesturing at her arms. "For me to lose my mind and attack you?" Around 800 BC, when the cult of Dionysus was spreading through Thrace, King Lycurgus tried to stop it. He imprisoned the Maenads and chased Dionysus out of his lands with an ox goad, which is like a spear with an iron hook at the end. But then Dionysus drove King Lycurgus insane. In his madness, Lycurgus mistook his son for a mature trunk of ivy, which is holy to Dionysus, and killed him, pruning away his nose and ears, fingers and toes. I shuddered at the image. Iskra leaned back and took a sip of her iced coffee before continuing. "Afterwards, the land of Thrace dried up in horror. Dionysus decreed that the land would stay dry and barren as long as Lycurgus was left unpunished for his injustice, so his people bound him and flung him to man-eating panthers on Mount Rhodope." "So this kind of thing has happened before." "Exactly. And that was our mistake. We thought we were just dealing with Maenads or satyrs, not real power. And Jenny didn't expect the return of Dionysus until after we got the lyre. But that was his mistake. Gods can't be summoned, like ringing a bell. They do what they want. It was bad enough when I thought we were just facing Karina and the Maenads. But if Iskra was right, Dionysus could have caused my madness. I didn't know whether to feel better or worse. How could I stop a god? How could anyone? It was raining, and I watched the drops roll down the large windows framing the city view. I got up and made myself a cappuccino from the coffee machine. It was surreal to be talking about ancient mythology in this modern penthouse. "Where is everybody?" I asked, blowing on my coffee to cool it down. "The guys took Milka's body to prepare for the burial. Paleva and I stayed behind. We'll meet them at the cemetery for the funeral." Milka was buried in the Sofia cemetery. Iskra and Stolina sang a duet, while Petrov accompanied them on the violin. We were the only ones there. I was wearing black tights, black pumps, and a black dovetail dress with a crossover collar. A beautiful piece Iskra lent me, with mid-length sleeves that left my wrists exposed. Stolina was wearing tight black jeans with an oversized black peacoat, with gold buttons and oversized dark glasses. Iskra had on a black dress with embroidered collar that fell to her knees, showing off her bare legs, and a black leather jacket that covered her arms. The men wore nearly identical dark suits. Petrov slicked his dark hair back and also had designer sunglasses on. Denzi's golden curls and beard somehow only made him look more distinguished. It wasn't all that different from what they'd worn to the concert, but their dark expressions cast a somber mood over the proceedings. The three of them carried the coffin on their shoulders and lowered it into the freshly dug grave. Then we took turns grabbing a handful of dirt and throwing it on top of the coffin. There was no priest and no eulogy, just the music. I realized suddenly I'd never heard Milka play. Now I'd never get the chance. After the funeral, Paleva told me to meet her in the practice room. It felt like ages ago since we'd met to practice. Someone had fixed the door to the practice room I'd destroyed. I wondered with a pang of guilt whether Milka had fixed it this morning. Cleaning up my mess might have been the last thing he'd ever done. "First of all," Paleva said, "let me say how proud of you I am. You've accomplished a great deal in a short amount of time. Now you're ready to go deeper. Your anger, your rage, is powerful. You can tap into that. However, fighting for anything, for desire or revenge, for selfish reasons, even to protect those you love, is Dionysian. Battle, winning, losing, violence, the true Orphic, moves beyond all of that. They want peace, beyond temptation, not acting out of anger or revenge. Wait, what exactly are you saying? Turn the other cheek? That's ridiculous. You told me I needed more emotion, more heartbreak. Isn't this enough? How many more people have to get hurt? Plus, the more emotional I get, the more I attract Dionysus. You had to learn to let yourself go to the music, to your emotions. And you have. Orpheus was never more powerful than after he lost Eurydice. But that's also when he left Dionysus. It was the beginning of his journey, the gratification of impulse. You need to learn to control your emotions, to feel them without being ruled by them. The more you care about, the more Dionysus and the Maenads can manipulate you. Denzi said something similar, but how do I learn? How can I control this, turn off my feelings, stop caring? We'll start with something simple, she said, pointing to the remains of my outburst this morning, the torn painting and broken glass. Destroying is easy, Peleva said. Putting back together is much harder. Another impossible task, I frowned, but I got my violin out anyway. I played for 2 hours, with Peleva correcting my posture, my notes, and rhythm, and trying to get me to focus my will. But I didn't know what I was doing. How could I fuse the glass back together or repair the damaged frame and painting? How could I reverse time? I had the sinking suspicion this was just busy work to keep my mind occupied. I can't do it, I said finally. And that is the lesson, she said. It is not the outside world that must be healed. It is the pain and loneliness in our own hearts, and it can't be forced or washed away. It can be dulled, masked, hidden. But when the music stops, our pain remains. It will always be a part of us because we are changed. What can we do? The best we can. We continue without letting it rule us or guide our decisions, without letting our grief overwhelm us. In the meantime, she said, reaching behind the door and pulling out a broom and dustpan, we clean up our own messes. I cleaned the practice room, then vacuumed the rug and continued in the hall. After that, I looked for wood polish and wiped down the furniture. I hadn't done any chores since leaving America, and I'd always hated them, but now they felt like a small penance and it gave me a feeling of control and accomplishment. Maybe I couldn't save the world, but at least I could remove this spot or polish this surface until I saw my reflection. For a while, the work even drove my thoughts away. But once my arms were sore from scrubbing and I washed up for dinner, they came back with a vengeance. Something didn't add up. Orphics had believed for thousands of years in the power of the lyre, and formed a secret society to practice Apollo's careful harmony instead of Dionysus's crazed revelry. Then my grandfather was involved in a race for the lyre to keep the Nazis from getting their hands on it. He found the lyre and brought it back to Pipkov, only to bury it again. Why not make it easier to open the vault? If Jenny inherited the tradition and was leader of the Orphics, why hadn't my grandfather given him the key or told him how to open it? One thing I was sure didn't work was the notes outside the tomb. It was too simple, too obvious, and besides, Jenny and I had both tried them 1,000 times. They just didn't work. Jenny thought I might be able to open the vault because I was a descendant of Orpheus, but if that was all it took, why hadn't my father opened the tomb as well? Why his obsession with obscure, esoteric poetry? And why that letter to my mother? There had to be something else I was missing. If the lyre was real, then maybe the poetry wasn't that esoteric after all. Maybe it wasn't just a metaphor for surviving the afterlife. Maybe it was instructions for finding the lyre. According to legend, Orpheus descended into the underworld through an entrance in the Rhodope Mountains, known as Devil's Throat Cave. Was that where my grandfather retrieved the lyre? Was my father hunting for clues in the poetry, trying to figure out how to unlock the door? My brain exhausted the possibilities, but nothing seemed to make sense. That evening, I had my first Priveda lesson with Denzi. Before, I'd been looking forward to spending time alone with him, but he'd been distant since the festival, and I could tell at once it would be all business tonight. I was still wearing Iskra's black dress, mostly because I'd been too distracted to change clothes after the funeral, but I stopped and grabbed a sweater from my room. I didn't know much about the harp, but had always assumed it was easier than the violin. Each string plays one note. You just have to pluck the strings in particular order. But you have to use both hands at the same time, using all your fingers and plucking multiple strings at once for chords. Mostly, it was like a piano, only instead of tapping a key to hammer a tightly coiled string, you plucked the string you wanted directly. But when I sat in the practice room, Denzi ignored the large harp in the corner and brought out a much smaller instrument with 7 strings. "It's a modern reproduction," Denzi said. "We don't know exactly how many strings the lyre of Orpheus will have, but 7 is a likely guess. There are 7 unique notes in an octave, the 8th note being a repetition of the first. In the esoteric principles of most mystery religions, these would correlate to the 7 heavenly spheres. An initiate would have to pass through the 7 stages to reach eternal bliss in the afterlife." "The range seems a bit limited," I said. Denzi took the lyre and played an epic ballad that sounded like something out of Legend of Zelda. "It's not only about what notes you do play, it's about what notes you mute. To pay a chord, you mute the rest of the strings and strum them all. Keep in mind the lyre is really just backup music, accompaniment to the minstrel's singing or poetry. According to Homer, when Apollo first picked up Hermes' creation, awesomely it sounded at the touch of the god, while he sang sweetly to its note. It's the combination of precise words, notes, and pitch that creates the wonder. The lyre was so important to the Greeks, it was often used on coins, the head of Apollo on one side, the lyre on the other. Music was sacred and valuable." I nodded, but I was frustrated by the history lesson. I grabbed the lyre and tried to play the chords Denzi showed me. I understood the theory behind it, but the instrument felt foreign after years of mastering the violin. My fingers felt awkward and uncomfortable trying to dive between the tightly spaced strings and select the ones I wanted. Part of me was sure this was just another waste of time. They said they were preparing me for when we opened the door, assuming that it was actually going to happen. But I wondered if Jenny wasn't also just keeping me busy learning a new instrument, and one I didn't play well enough to destroy the practice room. Denzi made me practice a simple tune until I got the melody, and then we added in more chords. He joined me on the harp, playing deep bass notes that thrummed through my body. For a minute, we actually sounded good, and I smiled up at him. It was the first time we'd been alone together since that night at his house on the mountain, when he kissed me and told me he wanted me. But tonight he was just a music instructor schooling his student. I could still feel the connection between us, the electricity when his fingers guided mine to the proper position, the way his breath hitched when he reached around me, and I backed into him to feel his warmth against my skin. It reminded me of my dream, with the harp and the roses, but it seemed like he was deliberately keeping as much space between us as possible. After a half-hour of accidentally bumping against Denzi and pretending to be more interested in the lyre than the heat of his breath on the back of my neck or the musky scent of pine trees, the room was growing so warm I took off my sweater, displaying my bare neck and shoulders. Denzi's muscles tensed, like he was trying to restrain himself, and he called the lesson quits soon after. "Wait," I said, grabbing his wrist. He turned back to face me but kept his face guarded. "We can't," he said. "We both need to focus, but you especially. I'm a distraction for you. If it were up to me..." But I couldn't ignore the way my body responded to Denzi when we were standing this close and all alone. The feeling of his skin on mine sent flames of desire through me. I wanted him to kiss me. I wanted to matter to him. But I had the sinking suspicion that he was just like Jenny, and he only cared about the lyre. "Who else is it up to? Wait, did they tell you to keep your distance from me?" "With everything that's going on, it's just better if we keep things professional between us. I can't help the way I feel." "You must," he said. "Your father chose love and wound up dead. I couldn't protect him. I don't want to see you making the same mistakes." "Love isn't a mistake," I said. His eyes softened, and he ran his fingers over my cheek. I leaned into his touch. But then he straightened, pulled at his collar, and left the room quickly. I spent the rest of the evening in my room, going back over the note and the small book Jenny had given me. I noticed now there were notes penciled into the margins. I'd always assumed they were Jenny's, but they matched the handwriting on the letter. My father's handwriting. It had been his book. I thought at first there would be some connection or clue, linking them together, shared passages or something, but I couldn't find anything. I was just starting to drift off when I got a text from Ryan. I'd sent a text after the festival to make sure he was okay, but he hadn't replied until now. What really happened at the Kukeri festival? What do you mean? People died, Sam. Is Carrie okay, and the other students? None of us are okay. We saw things, remember things that couldn't have happened. I can't tell how much of it was even real. But I think you know. If you're mixed up in something dangerous, you can tell me. I can help. I put down the phone. I didn't want to involve Ryan in this, but part of me was longing to talk with someone about everything that was going on. Denzi seemed more distant than ever, and after the snakes and Milka's death, everyone was treating me differently, like I couldn't be trusted, like I might snap at any minute and lash out, like I was dangerous or fragile. You wouldn't believe me. Try me. Why don't we meet and talk about it? I'm not really allowed to go out anymore. What? They say it's too dangerous. They're trying to protect me. From what, though? The sexy vampires or the horned dudes at the festival? Yeah, I remember them. And I wasn't drunk or high, and I'm not crazy. I'm just trying to understand what's happening. I typed out a long message telling him everything, that my grandfather had locked something away and that I was trying to open the door, that the maenads and satyrs were after it too, and that someone at school had slipped me a dagger and a love letter from my father. I didn't tell him about my supernatural classmates, though, or that I'd just attacked Iskra. I hesitated before hitting send, but only for a moment. Nobody had sworn me to secrecy, and besides, what would it matter if someone on the outside knew? It's not like Ryan could actually do anything to help. His responsive came swiftly and insistent. Show me the letter. I took a picture of the letter and sent it back to him, telling him it was a dead end, and probably nothing, just my dad telling my mom he missed her. My heart pounded when I saw Ryan's response. Are some of the letters bold? I grabbed the letter again and skimmed the text. My eyes widened as I realized that Ryan was right. Several letters had been drawn over to make them thicker. I grabbed a notepad and copied down the bolded letters. Belogradchik. Belogradchik? What's that? I know exactly where that is. Chapter 28. We decided to leave at dawn, just Ryan and I. 1, because I didn't want anyone else to get hurt because of me, and 2, because I wasn't sure who I could trust. Someone had passed me my father's letter, and clearly they didn't feel comfortable sharing it with the other members of Pipkov. And then we found the coded message in the letter. I didn't know what it meant, maybe nothing, but it was worth the risk if it could help me open the door somehow. And if the liar was as powerful as Jenny thought it was, we could not afford to let it fall into the wrong hands. I stuffed pillows under my blankets and left a note in my room for Iskra, letting her know I was fine and that I'd be back in the evening. I wasn't sure what to bring, but I put on enough form-fitting dark clothes and leather to look like Lara Croft. I even found a way to strap my violin to my back for quick access. Then I crept downstairs. I'd almost reached the front door when I found Petrov blocking my path. Heading out? He asked, crossing his arms. Just wanted to grab some milk, I lied. I think we're out. Nice try, he said. Tell me where you're really going or I'll yell for the others. I frowned, not sure how much I could reveal to Petrov. He'd lost David, and I knew he was committed to fighting the maenads. I supposed that meant I could trust him, and I didn't see what other choice I had. I found a letter, I whispered, pulling it out and showing it to him. A poem, from my father to my mother, but there was a secret message in it. Belogradchik. Petrov's face paled. He grabbed the letter and read through it a few times. You need to show this to Jenny, he said. I know. I will. But why would my father go to all this trouble to hide this? Whatever it means, I think we should keep it secret a while longer. Maybe that's just where he met your mother, to get it on. Maybe he didn't want everyone to know he was dating when he was supposed to be opening the vault. Maybe, I chewed my lip. But I feel like it's more. And I don't want anyone else to get hurt, so I'm going alone. No, you're not, he said. For all you know, someone left you the letter to tempt you outdoors so you'd be vulnerable. I'm coming with you. And don't worry, I can't get hurt. We met Ryan at the bus station. It was an awkward reunion, but neither boy seemed that interested in talking with each other. It was a 2-hour bus ride, and on the way I looked up anything I could find on Belogradchik. When we arrived, we walked up the hill from the bus station and through the main gate. On top of the hill, the ruins unfolded before us, a large rectangular fortress with a domed archway at the far end. Beyond it, a windy staircase cut up the steep incline leading to a second squeezed between the massive rock pillars, rising up out of the earth like a crown. It was used as a military base and fortress by the Romans, Ryan said, reading from his phone, but it got extended by the Ottomans after they captured it in 1396. Where do we start? Petrov asked. At the top, I said, though I had no idea what we were looking for. At least we'd get a better view of the area. We hiked the steep incline, then through the narrow second gate to reach the upper fortress. The remains of 2 cisterns and several ancient doors had been carved into solid rock. A new set of stairs, steeper this time, led even higher. Once we'd reached the pinnacle, we had a view of the surrounding landscape and the bizarre rock formations. Most of them have been given names and there are stories about them, based on what they look like, Ryan said, still reading. That one, for example, is a schoolgirl. According to the legend, a Turkish dervish developed a passion for his student and lured her to a meeting. When she realized his intentions, she ran, until she met a bear. She chose to let the bear eat her rather than submit to being ravished by the dervish, but then a mysterious storm turned them all to stone. Girl, bear, dervish. Ryan pointed out the group of towering pillars. I could see a vague resemblance if I squinted my eyes. That doesn't help us, I said. Besides, they're just rocks. People look for meaning in everything. All legends are based in truth, Petrov said quietly. In the 1850s, Bulgarians revolted against the Turks, but were defeated. Many were executed, right here. Here's another, Ryan said. During the time of the Romans, male and female monasteries were set up. One young nun named Valentina couldn't hide her beauty under a cassock, and a young noble was smitten with her. He climbed into her chamber at night, and months later a child was born. When she was found out, they exiled her to Rome, humiliated and condemned, as a symbol of betrayal and rejected virginity. But she stayed outside the front gates, and then an earthquake ruined the monastery and a storm turned everyone to stone, woman and child, all the monks, and her young noble on his horse. I grabbed my phone and scanned down the list of figures, looking for something relevant. That one, I said, pointing. Orpheus and the petrified wedding procession. We start there. We walked down again to reach the base of the pillars. Once there, it took 10 minutes to walk around them, gazing up at the near vertical cliffs. But we couldn't find anything. We didn't even know what we were looking for. I had my violin with me, as protection perhaps. I brought it out and held it up to my chin. First I played the notes from the cavern under Pipkov, then some of my other favorites, both classical and some of the Bulgarian music Paleva had taught me. I was about to give up when I saw a raven watching me. It tilted its head and nodded its curved beak. A blackbird, I said. A moment later it flew away. I kept my eyes fixed on it as it flew directly towards one of the rock pillars. It seemed to disappear straight into the rock. I chased after it, sliding down the steep path, unleashing a torrent of loose pebbles. I grabbed a tree branch to keep from going over the edge, a 20-foot drop I hadn't seen. "This way," Ryan called. He climbed up higher, then jumped from the top of one of the enormous boulders to another. I took a deep breath before I followed him. The jump wasn't far, but the narrow chasm between the rocks was deep. We used the rocks like giant stairs until we were low enough to reach the ground again. I headed straight for the place I'd seen the bird fly. It looked like solid rock, but when I pushed through the bushes, I could see a low opening. "There's something here," I shouted. Petrov lifted his eyebrows skeptically at the hole in the rock. It came up to my knees but looked wide enough to climb through. "Maybe it was just a bird," Ryan said. "You got a better idea?" I asked. "Fine," Petrov said, "but let me go first." He got down on his stomach and crawled forward into the opening. Several moments later, he called for us to follow. The passageway was narrow, but opened up into a small chamber. It was dark, and the ground was mostly filled with trash and leaves. We used the light of our cell phones like flashlights to explore the room. "Definitely man-made," Ryan said, pointing to the arched ceiling. Several small alcoves were set into the walls, pockets where candles or idols might have rested. A small hole on the outside wall was cut in the shape of an 8-sided star. It was nearly invisible from the outside, but cast a star-shaped patch of light on the far wall of the chapel. Pigments of brightly colored frescoes covered the walls and ceiling. Most were so faded only abstract figures could be made out, but against the main wall was a macabre illustration that had aged surprisingly well. Orpheus in a white toga, strumming his golden lyre, ascending a curving staircase into the light. He was looking behind him at Eurydice, still half buried in darkness and surrounded with pink flowers and white skulls. She was reaching out to grab his shoulders with a pained expression on her face. This was the moment of their separation. The instant Orpheus looked back, she was already lost, and you could see from their expressions that they both realized this was the last moment they'd ever see each other. "This must have been one of the meeting places for the early Orphics," Petrov said. "But there's nothing here," I said, looking closer at the walls. "The bird must have gone somewhere," Ryan said. "Look." He pointed to a small hole towards the ceiling. "I won't fit through that," Petrov said. "There has to be something," I said. But the walls were made of solid rock and the entire room barely fit the three of us. "She grows more beautiful with each pass," Ryan said, nodding at the fresco. Petrov shot him a confused look, but my eyes widened in recognition. "The poem," I said, pulling it out and reading the last line again. "He tries to touch her breasts. Doesn't he know she isn't what she seems?" I approached the mural cautiously. Eurydice was wearing a dark blue dress that wrapped around her torso. From up close, I could see faded stars painted on the fabric. I placed my palms over her breasts and pushed. Something gave, and the rocks shifted. Sediment fell from the ceiling. There was a rumbling noise, and the ground trembled as a stone panel moved aside, revealing a narrow passageway. Stairs led downwards into the darkness. The ceiling of the tunnel was painted in blue with yellow stars, and there was an inscription on the wall. "Latin," Ryan said, running his hand over the letters. "I am a son of earth and starry sky. I am parched with thirst and am dying, but quickly grant me cold water from the lake of memory to drink." "Wait, they taught you Latin in economy class?" "It's my minor," Ryan said, looking away quickly. "Nerd," I said. We descended the stairs for what seemed like ages. The air grew cooler, and a musty smell filled my nostrils. I wondered when this tunnel had last been opened. At the bottom, the chamber was so large our cell phones couldn't pierce the darkness. "I grabbed some of these outside," Petrov said, holding up a large pine cone. "It'll be smoky, but at least we'll be able to see. The sap should burn for a while." He tied the pine cones onto sticks and handed one to each of us. They lit up easily, creating a large flame. The warm yellow light revealed our surroundings. I gasped as my eyes adjusted to the light. We were inside a large underground temple with a high ceiling supported by a central row of elegant square pillars. The columns came together at the top in complex patterns that formed arches, creating giant doorways that towered above us. The stone surfaces were engraved with complex motifs and decorations, and marble tiles lined the floor, their ornate patterns obscured by a thick layer of dust. Red poppies pushed up between cracks. I bent down and picked up a long black feather from the ground. "They must nest in here," I said, twirling the feather. "It's just like the poem, but that was written centuries ago." "Jenny's never mentioned this place," Petrov said. "I wonder how your father found it." In the center of the cavern was a wide pool, perfectly still and round, with calm teal water. It was framed by 4 large statues, elegant women with suggestive hips, their bodies scarcely concealed behind thin fabric. They stood on each side of the pool, with baskets on their heads overflowing with grapes. The tops of their heads connected with the ceiling like they'd been carved directly out of the stone. The pool reflected the ceiling, which was painted blue with thousands of yellow stars that twinkled when we moved our torches. At the edge of the underground lake, it gave the illusion that we were standing in a giant orb. "They must have mixed bits of broken glass into the paint," Petrov said, nodding towards the ceiling, "to make it sparkle like that." "It's incredible," I said. "Where do you think the water comes from? Rainwater?" "A natural spring," Petrov said, "at least according to the poem. Memory-numbing waters always spill from some deeper dungeon to create sweeter dreams." "Some deeper dungeon," I repeated. "You mean there's more?" "Some of the underground rivers go for miles." We split up to search the room. Anything of value had been taken long ago, but the architecture and relief carvings that covered the walls were enthralling. One wing of the underground temple receded, forming a narrow passageway through the natural rocks. I followed it, stepping around slick stalagmites, until the ceiling lowered and I ducked to enter a circular chamber. The wall was covered with archaic markings. Stick figures of men and women fought wild animals with bows and arrows. It must have been thousands of years old. I was about to call for the others when I heard a growl and whirled around. Behind me was the largest bear I'd ever seen. I thrust out my torch, but the bear batted it away into the corner of the cave. It let out a roar that made the room tremble, then raised back its paw, displaying a row of knife-like claws. I cringed as the bear lunged at me, but Petrov shoved me aside at the last second. The bear's claws sparked against his impenetrable skin. The beast rose on its hind legs, its massive shoulders pressing against the surface of the cave. Then it disappeared. In its place was a little girl with white blonde hair and pale skin. She giggled, then ran past us. "Whoa," Ryan said, coming up behind us. "What is she?" I asked. "If I had to guess," Petrov said, "she's a talism. A large structure like this wouldn't be complete without one. It's a kind of guardian spirit, artificially acquired by building an actual sacrifice into the foundations." "Wait, someone buried her here? On purpose?" "They're pretty common in older buildings. They often appear as a young girl or a bear. They're meant to keep people away." A haunting song resonated off the walls, coming from the main chamber. The girl was singing something, half humming to herself. There was something familiar about the melody that gave me goosebumps. I shivered and rubbed my arms. "Think it has anything to do with the story?" Petrov asked. "The schoolgirl, the bear, and the dervish? What do you want to bet he had his way with her, then hid the deed by dumping her in the building site?" "Maybe she came back as a bear spurt and killed him in revenge," Ryan added. "If so, his ghost might be around here as well." "You guys are giving me the creeps," I said. "It's just a little girl." "Don't get too close," Petrov said, rubbing his stomach. "Those claws were real. If I wasn't made of stone, I'd be in shreds." We followed the girl back out to the main temple. She was sitting by the pool, dangling her legs in the water. The inside of the temple looked even more spacious around her tiny form. "Where did you learn that song?" I asked, standing on the opposite side of the pool. A man gave it to me, she said slyly. She tugged on the ends of her ragged dark clothes. But it's a secret. I'm not supposed to share. The man who came, he was a musician, right? So are we. Did he give you something? Maybe to keep safe for him? The girl narrowed her ease, and her reflection in the water changed to that of an old man stroking his beard. I took a step back, startled. It's mine. You can't have it, she said, running away and disappearing into a wall. What if we freed you? Petrov called out. You've been here for a long time. You must be lonely. You can do that? The girl asked, poking her face out from the wall. Show us where you're buried. We'll take your bones with us when we leave. That should break the curse that binds you. You'll be free. The girl's face lit up. She became a bear again, but this time she danced in a circle, raising her hands above her head like a ballerina. It was so surprising I laughed out loud. Through here, she called, appearing at the far end of the corridor. A girl again. She disappeared behind a wooden door, painted to look like tiles so we hadn't seen it earlier. Behind it was a narrow staircase built into the rock, which led to several more chambers, each seeming more ancient than the last. The air was stuffy, and the darkness seemed more substantial than the light coming from our torches. This is where they drained us, she said, pointing to a row of rectangular holes set into the wall. They took out our organs, too. I'm over here, she called, darting even further into a wider room. The walls were painted with life-sized full-body frescoes, but instead of faces there were holes in the wall above the neck, with human skulls pushing through. One of the paintings was a young girl in a pink dress, with ribbons in her blonde hair. A child-sized skull protruded from the hole where her face should be. I got this, Petrov said, tapping the wall. Careful, I said. We probably need her full skeleton to make this work, right? He brought his fist back and smashed into the wall, shattering the plaster. I helped him lift out pieces of the broken mural until we found the crypt beneath. Now what? Ryan asked. I took off my jacket and spread it out on the floor. Then I reached in and grabbed a handful of bones. I made sure to get them all, then gently lifted the skull through the back of the hole and added it to the pile. When I was finished, I gathered it into a bundle and tied it together with the sleeves. The girl clapped her hands in delight, then grabbed my hand. She pulled me through the maze of tombs, back up the stairs and into the main hall. She led me to a small altar built against the wall and pointed. I had to look closely to see the small relief of a lyre set into the stone. Where's Petrov? I asked, looking back at Ryan. He said he wanted to clean up a bit, something about respecting the dead. I nodded, my finger hesitating over the concealed instrument. What if it's a trap? I asked. Want me to open it? Ryan said. No, I got this. If my father wrote that letter, if he hid something here, he must have expected someone to come for it, someday. My heart raced as I pressed my finger to the lyre. There was a hum and a glowing light, then a small drawer opened. Inside was a cupboard holding an ornate music box with a pair of dancers on top. It looked like the kind of tourist junk they sold in Sofia. Why would my father hide this here? Aren't they beautiful? The girl squealed. She raised her arms and danced away, spinning and jumping. I reached out and grabbed the music box. As soon as my fingertips touched it, the ground started shaking and a huge slab fell from the ceiling. Chapter 29. Earthquake, Ryan shouted. He pushed me out of the way and we rolled to the side. A piece of the ceiling smashed into the tiles, where we'd been standing a second before. The entire hall was shaking and falling apart. Petrov ran towards us, leaping over the rubble. What did you do? I shouted. It wasn't me. Did you get it? I held up the music box. Let's get out of here. We were almost at the entrance when I saw it. A massive creature with shaggy white fur and a cone-shaped head, with fangs and horns and a long red tongue. It was so large it had to push stones to get through the narrow entrance. We ducked behind the nearest column. Kukeri, Petrov whispered. Real ones? I didn't know any of them were still around. More than one, Ryan nodded. The first of them stumbled into the cavern, followed immediately by another. I counted 5 of them altogether. They spread out and started tearing the temple apart. 2 of them rocked one of the giant statues next to the pool, pulling it down. It collapsed, breaking into chunks. I started pulling out my violin, but Petrov grabbed my wrist. They're too strong to fight, he said. Let's make a run for it. I'll distract them. Get outside, then head towards the town. They probably won't follow. They don't like civilization. What about you? I asked. Once you're out, I'll follow and collapse the entrance. They'll be trapped here. He counted to 3 with his fingers, then raced towards the other side of the temple. He shouted to get their attention. The Kukeri bellowed and swiped at him with their claws. Ryan grabbed my hand and we ran towards the stairs. He carried the music box, while I carried the bundle of bones. At the top of the stairs, we were suddenly blinded by daylight. Half the small chapel had been ripped open by the Kukeri. We stumbled outside in a cloud of dust. It took a minute to realize we were surrounded. Karina stood in front of a half-ring of smirking satyrs and maenads, wearing a red flowing dress, with gold bangles on her arms and wrists along with a golden tiara. She looked taller than I remembered, her long limbs and neck almost unnaturally stretched. Her form cut a stark contrast against the rugged landscape. A little overdressed, aren't you? I asked, shifting my weight and looking for an exit. It's not every day you get to meet your lord, Karina replied. Now, if you don't mind, hand over the lyre. She reached out expectantly with her right hand. Her left hand loosely held a sickle with a short handle. Its curved blade gleamed wickedly as she tapped it casually against her thigh. What lyre? I asked. Don't play stupid. You came all the way out here alone. You went into an ancient Orphic temple. You must have found something. So you have 2 choices. 1, hand over the lyre now and we might not kill you. 2, call Dionysus yourself. We will rule over the humans together. You can be our leader, our prophet. We'll either follow you or kill you. Your choice. I saw what you did at the festival. I growled, my fingers clenching into fists. It was madness. It made me sick. I'll never be a part of that. Are you so innocent? You have blood on your hands as well? Or have you forgotten our magical night together? My face paled and I glanced at Ryan. I'd dragged him into this, but he had no idea what I'd been through. How could I explain to him what had happened in the woods? What I'd done? Still, even though I knew Karina was threatening to share my dark secret, I wasn't about to let her hold it over my head. If all you have to offer is destruction and violence, I said, you need to work on your motivation speech. A second later, she was standing in front of me with the edge of her blade at my neck. How's this for motivation? She asked. I felt a stinging pain as she forced my chin upwards with the point of the knife. There was no lyre, Ryan said quickly, just a stupid music box. Don't give it to her, I yelled. Whatever it is, it's not worth your life, he said. Karina threw me into the arms of 2 satyrs who pinned my arms behind my back. One of them grabbed the bundle I was carrying and unrolled it, dumping the bones onto the ground. No, I shouted. I struggled against them, but they ignored me and kicked through the pile of bones. One of them grinned and crushed the small skull with his hoof. Karina frowned as Ryan handed her the music box. She shook it, and a handful of notes tumbled out. It was the same song the girl had been singing. It seemed hauntingly familiar, like something I might have heard in a dream. Well, I'm disappointed, she said. I've given you plenty of time to retrieve the lyre, and I did warn you. She grabbed Ryan by the throat, lifting his feet off the ground, and then pulled her blade back. It's locked, I said quickly. I can't get in. No one can. I think the music box is a clue. Just give me a few more days to figure it out. You'll have a few more days, she said, but there must be consequences. From now on, someone will die every day, and today it's his turn. A sudden rumbling made us lift our eyes. Petrov burst through the cliff face, sending boulders tumbling down towards us. I grabbed Ryan and pulled him away from Karina. We rolled to the side as a massive boulder crashed into the ground. He grabbed one of the boulders and threw it at Karina. She moved aside easily, but it hit a couple of the satyrs behind her. Petrov kept up the assault, then threw a large boulder to the side, opening a space to the right. "Let's get out of here!" Petrov shouted. "She has the music box," I yelled. "I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet." Movement caught my eye, and I turned to see the Kukeri emerging from the cliff where Petrov had burst through. They leapt down the steep cliff, causing the ground to tremble. Karina shrank back into the safety of her entourage, clutching the box. I had to get it back. I swept up the pile of bones and grabbed my violin, then stormed after her. Her eyes lit up with mirth when she saw me. She waved a hand and 2 satyrs jumped forward, charging towards me. I held up my arms to block their blows, but none came. When I opened my eyes, they were flying backwards, and Karina had a look of shock on her face. I marveled at my own hands, then glanced to my side. The girl from the cave smiled up at me, with enormous bear paws that looked like oversized mittens and a cute pair of furry ears. She winked, then morphed back into the giant cave bear I'd met earlier. The creature stood behind me and reared up on its hind legs, roaring a challenge. The other satyrs took a step back. "You think you can fight me?" Karina grinned. She motioned more of her troops forward, but the long arms of my new friend lashed out protectively on both sides, creating a protective bubble around me. I glanced back to see Ryan and Petrov fighting off more attacks from both satyrs and maenads. One of the Kukeri lumbered forward towards them. Ryan dove between its legs and ducked behind one of the rock pillars. The Kukeri smashed into it with hammer-like fists, crumbling it like a sandcastle. It tumbled sideways, and the earth shook as 100 tons of boulder hit the ground. I heard the strangled cry of a flattened satyr above the rumbling, but we were still seriously outnumbered. Karina might not kill me, but Ryan didn't sign up for this kind of danger. The others had been fighting this war since before we were born, but I couldn't handle the thought of more innocent blood on my hands. It had been a mistake to bring him. I was about to run back for him, even though I didn't know how I could protect him against this terrible force, when someone shouted my name. I looked up to see Denzi on a nearby cliff, and relief flooded my heart. He held a long scimitar in one hand, similar to Karina's sickle, but more sword-like, and a battle axe in the other. His chest was bare, and large curved horns sprouted from his forehead. He'd already shifted into his natural form, and the tattoos on his arms and torso were glowing with power. He jumped down the rocks and tackled the nearest satyr. I heard shouts as more figures threw themselves into the battle. Stolina, impossibly fast, slashed through the outer ring of maenads with a pair of twin daggers. Iskra, with buzzing wings, took a position about 20 feet above Petrov and started throwing fireballs that exploded on contact. I'm not sure how they found us, but at least together we had a shot at getting out of here alive. I ran forward after Karina, the beer spirits pows tossing satyrs out of my way, but then I heard Iskra yelp as one of the Kukeri swatted at her with a tree trunk. I thought about everything I'd learned since arriving at Pipkov. I was tired of my friends fighting my battles for me, putting themselves in danger because of my mistakes. But I wasn't helpless anymore. I tore out my violin and started playing. I remembered the trick with the fire Denzi had shown me at the Romani camp, the first time I'd seen his true form. It seemed like so long ago now. Concentrating on Iskra's fireball, I stirred the flames with my music, whipping it into shape. It grew and grew, until it was a massive wall of fire. It morphed into the form of a dragon, flew a loop around the field, then charged downwards with the force of a tornado. It burned the satyrs to a crisp, and their charred bones, bubbling with torched flesh, collapsed into a black stain. The hairy white beasts lit up like flaming marshmallows, gooey and screaming beneath the towering red rocks. Blinded by pain, they threw themselves off the cliff like lemmings and impaled themselves into the sharp pines below. A quick nod from Iskra let me know she was okay, then I lifted my eyes back towards Karina. I had to get that box. I chased after her, squeezing between the massive pillars, until we came to a small platform on the top of one of the pillars, with a 100-foot drop on all sides. I glanced over the side of the cliff to see the ruined fortress far below. "Give me the music box," I demanded. She smiled, but her eyes sparked with defiance. "The lyre is ours," she said. "It was destined to be our salvation, but I will not let it become our destruction. If you aren't with us, you don't deserve it. I'd rather it stay buried than deliver it over to a weak thing like you." She threw the music box to the ground and smashed it with her mirrored heels. It exploded into pieces of broken glass and plastic. The jingling of inharmonious notes sounded its death. "No!" I screamed, reaching for the destroyed box. I pawed through the wreckage with my fingertips, a tear dripping down my cheek. After months of training and practice to open the vault, I'd finally found a clue. It may have been the only way to get the lyre, the only way to stop Dionysus and the Bashantis from destroying humanity, and now it was gone. Karina had taken my father years ago, and now she'd destroyed the only thing I had left from him, a song I'd never get to hear. Blood rushed to my ears, and I didn't even realize I'd started playing again until I heard the music echo through the valley, bouncing off the rocky cliff faces and eerie natural sculptures. Giant roots from the rugged pine trees responded to my music, tearing themselves from the ground like emerging sea creatures. Karina screamed as the roots wrapped around her body. She fought them off with her blade, but there were too many. Soon her arms were bound to her sides. The roots were my fingers, responding to my will, and I had hundreds of them at my service. An ancient piece of my brain surfaced, bent solely on inflicting pain. It played its own song, reedy and organic, like the aulos of the satyrs. I realized it was my own voice, singing along with the melody of my violin. I didn't understand the lyrics, but I could feel the waves of rage that shook the valley. A knife cut through the air towards me, but I deflected it with a sharp note. It stabbed into the earth as two maenads leapt off the stone pillars towards me. I lashed out with my roots, catching them in midair. I squeezed until I felt their bones snap, and I smiled as they screamed. The air was full of static electricity, and I felt my hair floating like a halo in the air around me. Orpheus was right. The universe was made of music. I could hear the rhythm of the rising moon, the hum of the sunset, the roar of an underground spring. I coaxed the water into a torrent until it burst out of the ground in steaming fountains. Satyrs roared as they were drowned in the scalding water. Then I turned back to Karina. I thought about all the pain she'd caused at the festival, and Iskra's mutilated flesh after I'd attacked her. I folded a root into a noose and lowered it around the Maenad's neck. She may have lived for thousands of years, but it was time for her to pay for her crimes. Her eyes bulged, and she kicked her legs as I pulled the noose tight. "Do it! Finish her!" I heard Petrov yell. His arms had become boulders, and he was fending off two of the kukeri down below. Ryan was against the rock behind him, bleeding from a wound in his leg. Iskra's fireballs were exhausted, and she and Stolina were fighting back to back. Then I saw Denzi. He was fighting through a whole line of satyrs trying to reach me, trying to protect me. But I didn't need his protection. The world was my weapon, and I felt more powerful than I ever had before. Blood dripped from my fingertips as the recent scabs reopened against the sharp strings of my violin. My eyes blackened as music filled my body, a rushing song, the voice of a god pumping in my veins. I hear his voice, and I am destruction. "Do it," he whispers. "Destroy them all." He feeds on my anger, and I smile at his pleasure. But something about Denzi's expression made me hesitate. He was looking at me with surprise, even anguish, and I realized he wasn't trying to save me. He was trying to stop me. But what difference did it make, whether I killed these poisoned beauties? I didn't need the lyre to end this, to stop them from hurting anyone else. The maenads screamed as the roots squeezed tighter. Blood pooled under their eyes from burst vessels and dripped down their perfect faces. "You killed my father," I said, dragging Karina over to the edge of the cliff. Her feet dangled above the precipice. I relaxed my grip and waited for her to gasp enough breath to answer. Is that what they told you? She smiled, though her expression was pained. You simple thing. I was about to toss her into the abyss when time itself ground to a halt, like a clock winding down. I blinked, looking around in the sudden stillness. Denzi was frozen in time, one arm wrapped around the neck of a satyr while the other sliced through a menad's with his blade. He was covered in cuts and scratches, but still fighting ferociously to reach me. That's when I saw him, the god of music and madness, here to claim his prize. He was reclining on a crushed velvet chaise lounge, being pulled by the 2 spotted leopards I'd met earlier. Black leather pants rode low on his hips. His chest was bare, his well-sculpted abs hidden only by several golden chains. Long dark hair framed his face, his bangs tucked back into a crown of flowering grapevines. Dionysus smiled at me and sat up, spilling champagne from a tall crystal flute. Strapped to his shoulder was an angular black electric guitar, half wrapped with red roses and green thorns. My breath hitched when I realized a human head was impaled from the top of the guitar, a head I recognized. Like it, he smirked. It's just for show, mostly. I carry my own instrument, and I assure you it's quite adequate. He winked, and I felt my cheeks blush. His violet eyes sparkled with masculine sexuality. He swung the guitar around, jumped to his feet, and strummed a single chord. The vibrations made my knees weak. I stopped playing, and my roots slithered back into their holes, leaving the monads gasping for breath on the ground. You're here, I said, stunned. I was confused and distracted, as my music faded and his presence dominated all. I stared at the severed head, and a weird pressure built in my gut as I tried to remember where I knew it from. Dionysus followed my gaze, and his eyes dropped to the head decorating his guitar. Ah, yes. Found this in the woods. Yours, I think? He gripped the trophy by the hair and rolled it towards me. It came to a stop next to my ankle, and I felt sick and feverish as I realized it was the man I'd killed in the woods, still wearing his silver earring. My secret was out. I felt Denzi's eyes on me, judging me. A moment ago, I'd felt nothing. Suddenly, the guilt of what I'd done came crashing down on me. The weight made me stumble. You're here to stop me? Save your followers? I asked, resisting the weakness of my emotions and his hypnotic violet gaze. Kill her. I don't care. I've seen her kind before. You're far more interesting. He hardly tossed a glance back at Karina. So much for loyalty. Then why come back? I frowned, crossing my arms. To enslave mankind? Drink wine and fornicate? Are you serious? Mankind enslaved itself. No man is free. They work more now and have less security than they had 1,000 years ago. I tried to free them, resisting the rule of order and law. Banks took their lands, governors put them behind bars. I taught them to resist. We made kingdoms tremble. I did that for centuries, but it lost its charm. Most humans want to be controlled. They prefer comfort to freedom. The only good thing about Earth was the music, and then it died too. You, however. He stepped closer and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. My skin burned at his touch. I felt the warmth spread through my body like an infection. I might stick around for you. I pulled away from him reluctantly, glancing at Denzi. Karina was right. Dionysus came back for me. Now that he was here, however, I couldn't remember why that was such a bad thing, or why we were trying to stop him. What about the lyre? I asked. Let it rot, he said. I don't care about that thing. You don't need it. You're magnificent, just as you are. Be with me. Think of all the fun we can have together. In my presence, you'll never age. You could live for millennia. My body ached to give in and pull him closer to me, but I resisted. I stared at the head by my feet, at the destruction around us, at Denzi, fighting his own kind, and the Maenads I'd almost killed. This was what Dionysus was offering: power and violence, freedom from guilt and pain. No matter how good it felt, I knew it was wrong. I refused to succumb to his divine charms. I'd rather die, I said finally, lowering my violin. That should be easy enough, Dionysus smirked. The Maenads are fierce enemies, and they usually get what they want eventually. My guess is they'll keep you alive while draining the blood from everyone you hold dear. Yes, Karina said as much. You'll lose eventually, but it'll be fun to watch you try. Of course I could help you. He snapped his fingers, and one of the Maenads screamed as her skin peeled off her body, exposing the red flesh beneath. I felt sick to my stomach, even though a few moments before I'd been the one torturing her. I grabbed the knife she'd dropped and lunged towards Dionysus. He easily caught my wrist, twisting it backwards until I cried out. You care too much, he said. It's sweet and stupid. You were much more attractive when you let your real self out. I could feel the power, the excitement thrumming through you, bending nature to your will. I was only defending myself, I huffed. And my friends? Lie to yourself as long as you like, I have plenty of time. Pleasure is more satisfactory if it's given. Usually. He smiled and licked his lips, oozing sex appeal. When you need me, just call my name and I'll be there, unless I've got something better to do. Chapter 30. The spell broke when Dionysus left. In his presence, I'd felt unimaginable power and unquestionable confidence. In his absence, I felt crippling isolation and guilt. My knees trembled, unprepared for the weight of my body, and I felt Denzi's arms around me as I fell, pulling me into a tight embrace. It was almost dark. Gusts of icy wind threatened to push us over the edge of the cliff. But we made no move to leave. Not far from us lay the half-rotting head of the man I'd killed, my secret shame. And now Denzi knew what I'd done. Soon the others would as well. I wanted to explain, but the pained wails of the Maenads would have drowned me out. Minutes ago, before Dionysus arrived, I'd been the one torturing them, and I'd enjoyed it. I was ashamed of what I'd become, but I knew no words would excuse or justify it. I was terrified that Karina had been right all along, that I belonged with the Bacchantes. The fortune-teller's prophecy rang in my ears. Do not let the darkness out, for you will not be able to constrain it. Jenny had brought me here to stop evil from taking over the world, but what if I was the evil? Are you okay? Denzi asked finally. I laughed at the question, but it was torn away by the wind. I wasn't ready to meet his eyes, but I looked up and tried to blink away the confusion. I was so lost in my thoughts, I didn't notice darkness fall like a curtain, obscuring the carnage of our supernatural battle. Karina wandered off, quietly sobbing, though from joy or grief I couldn't tell. The Kukeri had disappeared, and the satyrs seemed more interested in disrobing the remaining Maenads than fighting with us. Maybe death really was the ultimate aphrodisiac. We'd been drunk on divine energy, enthused beyond reason, and the bitter weight of our own mortality stole the anger out of us. I bent down to the ground, running my battered fingers over the splintered remains of the music box. The fresh scent of newly cut pine masked the bitter odors of charred flesh and blood. I picked up the dancing figurines and turned them between my fingers. My father left this, I said, nodding at the decimated music box. It was a clue, a secret, maybe a way to open the vault. But it's gone, and now he's back anyway, and there's no way to stop him. He was here? Denzi asked, rubbing his jaw. You didn't see him? I asked. Riding a golden chariot with his giant cats, he ripped the flesh off a Maenad. He wanted me to go with him. What did you say? Denzi asked, his eyebrows furrowed. I looked up at him now, surprised by the worry on his face. His features were mostly human again, apart from a small set of horns protruding from his golden locks. No, of course. Denzi seemed relieved at my answer and moved closer. I could feel the heat radiating from his bare chest, which was covered in dust and blood. I'm sorry we didn't tell you, I said. I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. You're safe, that's all that matters. Is it, though? What about the liar? What about Jenny's quest to save the world? This music box was our only lead, and it's gone. There's no way to open the door now. We'll figure it out together, Denzi said. He stood and reached down to help me up. For now, let's get you home. I shrugged, too tired to object. Then I remembered the bag of bones and the promise I'd made. We found a quiet spot away from the rocks, on a hill overlooking the town. Denzi and Petrov helped me dig a grave for the remains of the talisman. The girl appeared again to give me a hug, then she was gone. We were quiet on the ride home. Petrov had to help Ryan to the car. We'd bandaged the wound on his thigh to stop the bleeding, but he'd lost a lot of blood. The others looked pensive, probably dealing with their own emotions. They'd been bachantes once. Today they fought against former friends or comrades. And for what? A cheap souvenir? I expected a lecture on responsibility when we got back to school, but I wasn't dreading it. I'd always tried to be perfect, afraid of stupid little things that didn't matter, like fitting in or wanting people to like me. But after what I'd experienced tonight, after what I'd done, I wasn't afraid of anything. I was angry before because I felt I had no control over my life, my relationships. Other people always made all the decisions for me, and I kept my real emotions bottled up inside. Like when Brian gave me that silver necklace, he made the move and my choice was to react, to accept or advance his advances. No more. From now on, I was going to make my own choices. When we got to Pipkov, I grabbed Denzi's arm and held him back while the others went inside. Then I wrapped my arms around him and kissed him. He hesitated for a moment. Then he kissed me back, greedily, like I was the air and he was drowning. I bent into him, and we fit together perfectly. Desire burned through my body, but then he pulled away, furrowing his brows. "There's something else," he said. "Something I need to tell you. I didn't know how to say it before. It's my fault your father died." I paused, waiting for him to continue. "He'd been trying to open the vault for a year when he met your mother. It wasn't just a fling. He was going to move to America to be with her. We fought about it. I told him not to, that he needed to stay at Pipkov, that this was more important. He didn't listen. He never made it to the airport. He hurried on, rushing into an apology. I thought he was throwing everything away for a girl, but I should have never left him alone. I should have known the Maenads wouldn't let him leave. I should have supported him, listened to him. It's my fault. If I was with him, I could have protected him." All of Denzi's reluctance suddenly made sense. The guilt and shame that crossed his face whenever he looked at me, it was because he felt responsible for my father's death. It only made me love him more. "It's not your fault," I said, cupping his face with my palms until he met my eyes. "I swear I didn't know about the baby, about you. I'm not even sure if Blake knew. He never said anything to me. My father wanted to leave Pipkov for love. I'll stay for the same reason." Denzi searched my face with a look of disbelief, like he was afraid he'd misheard me. I smiled up at him. He kissed me, and I curled my fingers into his. He sighed when we finally pulled apart. "I didn't think you'd really want me once you knew the truth, once you knew what I was, and I was afraid you'd choose him. It's hard to refuse his charms. I don't want him, I want you." "Are you sure? I know how tempting he can be. Most would say irresistible. I'm surprised you were able to think clearly enough to refuse. Also, he's so powerful, I can't protect you, not against him." "Then I guess I'll just have to protect you," I teased. "I've done terrible things. I may have spent 1,000 years atoning for my mistakes, but deep down I'm still just a beast. I'll never forget the people I've hurt, the things I've done. This is what I am. To me, you'll always be the boy who made my day by playing music near a fountain and quoting poetry. That's who you are. Besides, if there's one thing I've learned since coming to Bulgaria, it's that good and evil aren't black and white. The school, the Maenads, they've both been teaching me. calling me out, in their own ways. Maybe I needed both teachers, both Apollo and Dionysus. Neither one would have been enough for me. Apollo's clear-headed rules and order, Dionysus's wild passions and desire. Both can be destructive when taken to extremes. When the music takes me over completely, like it did tonight, I literally don't care about anything. I would laugh as the world burns, as humanity is destroyed. And that terrifies me. So I need you. I need a bleeding heart to remind me of my humanity. Denzi smiled and leaned in until our noses were touching together, and his soft beard tickled my chin. You realize you just asked a satyr to keep you human? Think you're up for it? I grinned. Today and every day for the rest of my life. Jenny was waiting for us inside with the others. The interrogation can wait until morning, Denzi said, crossing his arms. Jenny frowned, but then nodded, no doubt to protect the furniture. Our clothes were a wreck after the battle. Of course, he said. You're all safe. That's all that matters. Though I could tell by his look it wasn't. No, it's okay, I said, looking at Iskra and Stolina. They deserved to know the truth, after coming to save me today. I told them about the note and the musical box. Professor Dobriva's face fell when I shared how Karina had smashed it before I'd had a chance to listen to the melody. Denzi shot me a look and I ended the story there. I was exhausted, and if I got to the part when Dionysus showed up, we'd be here for another hour. Do you still have the letter? Jenny asked. I shrugged and pulled it out of my pocket. I still didn't know who sent it to me, but at this point I didn't care. The box was gone. What did it matter anymore? Professor Paliva helped Ryan into a spare room and bandaged his leg. Denzi still didn't have a place to sleep at school, but this time he stayed in my room. He was almost too big for the bed. I curled up into him, with scenes from the day running through my head. There was something nagging at me, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. I just had an irritating feeling of missing something. I was almost asleep when I figured out what it was. How did you find us anyway? Did Petrov tell you where we were? Jenny called me. He said you were heading to Belogradchik with a letter from your father. I frowned. But that doesn't make any sense. How would he know where we were, unless he sent the letter? But then why ask to see it when we got back? And why keep it all a secret? Whatever it is, we can figure it out in the morning. There's nothing else you can do tonight. Get some sleep. I sighed, but relaxed against him. I dozed off with Denzi's fingers in my hair. At first my sleep was restless, full of bloody maenads and battle-hardened satyrs. But then I dreamed of the couple on the music box, brought to life in a grand gallery, spinning around each other with love in their eyes. The dream shifted, and I realized it was me and Denzi dancing. He dipped me low and kissed me, and everyone else in the ballroom stopped dancing to applaud for us. The music was familiar. For a moment, I saw a dancing bear singing with the voice of a small girl. Then I looked up, and we were back in my house in Meridian. I was sitting on the floor practicing violin. Mom was in the kitchen doing dishes, but she looked much younger. She was humming a tune, singing to herself, and I picked up the melody and started playing along with her. She stopped singing and turned around with pride in her eyes. She clapped as I finished the song from memory, supplying the last few notes of the refrain. I sat up suddenly in the dark, the notes still ringing in my head, as clear as bells. I pushed out from under Denzi's arms and put on my slippers. What is it? What's the matter? Denzi asked. I know how to open the vault. Chapter 31. I don't understand, Denzi said. How could Blake have changed the music if he couldn't open the vault? And if he'd opened the vault, why didn't he give Jenny the lyre? I don't know, I said, feeling less sure of myself by the second. It had all made sense in my head. Somehow, my father must have gotten into the vault and changed the code to unlock the door. I didn't know why or how. But what were the chances that the music box we'd found had also been a song my mom used to sing when I was young? Unless the dream was just a result of the partial notes I'd heard before, the box got destroyed, my subconscious mind working to fill in the blanks. I hadn't been in the cavern since the night Milka died, and we had to kick the fallen skulls and bones out of our way as we walked the path. I cringed every time I felt a crunch under my feet. In no time, we were standing in front of the massive vault my grandfather had constructed in the Orpheum, the last domain of the order of followers Denzi had started ages ago. Only a descendant of Orpheus could play the lyre, so it made sense that I'd be able to open the door. There was only one way to find out for sure. I looked at Denzi, and he nodded. Whatever was inside, we'd face it together. I played the notes, exactly as I remembered them. Then I held my breath. For a long moment, nothing happened. But then the runes and symbols around the door began to glow. I shielded my eyes against the light, and the cave trembled as the vault opened, for the first time in decades. "You did it," Denzi said, his jaw dropping. We both stood there for a moment, too stunned to think. Then I took a step forward. "Wait," Denzi said, grabbing my arm. "Want me to go first? To make sure it's safe?" "Why wouldn't it be?" I answered. I stepped into the vault. The air was musty and it felt warmer than the cave outside. It was dark, but a faint glow came from within, and I could see that the walls were white quartz. Tiny crystals sparkled as I moved forward. On the far wall, lit from behind with warm light like a halo, was the lyre. But it was nothing like I imagined. Jenny said it was golden, but the instrument in front of me was so rustic it looked ancient. When I got closer, I could see that the base was a tortoise shell. 2 horns protruded from one end, tied at right angles with a straight stick, and from these the strings of the lyre were tied. I pulled it gently from the wall and blew off a thick layer of dust. As I did, a folded sheet of paper fell to the ground near my feet. I unfolded the parchment and discovered 2 letters. The first was from my grandfather, August 1943. Our quest was scarcely completed when my travel partner turned on me. I'll admit, I also had difficulty keeping treacherous thoughts out of my mind. The lure of power like this is too great for any one man. I understand that now. Perhaps someday it will be needed, and if so, I hope it falls into the right hands. But for the moment, we are efficient enough at killing each other that such a tool could hardly be an improvement. The Orpheum is not safe. We've been infiltrated from within. Someone else tried to steal the lyre before we even got inside. We can't trust anyone. I've placed it behind a sealed door and charmed the locking mechanism. It can only be opened by the pure of heart, someone who does not seek the lyre for themselves, neither for ambition nor greed. My only hope is that, should the time come when it is needed, it should fall into the hands of a worthy player. The second note was from my father. I spent a year trying to open this door, and then one day I met a girl. I tried to tell myself she didn't matter, that my destiny was with the lyre. But after reading my father's note, I realized the truth. I love her, and my love for her is what allowed the door to open. Only when I didn't want the lyre for myself could it be revealed. Jenny calls her a distraction. There's a look in his eye that scares me, so I've sent her away. From my father's note, I feel confident it's the right choice. Follow my heart, leave the lyre for a future generation. I bought a music box and programmed it with a song I wrote for the American beauty who took my breath away. I've retuned the door and given a copy of the key to Milena. She deserves the truth, and I trust her. If the lyre is meant to be found and used again, at least it will be a challenge. There will always be wars, violence, and suffering. But I have only one heart to give. Tonight I'll tell Jenny. I'm sure he'll understand. My head was spinning. My father had opened the vault and reprogrammed the door. I'd guessed as much, but then he'd left it there, for safekeeping. And it sounded like he'd been planning on telling Jenny before leaving for America. But the never made it. I had a sick feeling in my stomach. When I accused Karina of killing my father, she'd laughed it off and called me simple. But if she hadn't killed him, who had? I heard voices outside the chamber. The shaking must have attracted the others. I should have felt safe, protected, but I didn't. From the beginning, the Pipkov School of Music had not been the safe space Jenny promised me. All is not what it seems. Trust no one. If Karina could get in with her snakes, what else was out there? I'd finally opened the vault and retrieved the lyre, like Jenny wanted. But now that I had it, I didn't know what to do with it or who to trust. I ran my hand along the strings. They were made from pieces of dried gut, and when I pressed against them, I felt a tightening in my stomach. There was a hum, a resonance. Even without plucking the strings, I could feel a vibration, almost a longing. The strings yearned for my fingers, as if the lyre wanted to be played, as if it had been silent too long. I resisted the magnetic pulling. Dionysus said he didn't care about the lyre. You don't need it. You're magnificent, just as you are. But now I wondered if he was just trying to put me off track. Despite its humble appearance, there was real power here. But could I tame it without losing myself like I had at Belogradchik? Or would the darkness consume me until I was unrecognizable? For now, I decided to leave it just inside the door. I needed answers, and the lyre was a distraction. I left the chamber as I'd gone in, empty-handed with my slippers and pajamas. I didn't know what I'd be facing, but I'd face it alone. My grandfather had died protecting the lyre. I couldn't hand it over until I knew it would be kept safe. Denzi was standing with Iskra and Stalina. Petrov was leaning against the rock wall with his arms crossed. Jenny was closest, and I could see the eagerness on his face. Even Ryan had made it down somehow. Sweat was shining from his brow, no doubt from the exertion of the underground journey with his wounded leg. I saw a flicker of movement and recognized Paleva's pale face in the corner. Everyone was here, and one of them couldn't be trusted. I was about to find out who. "Where is it?" Jenny demanded. "Where's the lyre?" He was holding my violin, the priceless antique he'd given me. I'd left it outside before entering the vault. It was clasped loosely in his fingers, but there was tension in his wrists, like he expected to use it. "It's here," I said slowly, "but I think I'll hold on to it for now." Jenny's lips crept into a crazed smile. Then he pulled out a pistol from his jacket pocket. "What are you doing?" Denzi yelled. "One step and I'll shoot her," Jenny replied. "I'm taking the lyre. It was always supposed to be mine. It belongs to the Orphics. We funded Nathaniel Cokes's mission. He was one of us, but then he decided not to share the lyre after this successful quest. You've seen what's happening. With the lyre, we can finally save the world. Perfect peace, perfect obedience. We can create a better world. I understand this is all very confusing. I'll take good care of the lyre. You can trust me." "Like my father trusted you?" Jenny winced, and I knew I'd hit my mark. "The power of the lyre corrupts. It's dangerous in the wrong hands." Jenny's face flashed with anger. "You ungrateful brat. I brought you here to get the lyre for me. Now hand it over, before someone gets hurt. I'll start with your American friend here." He pointed the gun at Ryan and cocked the hammer. "He's bluffing!" Ryan shouted. "Don't give it to him!" I froze, torn between protecting the lyre and protecting Ryan. I snapped into action when Jenny raised the pistol as if to fire. Too many people had died for this thing already. I couldn't let Ryan be one of them. This had nothing to do with him. He was just an innocent bystander. I ran back inside and grabbed the lyre. It jumped into my hand as I reached for it, and I felt a surge of power. Maybe I could use it against Jenny somehow. I wondered if it was strong enough to stop bullets. "What's that?" Jenny snapped when I emerged again from the vault. "This can't be it. This can't be all. Where did your father hide it?" "This is all there was." I shrugged, nonchalant. "You want it or not?" Jenny searched my face, looking for signs of deception, but finally reached out with one hand. "Fine, hand it over. Slowly," he said, beckoning with the pistol. "He won't hurt me," Ryan said. "Shut up, Ryan." Remember your training. My steps faltered. I was only a few paces away from Jenny at this point. He lunged and grabbed the lyre out of my hands. I was too stunned by his comment to react. What training? You've met my son, haven't you? Jenny said. Then he laughed at my confusion. I'm sorry, Ryan said. I wanted to tell you. I thought Orphics were celibate, Petrov said. Hence the reason I've kept him a secret from the order, a former indiscretion. He was sent abroad for school, though he's been very useful to me lately. You've been spying on me? I asked. Ryan's face was a mask of guilt and shame. You're weak, like your father, Jenny said. You don't deserve the lyre. You don't see its potential. Imagine a world with perfect order, one ruler, no wars or conflict. That sounds like Nazi rhetoric, I said. And that's exactly why my grandfather hid it. To keep it away from people like you. My father made the same choice. Your father outlived his usefulness. Don't make the same mistake. Or did you really believe the Maenads killed him? Jenny smirked. My blood ran cold and my lip trembled. You bastard, Professor Dobreva said. She raised her violin and played Rage and Heartbreak. I could see her pain in the music, her feelings for my father, her jealousy when he met my mother and decided to run away together. She'd loved him. I wondered why I'd never noticed it before. You fool, Jenny chuckled. You should know by now that your music won't affect me. But Paleva wasn't trying to charm him. Shadows scurried out from crevices, surrounding Jenny on all sides. When they came into the light, I could see they were rats, dozens of them. He fired the gun, turning several into red splats on the gray stone, but they reached his leg and started climbing. Jenny swung the pistol towards Paleva, but before he could fire, one of the rats bit his wrist. He dropped the gun and it went off when it hit the ground. Ryan dove for the lyre, tearing it from Jenny's hands and tossing it towards me. Denzi seized the moment to rush in and grab Jenny by the throat. I held my breath as Denzi held Professor Dobreva up against the rock wall. He struggled, hitting Denzi's massive arms. Then he lifted the violin, which he was still clutching fiercely. You can't charm me, old man. Jenny's shoulders sagged, and for a second it looked like the fight had left him. But when Denzi turned back to meet my eyes, Jenny grinned madly and smashed the violin against the rock wall. Then he stabbed the jagged wood straight into Denzi's heart. I strummed the lyre and Jenny was flung back against the wall. The vibration spread like a tidal wave around me, throwing everyone off their feet. I ran towards Denzi and caught him, his weight forcing me to my knees. I cradled him in my lap with tears running down my face. Help! I shouted. I turned back to look at Iskra and Stolina. Help him! Denzi was already pale and cold in my arms. The cold stone beneath us was leaching warmth from his body, and I could feel him fading as his blood ran in streams and pooling in the center of the room. I covered the pulsing wound in his chest with my hands, trying to keep Denzi from losing more blood, but it was no use. Denzi's head rolled back, and he smiled at me weakly. His lips were red with blood. Every heart sings a song incomplete until another heart whispers back, he whispered. More poetry? I asked with tears in my eyes. Plato. I've always loved the quote, but until now I never knew what he meant. That's how I feel. With you. You complete my song. You're the missing note that brings harmony. Then his body relaxed, and he gasped a final breath before his eyes gazed blankly at the ceiling. The fortune teller had been right. No matter what choice you make, the one you love will be lost to you. There was a moment of silence, a hush of disbelief. Denzi couldn't die here. Not like this. Not after everything we'd been through. No, I shouted. I pulled my bloodied hands away from Denzi's body and gripped the lyre tightly. Iskra said there were some boundaries we couldn't cross. Denzi said we had to accept our losses. But I refused to accept it. I was a believer. Music can heal. Orpheus had done it. Why couldn't I? I played, and the cavern trembled. The lyre's strings were wet with blood and tears as my shaking fingers plucked the notes. But I didn't know what music could heal Denzi's ruptured body, and I'd only had one lesson. I choked out a sob as I remembered his arms around me, teaching me the lyre. I didn't recognize the name on my lips until I heard a voice behind me. "You're better with the violin," it said. I spun around to see Dionysus leaning against the wall. He was wearing tight studded jeans, black boots, and a leopard print blazer over a faded Guns N' Roses t-shirt. "Save him, please," I begged. "I know you can." "And why would I do that?" he said. "I'll do anything you want." "It's too late," Dionysus said. "His soul is already in the underworld." "Orpheus did it," I said. "Orpheus went into Hades himself. It took him a year and it was a perilous journey, and that was a one-off deal. I doubt you'd get the same terms." "There has to be a way," I said. "I can bring him back," he said. "But someone will have to take his place, and I won't do it for free. If you agree to come with me and be my bride, I'll let him live. It's a temporary solution." "How long?" I asked. Last time he'd made the offer, Dionysus said I'd never age. If I was going to make a deal with the devil, it wasn't going to be forever. Maybe he'd be satisfied with a month or a year. He'd probably get bored of me. As if he could read my thoughts, Dionysus said, 12 weeks. I breathed a sigh of relief. I could handle 12 weeks with Dionysus if it meant Denzi would live. 12 weeks a year, Dionysus corrected. My mouth hung open. That was 3 months, a fourth of my life. 1 week, I countered. 6. Dionysus's lips twisted cruelly. 2. I frowned, running my hand over Denzi's chest. I was losing time arguing, and what difference did it make? I knew I'd do anything to save him. 3, and that's my final offer, Dionysus said, crossing his arms. "Deal," I said, extending my arm. Dionysus took it and lifted my fingers gently to his lips. Warmth spread through my body. Dionysus disappeared, and Denzi took a breath. I smelled something burning and looked around the room for fire. Then I realized it was me. I was burning. I screamed and watched in horror as glowing lines burned like embers against my skin, wrapping up my arms like vines. Epilogue. 2 weeks later, I waited backstage at the Sofia Opera House in a glimmering silver dress. I hadn't wanted to perform at the Young Virtuoso competition, but Peleva thought it was important we kept up appearances. She'd taken over for Jenny at the Pipkov School of Music after his mysterious disappearance, and I didn't remember everything about that night in the Chamber of Music, but it seemed like Jenny had escaped after stabbing Denzi. Nobody else had seen Dionysus, and I hadn't told them about the deal I'd made with the god of music. We'd have to have that conversation eventually, but for now, I was just grateful to have Denzi back. When I took the stage and Peleva announced me, I saw him sitting next to my mother in the crowd. She arrived a few days ago for the concert. Peleva gave her the letter she should have mailed decades ago. She told me she'd hung on to it because it was all she had of Blake, apart from the jade dagger, which was also his. When Blake died, she'd suspected Jenny, but didn't have enough proof to confront him. Ryan kept begging for forgiveness, but I wasn't ready to deal with that yet. I'd trusted him, and he'd been working for Jenny all along. Even though he swore he was loyal to the true principles of the Orpheus and would never betray me again, I wasn't sure if I could trust him again. I played the song I'd practiced with my eyes closed. I didn't need the music. I hardly even heard the notes anymore. The music was so perfect, it was practically invisible. Silent, like the wind and the rain, or the perfect stillness before a crack of thunder. It was gravity, causing things to fall, or the love for Denzi that permeated every fiber in my being. I knew it wasn't the last we'd heard from Jenny, or the Maenads, and that Dionysus could come and claim me at any moment. But Denzi was alive, and we were together, and nothing else mattered. I won first place at the competition. People threw red roses onto the stage, and Denzi collected them into a bouquet for me, which I held during the awards ceremony. Afterwards, my mother gave me a fierce hug, with pride shining in her eyes. A young woman approached us at the reception afterwards and introduced herself as a recruiter for the Julliard School of Music. "We'd love to have you join our program," she said. "We can waive the first year's tuition and promise an unparalleled musical education. Perhaps we can meet and discuss things in more detail?" I smiled, then took Denzi's hand, careful that my long sleeves hid the marks on my arms, binding me to my promise. "Thanks, but no thanks," I said. "For the moment, I'm just where I need to be." The end. Author's note. I hoped you enjoyed Orpheum. This is one of my earliest novels I finished after my first research trip to Bulgaria. I'd already become familiar with the esoteric traditions of Dionysian mythology and the cultic rites of Orpheus through my graduate studies in ancient literature. But the inspiration for this novel came from an illustration of a girl with a violin. Part 1 ended on a bloody cliffhanger, and for a while, I wasn't sure exactly where this story was headed. I knew the ending, but wasn't sure how to get there. So I started adding the geographical locations that I thought would make epic scenes. Bulgaria is full of interesting historical monuments and ruins, which we got to visit on our second trip, where I accidentally poisoned myself with potent herbs and spent the night shivering by the fire in the snow. If you'd like to keep reading about Sam and Denzi, please do me the favor of finding the ebook on Amazon so you can post a review. I entertain many fantasies and prioritize the ones that readers support. You can also join my newsletter to get a few free books and prequels to my longer fantasy series. What to read next? If you liked the style of Orpheum but want a story based on the main Greek gods you're more familiar with, check out The Scarlet Thread. It's a thrilling, dark fantasy series. If you're more interested in Gothic or dystopian literature, read Taste of Vampire. You can find both series on my Amazon page, search for D.S. Murphy, or visit www.urbanypics.com for updates and some free stuff.